watch a songbird fly. Walking by the river, staring at the blue sky.
Αν θέλεις ένας τόπος να γεμίσει ζωή, πρέπει πρώτα να γεμίσει παιδιά. Στη Eurolife FFH, σε συνεργασία με τη Hope Genesis, κάνουμε μαζί ένα πρώτο βήμα ενάντια στην υπογεννητικότητα σε 10 περιοχές της Ελλάδας. Γιατί όταν ένα θέλω έχει αξία, πρέπει να παίρνει ζωή. Eurolife FFH. Τι έχει αξία για σένα?
Songbird fly. Walking by the river, staring at the blue sky.
Αν θέλεις ένας τόπος να γεμίσει ζωή, πρέπει πρώτα να γεμίσει παιδιά. Στη EuroLife FFH, σε συνεργασία με τη Hope Genesis, κάνουμε μαζί ένα πρώτο βήμα ενάντια στην υπογεννητικότητα σε 10 περιοχές της Ελλάδας. Γιατί όταν ένα θέλω έχει αξία, πρέπει να παίρνει ζωή. EuroLife FFH. Τι έχει αξία για σένα? θέλεις ένας τόπος να γεμίσει ζωή, πρέπει πρώτα να γεμίσει παιδιά. Στη Eurolife FFH, σε συνεργασία με τη Hope Genesis, κάνουμε μαζί ένα πρώτο βήμα ενάντια στην υπογεννητικότητα σε 10 περιοχές της Ελλάδας. Γιατί όταν ένα θέλω έχει αξία, πρέπει να παίρνει ζωή. Eurolife FFH. Τι έχει αξία για σένα?
sunshine. Watch a songbird fly. Walking by the river, staring at the blue sky.
Αν θέλεις ένας τόπος να γεμίσει ζωή, πρέπει πρώτα να γεμίσει παιδιά. Στη EuroLife FFH, σε συνεργασία με τη Hope Genesis, κάνουμε μαζί ένα πρώτο βήμα ενάντια στην υπογεννητικότητα σε 10 περιοχές της Ελλάδας. Γιατί όταν ένα θέλω έχει αξία, πρέπει να παίρνει ζωή. EuroLife FFH. Τι έχει αξία για σένα? ένας τόπος να γεμίσει ζωή, πρέπει πρώτα να γεμίσει παιδιά. Στη Eurolife FFH, σε συνεργασία με τη Hope Genesis, κάνουμε μαζί ένα πρώτο βήμα ενάντια στην υπογεννητικότητα σε 10 περιοχές της Ελλάδας. Γιατί όταν ένα θέλω έχει αξία, πρέπει να παίρνει ζωή. Eurolife FFH. Τι έχει αξία για σένα? Θέλεις ένας τόπος να γεμίσει ζωή? Πρέπει πρώτα να γεμίσει παιδιά. Στη Eurolife FFH, σε συνεργασία με τη Hope Genesis, κάνουμε μαζί ένα πρώτο βήμα ενάντια στην υπογεννητικότητα σε 10 περιοχές της Ελλάδας. Γιατί όταν ένα θέλω έχει αξία, πρέπει να παίρνει ζωή. Eurolife FFH. Τι έχει αξία για σένα?
sunshine. Watch a songbird fly. Walking by the river, staring at the blue sky.
Αν θέλεις ένας τόπος να γεμίσει ζωή, πρέπει πρώτα να γεμίσει παιδιά. Στη EuroLife FFH, σε συνεργασία με τη Hope Genesis, κάνουμε μαζί ένα πρώτο βήμα ενάντια στην υπογεννητικότητα σε 10 περιοχές της Ελλάδας. Γιατί όταν ένα θέλω έχει αξία, πρέπει να παίρνει ζωή. EuroLife FFH. Τι έχει αξία για σένα? θέλεις ένας τόπος να γεμίσει ζωή, πρέπει πρώτα να γεμίσει παιδιά. Στη EuroLife FFH, σε συνεργασία με τη Hope Genesis, κάνουμε μαζί ένα πρώτο βήμα ενάντια στην υπογεννητικότητα σε 10 περιοχές της Ελλάδας. Γιατί όταν ένα θέλω έχει αξία, πρέπει να παίρνει ζωή. EuroLife FFH. Τι έχει αξία για σένα?
watch a songbird fly. Walking by the river, staring at the blue sky.
Αν θέλεις ένας τόπος να γεμίσει ζωή, πρέπει πρώτα να γεμίσει παιδιά. Στη EuroLife FFH, σε συνεργασία με τη Hope Genesis, κάνουμε μαζί ένα πρώτο βήμα ενάντια στην υπογεννητικότητα σε 10 περιοχές της Ελλάδας. Γιατί όταν ένα θέλω έχει αξία, πρέπει να παίρνει ζωή. EuroLife FFH. Τι έχει αξία για σένα?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who were not with us last night, my name is Joan Hoey. I'm the Director for Europe at the Economist Intelligence Unit in London. I've also been covering Greece as an analyst for many years, and I have the privilege of being the conference chairperson today. And I'm looking forward to having some excellent discussions. We really have a great lineup of speakers today. And we're here to discuss demographic challenges and gender equality. I hope that our speakers and you in this room, our audience, will be forthright and will make their views, your views, known. I encourage questions and argument and disagreement and even controversy. I'm going to be a firm chair because we've got a very busy agenda and many speakers. And I ask our speakers to make points, not speeches, so that we can actually engage in a discussion afterwards on the panels and with the audience. At our opening gala dinner last night, I said that the impact of COVID-19 is here to stay in the realms of health and demographics, as well as in social and economic policy, in labour markets, and so on. And during the course of today, we'll be discussing exactly what kind of imprint the pandemic will leave on our societies. But the pandemic has also served to highlight many pre-existing issues to do with aging, demographics, health policies, labour market, and so on. I'd like to invite the first two speakers of the morning now to join me on the stage, and they will set the scene for today's discussions. First, I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to Stefanos Kandakis, President and founder of Hope Genesis NPO, Chairman of the BOD Matera Hospital. He's been enormously helpful in supporting this event and will be with us throughout the day to impart his insights. Please join me on the stage. I'd also like to introduce Konstantinos Tsoplidis, head of the European Parliament office in Greece. Please join me on the stage. So let's get the discussion going, and I'm going to hand the floor to you. Welcome.
Thank you, Joanne, and we're really happy to be here for the second, not consecutive because of the COVID year, but for the second time actually. We feel that the demographic event that starts becoming a tradition in Greece, which is a combined organization of the economists together with our organization, has managed in the first year, 2 years ago, to actually reintroduce the existing problem of demographic in Greece. We had very interesting talks regarding numbers, what's happening in Greece, what's happening in Europe, what are the existing policies. We are very proud to say that 2 years ago there was no Ministry of Demographic in Greece. And one of our closing remarks then, together with the Minister of Social Affairs, Mrs. Domna Michailidou, was the recommendation that Greece should follow the European pattern of introducing a specialized ministry for the family, something that's been happening in many European countries for the last 30, even 40 years, including France, Italy, Scandinavian countries. We saw that in the last reshuffle of the Greek government, there was an introduction of ministry, and the minister will be here together with us, Mrs. Irigela, and we were very happy for that. And we feel that this second conference that we are here today is going to introduce the European aspect of the program. We need to find out what is happening in Europe, what needs to be done in Greece, what are some existing policies that have been happening for many years in other countries, what are the challenges, including also the gender equality, and we need to see that from different angles. We will see it from the scientific angle of doctors, of social scientists, of the political governance, both in Greece and Europe. And I'm really looking forward to listening to all the talks today. As you said, it's a very robust program, and try and see what will be the next steps for Greece and Europe, because as we clearly saw last night as well, after Mr. Renzi's talk, the demographic is no longer just a Greek problem, it's a European problem. And we feel that the policies gradually need to move from the local policies and start becoming European policies.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. And welcome.
It's a pleasure to be here. I was prepared to make a few points in Greek, but I'll make them in English. I think it might help the discussion further. The issues that have been chosen for for today's event are issues that are linked into a, shall we say, complicated equation that has become a lot more complicated during the last 2 years. We do have a demographic problem, and this demographic problem also relates, to our ability to mobilize an active population, and notably an active population with the skills and knowledges necessary for the digital age. So having a problem of this sort undermines our competitiveness as well as Europe, which is a dimension that we have to take into consideration. Another dimension, and that's how it links to the issue of gender equality, is that when you have a problem with gender equality, you have a problem of demographics in the end. Makes it more difficult. So I will stop here in terms of trying to deal with the actual issues of the conference, because I think there are a lot more knowledgeable people and politicians that are mandated to deal with this problem. Instead, I will make a few introductory remarks on the role of the European Union in dealing with this sort of problems. In its political and administrative DNA, the European Union has few characteristics that make it suitable in dealing with this sort of issues. First of all, it is capable of dealing with issues that are long-term problems, which perhaps politics at a domestic national level will not deal with because they do not bring you don't have a bottom line politically in the political cycle of any government. So you don't deal with these sort of issues at national level. You need somebody else to deal with them. Secondly, the European Union can provide solutions that generate synergies at supranational level. Why? Because we share a common market and a common currency. Why? Because we search our competitiveness at global level, not just between us. Another issue that is more of a methodological issue is that the European Union accepts that some problems are complicated and there are no solutions to them that have a final nature. There are problems that you actually manage in a complex way with building blocks. So these are the sort of problems that are unattractive to national governments to deal with, and the European Union can. And last but not least, in my opinion, the solutions we need to find for these sort of issues here, they are in harmony with the value system of the European Union. The solutions we need to find to our demographic and gender inclusion issues should be democratic, without preconceptions, based on facts, inclusive, without exclusions, and relevant to a liberal notion of government that is not evident in the rest of the world. You know now that there is a conference for the future of Europe going on dealing with macro issues of this sort. We know that the demographic issue is part of this discussion, and the issue of gender balance has been an issue for decades in the European Union. Therefore, I think you are doing a great service to public life when you raise these sort of issues that we need to discuss, we need to bring to the fore, otherwise they will not be dealt with until it's too late.
Thank you very much. I think both of you have raised some really important points and put some issues already out there on the agenda for us to discuss today. A lot of the time when we're discussing these kind of issues, aging, fertility, population decline, or sometimes population growth in the context of environmentalism and climate change and so on. The discussion tends to be what I would say fairly pessimistic and downbeat. Aging, for example, is perceived as a problem rather than being seen as something actually very positive. The fact that we're all living longer and more prosperous lives. That should be something that is celebrated, but increasingly in the context of these discussions about dependency ratio and how is the health service going to cope, how is the pension system going to cope with this, it's viewed as a problem. So I think it's important today when we're talking about all these issues, which, as you say, are complex issues, and we want to hear all sides of the argument, but it's important that we try to actually, I think, switch the tenor of the discussion to actually make it a more positive one, and that our endeavour should be to actually try to find solutions. And I wonder if you agree with me about that point, that the discussion often is overly negative, that we problematize things and see them as fixed and not susceptible to solutions, and maybe underestimate ourselves and our ability as humans to actually come up with solutions.
Well, John, as you very wisely said, longevity is one of the biggest success stories of medicine in the last 50 years, and the fact that we all live longer, and hopefully in the future we will continue on living longer. On the other hand, especially for today's subject, and because by profession I'm a fertility specialist, the fact that everything in our life now gradually becomes at a later age, including family, childbearing, and so on and so forth, this is something, unfortunately, that science cannot reverse. So we have to set also that, and we're going to discuss it during the scientific session today, the fact that the demographic is also having a social aspect. There is a very important issue having to do with the creation of family, the way that Europe is changing this image of family, the gender equality, the same-sex families, and all this new reality that is happening and we all embrace in Europe, but is also affecting the demographic, and it's very closely connected with what we're talking today.
Indeed.
And I would completely agree that it is a European program, and we need to identify the successful policies that different countries are already doing and gradually start building a European policy, because at the moment what is happening is that every country is having some specific localized policies. Sometimes are successful, sometimes are not. One of the big research projects that we did with our organization Hope Genesis and the University of Piraeus identified that only in Greece the demographic problem is having at least 10, 12 different aspects and reasons. There's a different reason why a woman is not having a child in Athens. There's a different reason why a woman is not having a child in Patmos. There's a different reason why a woman is not having a child in a remote village, which means that the solution also needs to be gradually planned and specialized depending on the problem caused, and not on a straightforward solution for everybody.
Okay. I think we're going to proceed now with the official opening of the conference, and to speak about Europe's demographic prospects in the shadow of COVID-19. We're going to hear a video message from Dubravka Šuica, Vice President for Democracy and Demography at the European Commission.
Dear Excellencies, dear conference participants, dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to be part of today's conference on demographic challenges and gender equality policies. First of all, I would like to thank The Economist and Hope Genesis for their invitation to address you regarding the priorities of the European Union in dealing with the demographic challenges and opportunities we are facing across the European Union and indeed the world at large. For the last 1.5 years, we have been living in exceptional circumstances. As some of the most acute challenges to our healthcare system are subsiding and we move into the recovery phase, some underlying fundamental transformations are becoming evident. In fact, the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic coincided with a period of profound demographic and societal change in Europe. Nevertheless, we must not lose sight of a remarkable development. Never before have so many Europeans been enjoying such long and healthy lives. The fact that we are living longer, healthier lives is indicative of the success and strength of our social market economy. This good news brings with it a variety of challenges and opportunities for us to consider. At the European Union level, it is necessary to address the key demographic trend that is impacting our entire continent, namely aging. It is vital that we prepare our economies and our societies now. An aging population and a decreasing working age population has important consequences for both our society and our economy. According to our 2021 aging report, the total population in the Union is expected to shrink by about 5% up to 2070. In addition, the old age dependency ratio is set to increase. It is essential that we prepare our societies and our economies for managing this scenario. The Green Paper on Aging, published at the beginning of this year, opened a wide debate on the ways to address the impacts of demographic change. We must remember that aging is not just for the elderly. Everyone, including young people, is impacted by the prospect of living a longer life. It is important, therefore, that we strengthen solidarity between the generations and strike the right balance between sustainable solutions for our welfare systems. The European Union's working age population has been shrinking, and this is projected to continue. In the Green Paper, we reflect on how the participation of currently underrepresented groups in the labor market, such as women, people with migrant background, people with disabilities, and older people, can be improved. We also look at how senior entrepreneurship can be supported. In addition, we need to grasp the economic opportunities surrounding the silver economy. I refer to the shift in demand for products and services that reflects the specific needs and preferences of older people. This silver economy is expected to grow by about 5% a year to 5.7 trillion euros in 2025. If ranked among sovereign nations, the European silver economy would be the third largest economy in the world. This would put it behind only the USA and China. It will continue to grow. It is vital that we harness its concrete economic potential and innovative character, including when it comes to care. Just think about the fact that around 50 million Europeans over 65 suffer from 2 or more chronic conditions. The number of people potentially in need of long-term care in the European Union is projected to rise substantially, from 30.8 million in 2019 to almost 40 million in 2050. This will lead to a drastic increase in demand for long-term care services. Therefore, on the 15th of September this year, President von der Leyen announced that the Commission will come forward with a new European care strategy to support men and women in finding the best care and the best life balance. We are committed in our support to those in need of care as well as those who provide it. We cannot have a robust care strategy without looking at both. For example, women are overrepresented as care providers. Of the 6.5 million people currently employed as care workers, 90% are women. Women also provide the bulk of informal care. Therefore, next to an initiative on long-term care, the European Care Strategy will include the revision of the Barcelona targets on early childhood education and care. With this, we aim to enhance women's labor market participation, and we look at increased convergence among member states in the participation of children in early childhood education and also care. In addition to the care challenges, we must understand the twin challenge of low income and declining population in certain regions. With 39 million people living in mostly rural areas, the stakes are high. Which brings me to our work on the long-term vision for rural areas. It is unacceptable that 137 million citizens living in rural areas often feel like they are left behind. Looking at gender, women aged between 20 and 44 are more likely to move out of rural regions and intermediate regions than men are. This leads to a gender gap in some rural areas and must be addressed. As you know, we have presented the Rural Pact and the Rural Action Plan, which aim to connect Europe's rural areas and make them stronger, resilient, and more prosperous. Part of my work is to facilitate the exchange of best practices between different areas that are facing similar challenges of population decline and to look at ways to support areas most affected by brain drain. We plan to look into the drivers of population decline and the long-term consequences. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it has been my pleasure to share with you our thoughts on demographic challenges and opportunities at the European Union level. There is a lot of work to be done, and I look forward to working closely with you as we move forward in our work in this field. Thank you very much.
Okay, very nice to hear the European perspective there. I'd like to thank you again, gentlemen, for the opening session, and we're now going to turn to look at the Greek labour market, so a more local perspective. Thanks once again.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the next session, we're turning to Greece, and we're going to be looking at the demographic crisis and the labour market and the issues, some of the issues that have been raised already this morning. So may I ask the Minister of Labour and Social Affairs, Kostis Hatzidakis, to join me, please, on the platform, and also the former Minister of Labour, Social Security and Social Solidarity, Effie Axiologiou, now an MP and Shadow Minister of Finance for Syriza Progressive Alliance. Please join me. Welcome, Minister.
Hi. Good morning.
Good morning.
May I start? Or?
Yeah, 1 second. Okay, okay. Yes, we're going to start. I just heard that Effie is on the way, caught in traffic. So please, I'm going to ask you to get started, and we can start to have the discussion afterwards. You may use the podium, of course.
Κυρίες και κύριοι,
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the organizers, the economists, for this invitation. These conferences are always important and give all of us the opportunity to develop our own views on these issues. A critical issue undoubtedly is the demographic crisis, which is a threat to the whole of Europe, but even more for Greece. It is characteristic that in Greece the fertility rate is 1.34 children on average for families when the replenishment index is replacement index is 2. We have the second most acute problem after Italy, and forecast is that in 2030 Greece will have a very critical demographic issue, the most critical in Europe. As experts say, after the census, we will see that we have a decrease of the population compared to the previous census. These are not forecasts for the future. The demographic problem is here. It's not just outside the door, it's already in the house, and we are invited to deal with it as soon as possible. It is evident, and of course I won't tackle it thoroughly. We do not talk about a problem that can be solved if we found solutions to social security issues, but it threatens our own national security and economy. So we have to deal with it and make it in the framework, and to do so in the framework of an holistic approach which will try to deal with the deepest reasons of low fertility rate, and deal, of course, and find solutions. I could say more approaching the issue theoretically, but my work is not to analyze, but as minister to do things in order to deal with this. Even though I need to underline that it is not an issue that concerns only a ministry alone, even though the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs is responsible, it concerns nevertheless more ministries, more actions, and the Prime Minister is aware of that and considers it to be a priority and is willing, beyond what we have already done or I communicate with you today, is going to take an initiative in order to deal with the issue more holistically and effectively. In the framework of all we have done, I need to underline the post of a deputy ministry, Mrs. Sergela, who is responsible for issues of demography. And that shows that we have understood the problem. But it's not only that. In the last 2 years, we have taken great initiatives in child care services to support families, and especially mothers who want to work. What we have done, we have increased funding and extended the criteria for the participation in a voucher program for childcare centers. We managed this year to include in kindergartens 13.5 thousand children compared to 2019, and we covered 3,000 more applications compared to last year in the Center of Creative Opportunities for Children with Disabilities. Of course, we did not deal with the issue, but we tried to tackle some of the issues working mothers have to deal with, and these are problems, of course, that prevent families from having children. We have already thought of supporting families with children, greater support than the existing one. A benefit for birth of 2,000 euros for all the children born in our country. Increase of the tax tax-free threshold by 1,000 per child, and decrease of the VAT in baby equipment. We have abolished the luxury tax for families who want to have a car but they have more than 3 children, and we have taken, in other words, measures in a couple of years under difficult circumstances, because for us demography is a priority. Nevertheless, I would like to talk about reconciliation of family and professional life and how we try to promote gender equality in the framework of the law for the protection of labor. I have to remind you that these are specific actions adopted in June. We introduced a law for paternity leave of 14 days after the childbirth, increase of the days of leave for carers and parents, paid leave of 2 months for both parents when a child is born, flexible time at work for all those who choose, and they can also choose to work for 4 days a week. Introduction of a framework for telework, allowing parents to work from home. These are measures, specific ones, applicable and part of the law 4808. It is the labor law, and it is another opening towards, in favor of the families who want to have children. At the same time, I need to remind you that the government gave incentives for the repatriation of scientists who left the country during the crisis. It's not a theory. Tax incentives and decrease of solidarity tax by 50% for 7 years. It is a measure that it bears fruit already. From the 500 people already working in the digital innovation center of Pfizer, 55% of those right now are Greeks from abroad who decided to come back to Greece, probably because of the last measure I presented earlier. These measures I just described, ladies and gentlemen, I believe of excellent quality compared to what has been introduced until recently of all previous governments in Greece. All these underline the interest of the government for the family, reconciliation of family and professional life, and a solution to tackle demographics. In the next months, we will take new measures of social aspects aiming at the same thing, to deal with the demographic problem in Greece. And allow me to present 5 of these. What do we promote? First, we promote alternative form of care, child care, through the program we have called nannies, neighborhood nannies. It is a program coming from the more advanced countries of the EU. It is a program that is implemented by other countries will be financed through NSRF, a program that offers benefits to parents for care of children of a few months to 2.5 years. There will be carers offering their services at home where there are no child care centers. The first action is neighborhood nannies, as I said. Second action, via the recovery fund, we have we will introduce childcare centers in 120 big companies with funds of the recovery fund. Working mothers can have in the companies special areas where their children are taken care of, depending on their age. This is another positive measure in order to deal with mothers that are hesitant in having children. It will be a pilot program at the beginning and can cover 2.5 infants and young children. We finance 50,000 new places for infants and children in their daycare centers, and we will introduce a new center of creative education for people, for young children with disabilities. So I have talked already about these three measures. Fourth, which is a measure financed by the Recovery Fund, special support for mothers outside the labor market in order to take care of their child, and then having problems to be reintroduced in the labor market. For this case, we are planning targeted employment projects. We announced a week ago such a program for 10,000 jobs in which unemployed mothers will have special treatment. They are the focal point of our interest in this project, in this program. And last but not least, that has to do with Social Security. With social security reform and the pension fund, from now on, we try to deal with the demographic crisis. We have a new measure introduced for young people in Social Security, where money will be deposited. It will be applied from January 1st, 2022, and for those entering the labor market, and for young people below 35. It is a system.
Μια απάντηση στις ανησυχίες των νέων ανθρώπων.
It is an answer to the worries of young people who do not believe that they will get a pension and decreases their exposure in demographic risks. Ladies and gentlemen, dealing with demographic crisis is not an issue of just the government alone. We need to have a long-term strategy and national consensus. In this framework, the government and the Ministry of Labor are willing to examine other actions taken into consideration. The the committee recommendations of the Parliament. We are not done with the measures I just presented. Above all, the demographic crisis and dealing with it demands the creation of a climate of optimism and safety and security. This is where we focus as policy, decreasing unemployment to 13.9%, which is the lowest since August 2010, and by 2.8 percentage points with regard to what we received in summer 2019, shows that we are in the right way, because this decrease is linked to the taxation, licensing, labor, and the overall policies of the government. It is not something that came out of the blue. We want to turn page, leaving behind us the wood of the 10-year crisis we dealt with in the past, and make Greece not an attractive place to live and work in, but mainly make Greece a stake that sets priority in dealing with the demographic crisis, sets the foundation to deal with it optimistically, paving the way for all families to have a child and grow as a nation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you very much for setting out in such detail what the government's done already and what it plans to do in the coming period. I'd like to welcome now Effie Axiologiou, former Minister of Labour, Social Security and Social Solidarity, an MP in the Hellenic Parliament, and also Shadow Minister of Finance for the Syriza Progressive Alliance. Welcome. What we're going to do now is hear from you briefly about the opposition's views on what the government is doing, no doubt, and your own policies. I just want to say that our third speaker, unfortunately, Olga Kefalogianni, MP in the Hellenic Parliament and former Minister of Tourism, cannot join us this morning. She's been taken ill, so for health reasons she won't be joining us. But over to you. You may just sit here and speak from here. It's up to you.
Καλημέρα σε όλους. Να ζητήσω συγγνώμη για την καθυστέρηση.
Good morning. Apologies for my delay. Traffic in Athens has become intolerable. I think you have all experienced that. It took us 75 minutes to drive from the Holargos metro station. Today's topic about the demographic challenges and its link to the labor market is what I will try to analyze today. I think when we discuss about demographics and the labor market, there are two ways to approach this issue. On the one hand, how the labor market affects the demographic crisis, which means, do we have such a model of labor relations that might fuel this demographic crisis and the negative demographic trends? And on the other hand, if and to what extent demographic evolution and challenges affect the labor market, which means, in other words, we have a demographic issue. What does this mean for the economy, the labor market, our productive model, and what should we do in order to change this state of affairs? Let me start with the first aspect, how and if the labor market and the model we currently apply fuels the demographic crisis. My opinion is that if we, let's say, analyze what this demographic crisis is about, although things have changed in the past, this will lead us to the core of the problem. Demographic crisis, in fact, is the inability of the social political systems of Western societies to apply such policies that will ensure a level of safety for the citizens, a collective future, to guarantee a collective future and a prospect. And the problem is that they cannot apply policies that will integrate the social majorities. If we go in detail, talking about the labor market, what is the kind of labor market we have in Greece? What are the features of this labor market? It's a low income, a very low income labor market, and let's say a very unfair labor market because we have strong employers, weak employees, also because of the high unemployment rate. It's a labor market with a culture of devaluating and labor, and with a very, very low level of trust. Its main characteristic is that there is uncertainty. That's what every young person, every young couple says. How am I supposed to have a child if my paycheck is that small? How am I supposed to build a family if my income is so low? So it shows that the kind of labor market model we apply in Greece, and this is the prevailing model. It's a model that it's based on low-income employees. It creates uncertainty and fuels demographic crisis, and it's a very important repercussion that we fail to discuss when we discuss about labor market issues. So this model, one way or another, has to change. It's not sustainable, and for one more reason, we have to change it because it fuels the demographic crisis. So what do we want in order to change it? What do we want? What do we have to do to tackle this situation? I think the first thing we have to do is to see how we can replace this labor market model. It's a model that gives no certainty, no confidence to young people to create a family. So what are we looking for? We want a new labor market model that will ensure or guarantee some stability, some certainty when you have a job, decent pay, and a model that doesn't underestimate or degrade the position in the labor market. What are the tools? We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We need to enhance or to strengthen the negotiating power of employees and workers. We have to increase wages, and this is something normally, and according to literature, according to theory, that's something we can do by increasing the lowest income and by collective bargaining. We need to contain precarious labor relations like leasing workers, subsidies, etc. And the second thing is to decrease the work hours. My opinion is that we have to start talking about entering, even in a pilot phase, to the 35-hour model. 35 hours of work with no decrease of pay. That's something that may happen by initially having some governmental support to the companies in order to cover part of the cost in order to try this model, the 35 hours. And you will see that this will affect positively productivity. And abolition of overtime. And we're talking about excessive work, that's the freely translated, which means that some employees, and that's a Greek paradox, we have people working sometimes 200% more than their normal shift. So we have to give an emphasis on that. These things are necessary in order to reconcile business and family life. Let me say that the current government, the government of Nea Demokratia, apply policies that move to the contrary, to the opposite direction. They lead to decrease of the fees because they exaggerate the use of low-paid overtime. According to the recent changes by Mr. Hatzidakis, now we can turn the 8-hour shift to 10-hour shifts with no overtime paid. And at the same time, the previous Minister of the Democracy, there are no checks and balances against the layoffs that have been abolished, and now the network of protection has been removed as it was originally established by the Syriza government in 2018. So I think these policies move to the opposite direction. No better pays, no security, no confidence to young people in order to create a family. What we have also to see is the so-called targeted policies for women. What is the characteristic of Greece? We have a very low participation of women in the labor market, 18% less compared to men. Talking about about all active ages. Normally, we have women facing the dilemma: I have either to become a mother or go to work. They have to, let's say, choose between these two options. Sweden is the most successful European country in this respect, talking about the participation of women in the labor market. I think we need an holistic approach. It's one thing to discuss about labor rights, for instance, longer maternity leaves for women, or leveling, equating the maternity leave for women in the private sector with that for public sector, because currently we have different types of leaves, whether you are working in the private sector or the public sector, or whether you are freelance. We have to equalize them. Better protection against layoffs, rights for upbringing for both parents. Mr. Hatzidakis stressed that before. These are policies that may help increase the participation of women in the labor market. The second, we need social policies, universal access to early childhood education. And I think the only solution is to have universal access for all families to nursery houses and kindergartens. We have great objection for the so-called nannies of the neighborhood program. We will discuss about that, because for us the solution is free access to all kindergartens to all population. Second, social welfare. And third, a change of mentality about the role of genders. Unless we break stereotypes, unless we fight sexism, unless we deal with these issues, then the issue of increasing participation of women in the labor market won't be solved. We want to have equal relationships in practice, not in theory. So that's the one aspect of the whole thing. And I will be brief. How the labor market affects the demographic issue and how it fuels the demographic crisis. The other aspect, the other side of the coin, is how the demographic problem that is here, indeed, and even if we had the best policies applied, the results would have taken a long time to show. The second aspect is how we can now protect our economy, the labor market, the protective model against the demographic crisis. The reply, in theory, might seem to be simple. Given the fourth industrial revolution, productivity may skyrocket, which means that with less population working, we can achieve better productivity compared to the past. The problem is whether we have the right workforce in order to meet the requirements set by the fourth industrial revolution. Do we? And now the case of Scandinavian countries is quite useful. All four countries holding the first top positions in the OECD are the Scandinavian ones, and they hugely invest in education so that the workforce may be adapted to the new technological and IT challenges. So we have to invest more in public education so that we have no exclusions. We have to deal with digital inequalities. They are class-generated, class-based, class-generated, and may have a huge impact on the prospects of a youngster. And at the same time, we need continuous upskilling and reskilling so that the workforce may meet the requirements of the future, because as you understand, given the demographic crisis, we have a workforce which is whose allocation in terms of age goes upwards. But in order to have this upskilling, we need public policies. We need free access throughout the active age to these new trainings. We must not rely on private training centers of dubious quality and contested quality. We have to provide the workers, the employees, with the opportunity to get this ongoing training. And of course, we need a total support, because if someone is unemployed for a long time and at a let's say, at an old age, it's quite difficult to enter such a course or to make it into a retraining course. One might say that what I'm talking about is costly. Yes, but if one checks the cost of continuing with this state of affairs, with doing nothing to deal with the demographic crisis, what the cost I'm talking about, on our economy, on our productive model, on our society, on the pensions schemes, then one will be quick to understand that the short-term additional cost I'm describing by supporting public education or the social welfare is nothing more but an investment for against the future consequences, and that's how we should approach it. So having said that, I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to have this discussion with you today and maybe take our approach one step forward. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much indeed, and thank you in particular for introducing some new elements into the discussion, particularly some of the things that you were talking about at the end about the Fourth Industrial Revolution and how we're going to transform employment prospects and the labour market in Greece. And I'm sure the Minister will want to respond to some of those points. Now, we have some time for discussion, and I really would like to encourage questions from the floor. And I'd especially like to hear from women who I'm sure have quite strong opinions about some of the matters that we've been discussing. So I am going to be in favour of doing that to start with. I have some questions for the Minister, but I'm going to save those. So please, have we got a microphone? There's a lady at the front here who would like to ask a question. When you ask a question, please try to ask a question. Of course, you can make a short point as well.
Καλημέρα σας, Τσαλταμπάση Λίνα.
Saltabasi Elena, head of the Association of Women. Minister, dear Minister, you had a law introduced lately on the balancing family and work life. We have a request for the rest of the women touched upon by Mrs. Akçoğlu, who hadn't done anything in the past. Why you have policies in specific categories of women, leaving aside some other categories? There is no provision for self-employed entrepreneur women, why, or the farmer women. Why don't we have a more holistic approach in reconciling family and professional life, and we just take partial solutions?
A few questions before I ask the speakers to come back, if that's okay. So can I see any other hands, anybody else who'd like to put a question to our two speakers? Okay, not at the moment. So let me add a few questions, if I may. What the government does, I guess people would say what the government does is more important than what the government looks like and its composition. But I guess one question that always comes up is, should not the government be taking more of a lead by having more women in the cabinet and in ministries, in higher positions? I'm sure that's a question that has been discussed in the government of Kyriakos Mitsotakis. But I'd just like to hear from you what the government's thoughts on that are. The second question I have is, are there limits, actually? Do you think there are real limits to what the government can do to address this problem of falling fertility? Obviously, we can learn the lessons of Sweden. Sweden is a country which has the highest labour force participation of women. It also actually has quite a high birth rate by comparison with others. So there's no contradiction there in terms of putting in place policies that will encourage women to enter the labour force and actually having an outcome that is positive in terms of fertility rates. That seems to be the lesson that we can learn from some of the Scandinavian countries, that if you put in place good childcare provision and policies, if you have good employment opportunities for women, equality of opportunity, good wages, and so on, that's not necessarily detrimental to what we'd all like to see, presumably, an increase in the fertility rate. But are there limits beyond that in terms of what the government can do? Because a lot of what is happening, as our two speakers said this morning, is more to do with social and cultural shifts. We are doing everything later. We are getting married later. The age at which people get married and settle down is increasing. We're postponing having children until later. Can the government really do anything to change those sort of big societal and cultural shifts? So these are questions for the Minister, and also you may want to respond to some of the points that were made by Effie as well. And of course, you're free to come back on some of these points. So over to you, first of all.
May I start?
Yes, you may.
Yeah, thank you. Να απαντήσω πρώτα.
I would like to answer the first question, why we give priority to the employed women compared to the self-employed or entrepreneurs. First of all, we need to place emphasis on the sector where the problem is more evident. Employed women have lower income, more pressure than other women. So this is the feeling of priority, especially when you don't have the chance to solve problems. So you start from the more critical problem, and you cannot solve the problems of all women at the same time. So we start from what we consider to be the more critical mass. But at the same time, we must never forget that the Directive 1158 of the EU gives priorities to the employed women and the employed people in general for reconciliation of private and work life. I accept your remark with regard to the participation of women in the cabinet. The Prime Minister has already answered that, but what I would like to say is that is not without importance that the President of the Hellenic Republic is a woman for the first time in Greece, and I believe that with regard to our ministry, we have a majority of women. I have 3 deputy ministers, 2 of them are women, and 4 secretaries general, 3 are women and 1 man. The same goes with the service general secretary. Of course, we haven't solved the issues, of course. I accept your remark on fewer women in the cabinet. Now, let me tackle the issue of Sweden to answer your question and use the answer as a bridge to make comments to the comments of Mrs. Aksyoglu. Evidently, Sweden should be an inspiration to all of us, and we are inspired by it in the sense that they, as you correctly said, they combine high participation of women in the labor market with high fertility rates or high birth rates. Yes, correct. But at this specific issue, when we talk about it, we should not misunderstand that if we want to have results except for the social and economic policies, there are limits set by social or cultural factors that we should not put them aside. It's not random that in that sense that the countries of the south of Europe, even though not all of them are poor, you cannot consider Italy as a poor country, is among the G7, have an acute demographic problem. That means that we need to see the mixture of policies exercised at different levels, and we need to be bold in that and see the way our lifestyle, our mentalities that have prevailed. Mrs. Aktioglu correctly said that salaries are quite low. We have just experienced a 10-year crisis. We are among the 22 countries with lowest salary. We have 10 among these that give higher and 11 that give lower than that in Greece. We would like to increase the lowest salary. We will do it soon, but not yet. But let's be sincere. Let us remember some pictures or films from the 60s or 50s when we did not have a demographic issue. Where the salary is much better, then was our lifestyle much better than that? I don't think that we can agree on that. I'm not inspired by those decades, of course, but if we want to have a holistic approach on the issue, we need to see all the dimensions and all factors that prevent us from solving this issue. In the framework of this national strategy, nevertheless, the government will introduce new measures. We are inspired also by the inter-party committee on the demographic issues introduced in the parliament, but the heart of our efforts should be the reconciliation of family, professional life. This is where I believe is the key, the answer, and the 6-7 measures I presented earlier about parental leaves, paternity leaves, prevention of not firing parents after a childbirth as well, besides the mothers, are important. All we do about the family professional life balance, these are measures coming to bring an answer to questions and problems raised in the past. We progressively do things. The overall legislation in issues of extra over time are harmonized with the policies introduced in other countries. What we need to see, nevertheless, and I totally agree with that, ways of increasing the participation of women in the labor market. We have a decrease of women's unemployment based on the latest data. The decrease of women's labor was 3.7 whereas the unemployment in men was decreased by 2.3%. Nevertheless, the employment rate is unequal for both genders. Nevertheless, we see that there is a slight improvement in women finding a job. Nevertheless, I said that we have introduced some measures for women that have left the labor market and now they try to make a new career. Nevertheless, that irrespective of our political and ideological differences expected in a democratic regime, I think that all parties of the parliament do agree that it is a national priority. Yes, it is a national issue. One of the most critical issues we have to deal with in Greece is not understood by all parties, unfortunately, not even by the society, is not discussed in the mass media, is considered scientific or very distant. No, it is a social, everyday problem of national importance. That is why we need to have a consensus and have a long-term policy for that.
Would you like to respond to some of the questions that have been raised, please?
Μερικά σχόλια να κάνω.
Yes, just a few comments. Firstly, about the observation by the lady here at the table. What you said is a fact that self-employed women have no support as we speak for the maternity period. I don't disagree with Mr. Hatzidakis about the fact that we should prioritize employed women, but currently a self-employed woman sadly has no support when she is to give birth. I have the personal experience now. I gave birth last July and I had to go back to my work way before the 40 days period, and I understand that this is impossible to deliver unless you have a general network of support, let's say the family, maybe the financial aid, someone to help you at home, etc. So yes, we have to prioritize self-employed women as well. That's one of the weaknesses that we have also faced and the government also faces, because we have no established maternity leaves accompanied with some support by the social welfare state for self-employed women. Now, as for the participation of women in the cabinet, indeed, it's not a problem, troubleshooting thing. You have more women in the government and that's the solution. No, but it emits a message that the government took a decision to change things and the government is the first to lead the way. So, in our case, we had a comparatively larger representation of women, which was not enough, but it was higher. But Mr. Mitsotakis failed to give a reply in a way that will not insult women, because when he was asked, Mr. Hatzidakis said that the Prime Minister gave a reply. Yes, but his reply has been a way of reproducing stereotypes. He said, we couldn't find more. There are no more than the ones we picked. No, it's not like that. It's not like women do not want to reach a higher level of the hierarchy or they don't have the qualifications. No, there's some barriers. There's something that stops them. And for me, it's one of the things that I mentioned before that stops them. We have no strong social welfare state that will allow them to move forward with their career because there is no labor environment that will allow them to move forward. They won't have the same pay with men, and they don't have the same prospects of evolution with men. There are limits to what the government can do, to the bills they may table. Is it an issue of culture that we give birth to children at a later age? To a certain extent, to a very small extent, it applies. The main problem is that the labor market currently does not secure the youngster doesn't ensure to the youngster that things will be certain and stable enough in order to create a family. What I hear from young people surrounding me is that we cannot have a family with this low pay. So I insist, the issue of payment, the issue of income is very, very important for young people in order to create a family. And it's not by chance that in Greece we had sharp decrease of the population when there has been a very abrupt change and reform of the labor market, and because the low income and the changes in the framework affects directly and heavily the issue of creating a family. At the same time, it's also an issue of perceptions of ideals, etc. I agree, and thankfully, thanks to the Me Too movement, we started talking about sexism, about the issue of substantial inequalities between men and women on a daily basis, on a daily level, let's say, even at the level of the language used, even at the level of how you address a woman on a daily basis. Thankfully, happily enough, the society is becoming more open to discuss these issues. Ending. As for reconciling private and business life, allow me to say that we should focus on the time of work, to decrease the hours of work with no decrease of the wages, of the income, and with the issues with the support of declared work, because we have a huge issue in Greece, because they declare that they work for 8 hours, but they actually for 4 hours, and they actually work for 8. So I believe that the recent initiatives taken by the government, moving to the contrary, to the opposite direction, they try to stretch the time hours as much as they can, and did not contribute to solving the issue.
No doubt the debate is going to continue. I'd really like to thank both of you, for putting your views forward so strongly. Great to hear what the government's plans are. I think it's too late. We will carry on in the next session, because the next session we have the Deputy Minister speaking, and we have experts in the field, and this discussion of demographic decline and fertility issues, and all of these things will carry on. So I will take your question in the next session. I'm very sorry, but we do have to move on. So please put your hand up in the next session. So please join me in thanking both of our speakers. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. So the next session, as I say, is going to carry on this discussion, reversing the demographic decline. We have actually 3 speakers on the panel. Unfortunately, Dora Bakianis will not be able to join us. Some of you may have heard. She is not so well at the moment, so for health reasons, she won't be able to join us today, and we really wish her all the best in the coming period. She's been a great supporter of our events over the years, and we're really all thinking of her and are behind her. So please let me ask the speakers to join me on the stage. Maria Siringela, Deputy Minister of Labour and Social Affairs, responsible for the demography and family policy and gender equality. Vice President of the Women European People's Party, Byron Kotsamanis, Professor in the Department of Planning and Regional Development at the University of Thessaly, and Alexandra Tragaki, Professor of Demography Economics in the Department of Geography at Harakopio University. Please join me on the stage now, and we can carry on the discussion. Hello, welcome. Please take a seat. Welcome. Welcome. So the speakers are just getting their microphones. So just to say that we're going to follow a similar format throughout the day. All our panelists will speak for 5-6 minutes, and this is in the interest of then having a discussion afterwards and being able to take questions. We have a very large number of people following this event online as well, and I'd like to ask the organizers if questions are coming also from our online audience, please make sure to bring them to me, and we can try and raise those as well in the course of discussions. So let's get started. Maria Sirangela, really looking forward to hearing what you've got to say. You don't need to go to the podium. I'm very happy for everybody to sit here, and but
Καταρχάς θα ήθελα να ευχαριστήσω.
First, I'll try to be brief. First of all, because I see the discussion is more lively and it is important to be interactive. So we have the experts that participated in the inter-party committee. The demography is a challenge for Greece, but for the EU and globally for the EU, since we are a member of this club for the first time, there is for the first time a commissioner in the EU in this perspective with whom we have a good cooperation. We in the government have learned to listen to the expert. That is how we tackled the COVID-19, and that is what we do now. The demographic decline is obvious in our country. We had a 10-year crisis before the health crisis. That does that we need to support families, we need to support women, mainly women who want to be part of the labor market. That is why we have introduced laws to reconcile private and professional life and support of women's labor. The minister said earlier about the paternity leaves. For the first time in Greece, it's not only their obligation to raise their children, but their right as well. So fathers can also have a paternity leave, and of course, not to be fired for some period after they have a child. Well, I have faced a similar problem in the past. When I was 24 years old, I had an interview to find a work, and the first question of the employer was, "Are you going to have children?" And expecting me to answer no. So that was a counter-incentive for me to be hired, whereas men did not have this kind of questions. Nevertheless, now they have equal rights and obligations as women. We spoke about Me Too earlier, how it is linked to demography. When you feel safe at work, you feel well. After that, you can say that I feel self-confident, that can be part of the labor market, and if I want, of course, to have family, to have a family. We combined demography with gender equality. We're not the first one. It is this case in Sweden, in Denmark as well. When we have equality, we saw in this country demography improved. And In the south, of course, we have equality issues, more acute ones. We introduced the institution of neighborhood nannies. Yes, freelancers are not entitled to a childbirth leave. That is why we introduced neighborhood nannies. It will start, the pilot will start in January in order to support freelancers as well and employed women that have a different working hours than the employed working in the public sector, 8 to 3 or 9 to 5. We have this measure introduced for nurses, women working in shops. We want to support families and mostly women, especially when they are mothers for the first time. They feel insecure. Only that, not, of course, not daycare centers within the enterprises. The enterprises, with the support of the state, will be introduced within the company areas to care for children, and the people who will work as carers in these companies will be paid partially by the state. This is the case in other countries. We will do that in Greece as well. Work private life balance. We did not transpose the law from the EU. We adjusted it to the social needs of the society. We took a step further. At the same time, digital transition, we saw how important it is and how people care, employed men and women, to work from home, preferably some days of the week. We saw that it was important during the COVID-19. It was an innovation for the private and public sector. It worked. And we have a framework, a legal framework for telework with the latest act, and we have the rationale that women may have the opportunity to work in jobs earlier considered to be masculine alone. We tried to erase these stereotypes. We have introduced an innovation center for young women and girls to guide women, because in the years to come, a lot of jobs, job openings in the EU will have to do with jobs that need digital skills, and gradually, steady steps, and based on the report of the inter-party committee, we have agreed, all parties, in a specific program. We have all agreed that if we want to have results, we need to work in the long term and not change the priorities from government to government or minister to minister. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. So over to you, Professor Kotsamanis.
Σε ευχαριστώ για την πρόσκληση. Κάνω ένα σχόλιο για τον τίτλο της...
I'd like to make a comment about the title of the presentation. There is no question mark. I think there has to be a question mark at the title of the session. So, is there, let's say, a way to reverse the demographic decline? For me, there is no way of having this reversal in the next 30 years. for some specific reasons. First, because the European population and the Greek population is aging. What does this mean? It means that we have more and more old people of more than 65 years old, both proportionally and in absolute terms. We know that deaths don't come, let's say, in an equal way from all age groups. 80% of deaths come from the ages of 65 years old and more. So, in a series of countries like Greece, in the future we will have more and more elderly people, so we're going to have more and more deaths. In the past 5 years we had 125,000 deaths. So if we take out the additional deaths because of the pandemic, we expect that in the next 20 to 30 years we're going to have 130,000 deaths. We cannot avoid that. We all know that. So, and there's nothing we can do. The second component is births. Births in Greece is approximately amount to 82,000 ones. No matter what policy measure you take, and you have to take them, you cannot exceed 90 to 92,000 births. This doesn't mean we should stay idle, so we have to do things in order to increase the number of births. But no matter what measures you take, my perception is, my understanding is that you cannot increase that to more than 90,000 births, if not decreased. And the reason for that is women in the coming decades that will be in an age of childbearing will become less and less. That's the first thing. Second, we have children at a later age compared to our parents. This is something that it might be stopped. It would be good to stop it. And the third reason is that young couples, both now and in the future, unless we stop it, they will have less and less children compared to their parents. Now, in Greece, for instance, women born in 1955 have, in average, 2 children, 2.1, which is a bit below the replacement rate, because at that era the replacement rate was higher because there were a lot of deaths. From 1980s onwards, this is not the same. So in 1950s, women would have 2 children, a bit less than the replacement rate, because there was an additional death because of the period. Women born in 1975, we're talking about 40 years ago, have 1.5 children. So we're talking about half a child less. So why do they do that? This is a very technical what I'm talking about, but you have to understand that because you're a politician in order to take certain measures. This was due to the fact that women born in 1955 and women born in 1985 have a difference in the number of couples with no children. In the 1950s, actually 90% of women born in 1955 would have the first child. Out of 100 women born in 1975, 22 of them will be with no children until the end of their life. So out of these 78 remaining women, there will be a smaller percentage of women having children. So, unless we understand what's going on, technically speaking, we won't be able to take measures. And allow me to comment and review on your measures. You said something about the report. The measure you took about 2,000 euros per child, let me reassure you that this will not deliver. It will have no result with respect to increasing the average number of children a family will have. So we know 2 things. We know the deaths will be approximately 130,000 a year, 30,000. We will have 82,000 births. So unless we take measures, and even if we take measures, the number of births will not increase significantly. So the scale for the next 20, 30 years will tip towards the negative. Let's say, side. We're going to have 40 to 45,000 people less. So in 10 years' time, we're talking about 400,000 people less, and in 40 years, we're going to talk about 1 million people less. So unless, what can we do? And of course, migration will not play a role in that. What we can do is to increase the gap between births and deaths. That's one thing. What else can we do? We can take measures now we can do certain things about the migration. For instance, in the past 10 years, there was a difference between births and deaths, negative result by 300,000, and there was a, let's say, some 40,000 people born less every year. So in 40 years' time, going to have 1 million people less. And the negative space, the difference between these two parameters will not be reversed. There is no way in the next 40 years to have more births than deaths. Practically speaking, our population will decrease, but won't decrease equally in all age groups. It will increase in the ages beyond 65, so we're going to have, the so-called active people will be less. Another important issue has to do about the following. The active population is not the population that works. It's the population that potentially may work. Our country has a particularity, and that's both a challenge and an opportunity, talking about the demographic crisis. Our country may increase the percentage of participation of active in the working population. That's the first challenge. And the second is to significantly decrease unemployment. If we do that, and I'm talking now in quantitative terms, although in the future the people who may get a job from 25 to 55 will be decreased as a number, we can increase the number of the people actually working. And one more remark, an important one. The wealth of a country is not a function of the number of people in active age. No, it's a function of the part of these people who work, out of all these people who can potentially work. This is the number of people who produce. So, at the second stage, second level, it's also a function of the people of work, yes, and of the kind of productivity. What's the kind of work, the services they offer, the added value? How is this allocated? And this is what will finance all our systems. And it's not about focusing on the number of people who may work, but it's about focusing on what we should do in order for those who can work will have high productivity, high added value in their work. And this is the topic of this discussion. We have one of the lowest participation percentages of women in the workforce. So the demographic crisis is a challenge to change our labor market. And talking about aging, our country has a particularity. We penalize those who are retired and still want to work. It's the only case in Europe. We changed that. Yes, we changed that to a bit. But you get a penalty if you work after you retire. And at the same time, the number of people beyond the age of 65 opens up a brand new market of services and products, which is a very dynamic market for our economy. And at the same time, you have to be very meticulous, very cautious, because the 65 years old or more, retired people, etc., will have to be more easily integrated in the social, financial, cultural, and political life. We're not talking about the burden. It's a population group that may become a source of power, although they have certain characteristics, negative ones. Now, talking about the migrants and the foreigners, we're going to have 400,000 deaths more than births. So one cannot say that we're going to have 400,000 births more or incoming migrants more to cover that. No. So if we have issues of demography, what we can do is have a reasonable use of migration. But we cannot have, let's say, 40,000 incoming migrants more in order to compensate. No. Let us say one more thing. Migrant women have more children than us, yes, but this will not be the solution to low birth rates in Greece, because foreigners have one more child more than Greek women, yes, but at the same time, they represent 10% of all women at an age of childbearing. So there is no way that someone might support that foreigners will solve the problem. No, there's no way they can do it. They want solution the issue of low fertility and low birth rates in our country. We can solve that if we get targeted measures that will create a more favorable environment for having children. For instance, policies about gender inequalities, gender-based inequalities in public and private sector, policies and measures to reconcile business and family life, and third, policies that will have to do with the social welfare and will decrease the overall uncertainty of young couples to have a family, even in marriage or without marriage, out of marriage or with a contract of coexistence. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I didn't want to cut you off.
Δεν ήθελα...
But I liked that you then did not succumb to a fatalism and talked about the things that actually are not discussed enough that can be done to change the situation. So now we have to finish at 11:30, so I do want to take some questions. So it's over now to Professor Tragaki to hear your points, and then we will take some questions before we break for coffee.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Καλημέρα και πολλές ευχαριστίες.
Good morning. Thanks for inviting me to take part in this discussion. Let me start by sending my warm wishes to Mrs. Dora Bakoyari for this adventure she's going through, for this challenge she's going through, and of course, kudos to the experts, to the scientists who represent the main weapon we have in times of uncertainty. And this uncertainty is what I would like to put emphasis on during my short, brief contribution, because the issue of demographic evolution has already been analyzed and properly considered by my previous co-speakers. The 21st century, judging by the first 2 decades, seems to be the time of great shifts. These shifts or movements, the speaker uses a very generic term in Greek, seem that we have a change of the center of gravity of population to the south and to the east. And we can certainly see the geopolitical repercussions of that. Population also moves from rural areas to urban areas. Most countries, as we speak, are countries with a fertility below the replacement rate for generations. These shifts, these movements have a huge impact. China is getting old. India will become the top power in the world. Nigeria will have the highest number of population. Most people on earth won't be white in the future. Europe is shrinking. In 2017 white paper on the future of Europe with a horizon of 2025, the starting sentence was, for many years, and I quote, for many years Europe used to be the future, unquote. Can we truly say that this will keep on happening given these demographic conditions? Because apart from the unprecedented demographic changes, we see that they take place in an unprecedentedly challenging environment, uncertain environment. Having left the financial crisis behind, and before we are out in the open after the pandemic, we find ourselves before an energy crisis, while we have the climate changes underway. I think that it goes without saying that millennials and Gen Z feel absolutely, let's say, in darkness, because for them, crisis is in their daily agenda. It's very difficult for young people to take decisions in in such an uncertainty, in period of uncertainty. Coupons are great, benefits are great, but they don't give, let's say, prospect or any certainty, or vouchers. They give no solution. So if it is difficult for young people to have children in such times of uncertainty, imagine how difficult it is to give birth to a child in times of uncertainty, and you have no choice about that. So what we find ourselves before is a general climate of uncertainty, and there is only one way to deal with that. And now this brings me to the subtitle, to the undertitle of this session about solidarity and support. Solidarity is of critical importance. Solidarity at all levels. It is important to have the cooperation of all stakeholders in order to create an environment of security. It's important to have the collaboration between the public and the private sector in order to launch initiatives to create this environment of relative certainty. Actually, we're talking more about an environment of trust, that you're not alone against these issues. The contribution by NGOs is very, very important. When talking about the gaps that the government cannot cover, it's important to discuss about the collaboration between generations to face demographic aging. What is important to say is that we have to promote solidarity between EU member states. Europe remembered how it is to work together and how we can help each other. Demographics is the main issue in which a common platform of European cooperation must exist. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, all of you. Some great contributions there. So we've got 10 minutes. I want to take the lady over here if she still wants to put her question. Yes, can we have a microphone? Thank you.
Γεια σας, είμαι η Άντζελα Καμπουράκη.
Angela Kaboraki from the BOD of Association of Women of Culture and Tourism. My question is for Mrs. Maria Sirengela regarding an issue she touched upon: cooperation of Ministry of Education guiding women to digital labor in Europe. Have you done anything in that? Have you thought of women of culture and tourism? We have a lot of women working there, working part-time, full-time in culture and tourism. We want to ask you to support us. And we don't have support for these women working in this field. Of course, we don't guide women to digital, to telework. We want to introduce new professions to women that have to do with digital skills. Our country, in older ages, 45 plus, women are ranked last compared to women in other EU. Thank God this is not the case for younger women. Of course, when we talk about women, we talk about women of all fields. We will have an innovation center in cooperation with a Relevant in Norway, where women will be able to learn this kind of skills. Young girls, women, it is in cooperation with the Ministry of Education and research centers, Athena and Democritus. We take the guidelines from the Innovation Lab in Norway, and we do cooperate with them. And of course, it includes all fields, including tourism, where a lot of women work.
Before I put some questions, have we got another? Yes, lady here. Can we have a microphone here? Thank you.
Καλή σας μέρα.
Good morning, Christina Fitea, General Secretary of Women Entrepreneurs. Question to the Deputy Minister. Best practices are sought to reconcile family and work life. You talked earlier about neighborhood nannies. I want to ask you something. It raises certain questions concerning the framework and the evaluation of the carers. We talk about taking care of babies, infants, which means that the quality of service is of paramount importance. We must not forget that nurseries or daycare centers work under a very strict protocols. Could you comment this activity? First of all, care at home does exist. If someone thinks that this is not the case, we have a lot of women working at different homes. What we try to do, we will have a certification so that parents feel more secure that the person visiting the house or hosting their baby at her house is certified. So we make it very strong, safety. And this labor at home, offering care, is black labor, is not registered anywhere. So we will try to do it officially. So the people who work will have social security and, of course, a pension, so their labor will be registered in the national resources.
Thank you very much. I think there's another question. Has somebody got... Gentleman here.
Kalimera. Good morning, Kakouris. The question to the Deputy Minister. With regard to what the professor has already said, since a lot of our bright minds, 25 to 65, are not working any longer. I was a victim of that. As a government, are you going to do anything when we are 40 to 45 in Greece and we have a background, labor background of 25 years of work? We feel insecure because we won't be able to find a job at the age of 45. After the mid-90s, there is the mentality in the private sector to fire mid-employees because they cost a lot. That actually infected the country because we have people with no skills, and I haven't seen in the last 20 years to have done something on that. The minister has already said that in the recovery fund we have some training programs. Yes, some companies might have lost some of their labor or fired some of their labor. And usually women were mostly fired. And men, of course, the whole of society suffered. But in the recovery fund, we have some training programs and they have the gender dimension. We don't have specific programs for men or women. And we see in the labor market, there are companies that ask for people with specific skills and they don't find them. For example, IT companies. In this field, we need to have training or retraining and lifelong learning. We are well aware, and all studies show that our children, when they grow up and try to find a job throughout their working life, their work life might change 4 or 5 professions, not jobs. Society moves fast, technology always brings something new, so training and lifelong learning is important.
Thanks. Down to 1 minute, and now everybody's hands are going up. We do have to break for coffee. I will take this question. We may not be able to answer it now, but I hope we can carry on in the next session with it. But please put your question very briefly.
Ονομάζομαι
Κωστής Βογιατζής. I would like my question has to do with the answer of the lady on the previous question. We avoided to answer the question, or you haven't understood the question. The question is not how to find a job. People, because of our age, are out of labor. We are out of labor because of our age or the value we represent for the employers. It's not a question of skills or redefining of our training. The question is if there is a prediction or support in the labor market of people over 60s. Professor rightly said, what is the case in other countries? For example, in Switzerland, the pensioners, if they continue to work, they stop their social security contributions because they are already pensioners. What are the predictions in your policy? We have a law here already voted, and pensioners can work paid with 70% of their pension compared to the past where they were remunerated with 30% of their pension. Unfortunately, the comment of the gentleman is off the mic. Compared to the past, they were remunerated with 30% of their pension. Now they are allowed to get 70% of their pension.
Lots of issues been raised, and I'm very sorry that we can't carry on. We do have to break for lunch. I think very important questions have been raised. In the UK, you cannot make anybody retire. You can carry on working, and the culture has changed. The questions that the professor was making, you know, we need to start rethinking, now that people are living longer, healthier lives, that they can still play a productive role in the economy, even after retirement age. So it's not a zero-sum game. We can also change what sort of jobs are available. The working age population is the potential working age population, as you say. In the UK, I'm not sure what the percentage is, 20% of the working age population is not working. They're either students or they're out of the labour market. We can change these things. These are things that we need to carry on discussing over the course of the day. And the point you raised about millennials and Generation Z or Z, and this kind of pervasive uncertainty. We need to address that. We need to confront it, actually, and not, you know, why should actually millennials and Generation Z be more fatalistic than people who came out of the First World War or the Second World War? You know, this is a cultural zeitgeist that needs to be challenged. Lots of issues, and we'll carry on, but over coffee maybe with this discussion. But please join me in thanking our speakers. As always, we could do with more time, but thanks for the issues that you raised. Break for coffee now, and we have all the speakers here for the next panel, so 15 minutes for coffee. You can bring your coffee back in. Come back in for the next session. Thank you very much. I think we need...
Basking in the sunshine, watch a songbird fly. Walking by the river, staring at the blue sky.
Αν θέλεις ένας τόπος να γεμίσει ζωή, πρέπει πρώτα να γεμίσει παιδιά. Στη EuroLife FFH, σε συνεργασία με τη Hope Genesis, κάνουμε μαζί ένα πρώτο βήμα ενάντια στην υπογεννητικότητα σε 10 περιοχές της Ελλάδας. Γιατί όταν ένα θέλω έχει αξία, πρέπει να παίρνει ζωή. EuroLife FFH. Τι έχει αξία για σένα? θέλεις ένας τόπος να γεμίσει ζωή, πρέπει πρώτα να γεμίσει παιδιά. Στη EuroLife FFH, σε συνεργασία με τη Hope Genesis, κάνουμε μαζί ένα πρώτο βήμα ενάντια στην υπογεννητικότητα σε 10 περιοχές της Ελλάδας. Γιατί όταν ένα θέλω έχει αξία, πρέπει να παίρνει ζωή. EuroLife FFH. Τι έχει αξία για σένα?
watch a songbird fly. Walking by the river, staring at the blue sky.
Αν θέλεις ένας τόπος να γεμίσει ζωή, πρέπει πρώτα να γεμίσει παιδιά. Στη EuroLife FFH, σε συνεργασία με τη Hope Genesis, κάνουμε μαζί ένα πρώτο βήμα ενάντια στην υπογεννητικότητα σε 10 περιοχές της Ελλάδας. Γιατί όταν ένα θέλω έχει αξία, πρέπει να παίρνει ζωή. EuroLife FFH. Τι έχει αξία για σένα?
watch a songbird fly. Walking by the river, staring at the blue sky.
Αν θέλεις ένας τόπος να γεμίσει ζωή, πρέπει πρώτα να γεμίσει παιδιά. Στη EuroLife FFH, σε συνεργασία με τη Hope Genesis, κάνουμε μαζί ένα πρώτο βήμα ενάντια στην υπογεννητικότητα σε 10 περιοχές της Ελλάδας. Γιατί όταν ένα θέλω έχει αξία, πρέπει να παίρνει ζωή. EuroLife FFH. Τι έχει αξία για σένα?
Okay, so we've got through quite a lot already this morning, and quite naturally some questions have already been raised about the topic of our next session, which is the social security system, which we're going to be looking at now in some detail. So I would like to invite our three speakers to join me, please, now on the stage, and we can start the panel. That is Panagiotis Tsakloglou, Deputy Minister for Social Security Affairs at the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs of Greece, Alexander Sarayoglu, Chairman of the BOD Hellenic Association of Insurance Companies and Chairman and CEO of EuroLife FFH Insurance Group, and Miltiadis Nektarios, Professor at the University of Piraeus, Chairman at the Institute for the Economics of Aging. Welcome, all of you, and please take a seat. Okay. We're just getting the microphone sorted out. Podium, okay. Okay, let me ask the Deputy Minister then to introduce his remarks. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Φυσικά θα μιλήσω στα ελληνικά και
I will speak in Greek. I would like to thank the organizers for their invitation to participate in this panel with exceptional participants. Ladies and gentlemen, the Greek social security system has been distributory until recently, which means that the pensions of the pensioners right now are paid by the present employees and workers. This is good when we have a lot of people employed. The analogy percentage of pensioners to workers is 7 to 1 ratio. But when we introduced this present social security system in the past, we had the reversed ratio, which was okay. But right now, this is not acceptable. The estimates right now show us that we have less than 2 employees for a pensioner. That means that the country is aging. I think that the reasons were analyzed. Less childbirths, the fertility rate has been decreasing in all developed countries throughout the world, irrespectively, and there is no European country this very moment where the percentage of fertility is more than 2.1, which is 2.1 children for women of reproductive age. In Greece, Mr. Kojamanis has already mentioned that this figure was back in the 70s, 80s. Today, this ratio is 1.37 children per woman in reproductive age, and even the most optimistic forecast tell us that we won't exceed 1.6% in Greece, as all developed countries and more developing ones in the last many decades. We have an increase of life expectation by a decade. In terms of historical time, this perception is inconceivable. This combination of the above factors is lead us to the conclusion that we are less and aged. And Greece is following this trend. The age pyramid we used to learn in statistics in our country has reversed, and in some decades it will be fully reversed. I think, as I said earlier, this is the case for all countries. Some of them have earlier understood that these developments will influence their pension systems and try to change them. They don't want to expose all their pension systems exposed to demographic risks, but they wanted to allocate the risks. They highlighted the capitalization of the system. 50% of the employees right now in the majority of the OECD is covered by a complementary pension system in Sweden, in Finland, in the Netherlands, in Denmark. They are not the paradise of liberalism, where the coverage of people that have a pension complementary to the traditional one is representing part of the total of their pensions. What did we do in Greece? We had this
σε κεφαλαιοποιητικό, η οποία ψηφίστηκε πρόσφατα, η Ελλάδα προχωρά έστω και με καθυστέρηση στο χρόνο που έχουν.
In Greece we had this redistributive system which did not pay off. The new law of 2021 is the creation of a complementary pension. So to have the redistribution system in place and a complementary one. So the pensioner will have 3 pensions in various risks: the national pension, fiscal risk. The second is the redistributional one, demographic, and the supplementary one, which will be influenced by the market risk, which means that we will have allocation of risks. That means that the government, the pension is guaranteed and the whole system is sustainable. We want via this legislation to decrease the risks. The second aspect is that we believe that via this way we assure higher pension in the future pensioners. Let's see countries where we have supplementary contributions operating besides the redistributive ones. By changing the social security system, we create capital. Part of this capital will be invested in the Greek economy. That allows us to believe that in a country like Greece, where the percentage of deposits compared to the gross national product is quite low, will allow to increase the percentage of deposits for investments. And in that way, we also try to deal with black economy, with when we have labor which is not secured, which is to the detriment of the society. Two more questions of the panel. I will start with social solidarity and I will focus in the family dimension. We introduced the new characteristics in the pension because we want to have better pensions in the future. Intergenerational solidarity is not from one generation to the other, to the next, but it is between generations. For example, this generation of our children has been burdened a lot. See our public debt. We need to do something in order to alleviate the burden for this generation. So we need some solidarity from the older to the younger generations. And we believe with this reform we're working towards this direction. The second question has to do with the relation of this pension with the capitalized funds or private pension schemes. It is like an investment. This contributes to train the employees and actually train people in thinking of funded pension schemes, and that will help in developing the second and third pillar that we are in need of. I have already mentioned that deposits in Greece are quite low. Our gross national product was not that high or was not supported by deposits. We also need to recognize the need for complementary pensions from the workers per se. If people understand the benefits of complementarity, we will move forward in a more optimistic way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Over to you now, Alexander.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Θα ήθελα πρώτα απ' όλα να ευχαριστήσω τον Economist και
I'd like first to thank The Economist and the Hope Genesis and for The Economist for this beautiful event. Let me start from the end. Dear Minister, I'd like to congratulate you for this reform at last and for the a bit timid or silent, let's say, kickoff of the new pay-as-you-go system, the redistributive system. And last night, I was really happy to hear the Minister of Health talking about the health-related issues that clearly we have to have some kind of partnerships between the private and the public sector. It is really high time that we acknowledged in this country of Greeks who are very famous for their entrepreneurship. It is a sin. It is not a sin to do to get involved with things in a private way as a private enterprise and support and partner with the public sector. Now, representing the insurance market, the insurance industry, let me start by saying that an insurance policy covers certain risks. This insurance may be private or public. Let me stick to the main risks. For instance, natural disasters. I don't want to say more about that because we've been experiencing them in a more frequent and intense way in the past months and years. The second risk has to do with health. Greeks pay double the amount of out-of-pocket money that a European citizen pays for their health. So quick access to healthcare services is a risk and it has to be covered. Of course, the risk of death and the risk of the so-called old-aged poverty. The minister before me and previous speakers discussed the issue of the increase in longevity. So old-age poverty, which means to grow old and to grow poorer than what you expected or than what you were in the past during your active life, is the risk we are all talking about. When we examine Greece with respect to any of these risks, we may find that as a nation, as people, in the long run and regardless of governments, we made a choice. And the choice was we want to get this security, this insurance, coming only from the public sector. And that's a peculiar choice because no other OECD member state made that extremely odd and weird choice, that we rely fully on the public sector. And of course the public sector, and I don't want to analyze all the crises we've been through in the past, the public sector cannot cover for everything. So let me come to the issue of pensions, and I'll give you just one slide. The minister commented on that, but I'd like to share with you some figures. Here we are. Normally we try to find where Greece ranks. Check the bottom of the left-hand side list. So here you have the total assets in retirement savings plans. We're talking about the OECD countries. So these are retirement saving plans in public or private funds, but exactly as the minister described them. We're talking about funded pension schemes, which means I put some money and a deposit, and that's for me. It's not a pay-as-you-go money, which means I pay for my mother's pension. So we see that the OECD average is close to 50% of a country's GDP. We're talking about the money saved in a plan for the pension, and Greece is close to 0 point something. So if I may translate that as a poet and as a technocrat at the same time, allow me to say the following, that if I retire today, and I'm 67 years old, the average OECD citizen has the salaries of 6 months, let's say, on the side, and the Greek citizen, if he retires today, has no more than the money needed for 3 days put aside. That's why we have to quick swiftly, and of course this reform is the way forward. That's something that this government started that was very correct, but we have to do something more. We have to incentivize the rest of the security, the security systems. We have a European market in front of us, and it's high time that we gave incentives to young people, 25, 30 years old, to put aside some money before taxes in order to fund a system. Actually, the European Union, the European Commission, in fact, has included the PEP scheme, the pension funds, which move from one country to another. So we have to give incentives to young people to put some money aside. I'm talking about money before taxes, so that they pay first for their own, let's say, retirement, and then pay for the utility bills, for the rent, so that this figure is not 0 point something, and after a while we're going to get Greeks having some money put aside for the old age. Always in a complementary way to the public system, but it's high time in Greece that we turned our eyes towards the truth, at least the truth of the other peoples whom we want to become similar to. Now, talking about Eurolife, the company I work for, we are greatly happy to say that we support the work of Hope Genesis and Stefanos Kandakas and his staff. I've visited remote islands, for instance Patmos, where the balance of births to deaths was reversed. Now they have more births there thanks to the work carried out by Hope Genesis. So when talking about ESG, then I think it's very important to turn that into practice, all of us. Thank you very, very much.
Excellent. Thank you very much indeed. Let me turn now to our final speaker on the panel, Mr. Nektarios, Professor at the University of Piraeus, an expert on the economics of aging. Looking forward to hearing your views.
Firstly, I'd like to thank the organizers for this really kind invitation to attend such an interesting event. I'd like to say something on top of the previous speakers, taking the relay from the minister about the pension system. But I would like to focus on the health system. Of course, this relates to the pandemic, of course, and that's the topic of this discussion, and the population aging. And of course, the imminent or next pandemic that may occur. And this also relates to how the country is preparing itself in order to tackle the aging population, the issue of aging population. So what is the starting point, my dear friends? The starting point is that we have one of the worst healthcare systems in Europe, according to the Eurobarometer of recent years. The same applies in other areas, unfortunately. So, ahead of the new challenges because of the aging population, we have to realize that there is no time left. We have to stop doing the things we've been doing after the fall of the dictatorship, which means deferring the reforms of the healthcare system and as a result ranking last in the EU 27 table. As you may be aware of, those involved with the industry, we have stopped reforming since the 1980s. All other developed countries in the world have already completed 3 waves of reforms of their healthcare system. In Greece, time froze in the 1980s, when it was the last time when the provision of healthcare services was strongly supported by creating a large network of hospitals and primary healthcare units. But in the years that followed, we took no steps. Most importantly, we linked the Social Security Fund, EOP currently, or the previous or the predecessors, with the providers of healthcare services. That's a huge weakness, actually, of our healthcare system, and that would be the final test for whether we can properly improve the healthcare system and upgrade the services provided. Now, upgrading the healthcare services, I'm talking now about the public sector, is the sine qua non so that the national healthcare system may attract additional resources and funds coming from private insurance industry. And of course, this industry doesn't come close to the public sector for obvious reasons, because 10% of the population who can afford private insurance policies, they move to private hospitals. We are the only we are the only country in which public hospitals underperformed compared to private ones. So a reform of the healthcare system means to do exactly what the other countries have been doing, replacing, actually turning public hospitals into something that may outperform the private ones. Politicians in the past 20-30 years were not that keen to these ideas, because agreeing to that means losing some of your political impact, because political system means money, voting, and the insurance system is quite strong. That might explain some of the lobbying. So ahead of this new state of affairs, professors from 5 Greek universities created a very meticulous, very detailed study that may be implemented with no need of additional funds. I repeat, no more money needed, just by internally reorganizing and restructuring the healthcare system, its administration, its operations, etc. Subject to that, and if ever there is the political will needed, we will acquire one of the best European healthcare systems without needing to spend one additional euro. So I'd like to stress that these are one of the very few opportunities we have in our country. What the minister said before are things that should have happened in the 1990s, talking about the pension scheme. Since nothing happened then, you saw what happened in the past 10 years with the full collapse of the pension system and halving the pension payments for 3 million beneficiaries and pensioners. And let's not fool ourselves, there will be more crises to come. And let us not forget, we have the most aging society in Europe. So we have to tackle both the healthcare requirements, but also deal with the brand new product we will need in order to manage the aging population. We're talking about long-term healthcare services. It's a very complicated product which, in order to be offered, one has to finance. Currently, countries stand, let's say, away from financing this additional health-related necessity, and they rely on private funds. As time goes by, government spending for long-term healthcare services will increase, yes, but this is one additional reason why we should complete this long-delayed reform of the healthcare system, delayed for 30 years, because we run out of time. If we lose this 10 years period, this decade, then the problem will be so huge, the healthcare system will be so weak that the country will fail to tackle the next or any next pandemic, let alone, and of course, will fail to deal with the increased number of AIDS people with conditions. Solutions exist, they have been tested in other developed countries, and we are the only ones who made no change to this direction over the past 30 years. I think it's an issue, it all boils down to the political will in order to kick off with this necessary radical reform of the healthcare system. We have the full, let's say, program, the full plan of what we should do. What we need is the most challenging thing, political will. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good to talk about the healthcare system as well as the social security system. We have 10 minutes until we move on to the next panel. So let me look first of all to the audience for questions. Okay, I have several hands. There's a lady here in Oh, she's calling somebody else. There's a gentleman here at the front. Have we got a microphone? Yes. Thank you.
Στα ελληνικά, νομίζω, you want to speak in Greek, I suppose, right? Να μιλήσω στα ελληνικά.
I will speak in Greek. Good morning, Nikos Vlachos, professor of gynecology. I think the previous speakers put it rightly so. We should not distinct between the private and public sector. We are all Greeks. We are at a crisis, and if we see what has already happened in this country, when we have cooperation of the public and private sector, we were able to solve the problems. I will disagree with the last speaker that medicine in private sector is better than in the public sector. I think that probably the infrastructure might be better in the private sector, but on the other hand, there is underuse of talents existing in the public sector. We have an exceptional personnel in the public sector that unfortunately Greece cannot make use of, and they go abroad. And on the other hand, we don't have quality assurance and quality control systems to have a standard of care. I think that via dialogue and cooperation, both sectors will upgrade. The private sector can benefit from the brain power of the public sector, and the public sector be benefited by the manpower and the financial power of the private sector. This will help the country in the long run.
A minute to that, which was a statement rather than a question, but that's fine. Important point. Any other questions? I have a few myself for the panel, but just to privilege the audience. Any other questions? Okay, please keep the questions short and say whom you wish to address. Thank you.
For the minister, Mr. Georgiou is also here. And I was in a hospital for a serious problem. Is there a plan for the government to gradually go to a social security system where we will pay less contribution to the state and another part for our pension in a private insurance, because I cannot pay 300 euros for social security in the state with 1,200 salary?
To do with the pandemic impact on this whole sector. Will there be a long-term scarring effect of the pandemic on the Greek labour market? And how will this affect the social security system? I'm thinking that in many ways Greece is a special case. We've seen extraordinary government support for households and businesses. At some point that will be withdrawn. The question is when, because we have an industry here in this country that has been very seriously affected, tourism and hospitality more generally, which implies that actually support needs to continue for much longer, which has implications for the public debt, and so on. But then there's also the question of the impact of the pandemic on the labour market. We see huge transformations in other countries. I don't know if the Greek market is exempt from that. We see what is being called the Great Resignation of workers withdrawing from the labour market in America and the UK, big problems with recruiting people, even when there's high unemployment. And expectations, people's expectations now of what they want from work and from employment seem to have changed. I'm wondering, do you think that this is going to have an impact on Greece? So there's some quite big questions already, including the ones we've got from the floor, so I'm going to allow you all to come back.
First of all, in the first question, it was about social security mostly, as you put it. In the past, when I was in the academia, I could speak for everything, but now I will speak in social security, since this is my area of expertise. You need to think of two things. We have issues of effectiveness and equality. Mr. Sargeorgiou have already touched upon that. Some limited incentives for private insurance existing before the crisis of the past decade is something we are examining, but we haven't concluded. We need always to have the pay-as-you-go results. The ones that benefit from these incentives are in the upper part of the distribution of the revenue. The question of the chair. When we are at crisis, we tend to believe that the sky has fallen on our heads, that we will be destroyed. We saw that in the past decade during the crisis in our country. It was the worst crisis of all. But when we exited the crisis, we tended to forget. But we were hit by the pandemic, of course. Unless we have a deterioration of the pandemic, for example, no medicines to combat it. From now on, I don't believe we will have a long-term effects in labor markets won't be extremely important. As far as our country is concerned, even though we are in a difficult situation because of the financial crisis, the government supported both businesses and households, and they have been proven successful. In social securities, we paid the social security contributions on those who were not working during the pandemic, and we paid extra remunerations, and we paid the contributions before the pandemic with regard to their salaries. We gave additional money to the Social Security Fund, 1.2 of the GDP, which is irrespective to the 16 billion we invest globally to support the social security system. But we don't have any support measures any longer. We keep having some support measures in culture areas that are not properly operating. The tourism, we expect next year to have a full rebound. Therefore, the data we have until now show that our economy is recovering. And the unemployment rate has decreased by 3 percentage points amid the pandemic. And since we're going to have money from RRF for our country, we want to hope that in the next years to come will be years of prosperity, fall of unemployment, and rebound of the economy.
Yes. Οπότε θα ήθελα...
I would like to talk about the public contributions that are quite expensive with low services from the hospitals, whereas the same money paid in a private insurance would give better services for the patient. Well, that is that is the case. I think that the contributions to the state are quite high, so the citizens don't have money to spend on private insurance. This is something that is offered by the public sector, which needs to be sensitive and prices such so as to assist the weak and all those who need help. Is not the same with the private sector, but these services are offered also by the private sector. And in Greece, we live in a system in which the public sector monopolizes this whole mission of services, health services offered to the citizens, with results influenced by the political climate and other factors. And if you assess them technocratically, and the state cannot be technocratic alone. It has a social dimension as well, or it cannot be social alone. At the end of the day, we have assessment and there is an open market, and in the end, we'll assess the service we get by a provider. Either we talk about a private provider or the public. More freedom in the choices, I believe, will make a better public sector. When the state decreases competition and assessment, will become better per se. And for the labor market, I don't think it was influenced as in other countries where we have people moving from one city to the next. This is an opportunity here. I prefer to see it as such. The opportunity is that all companies seek the next model via which we will work. And this next model has telework, more freedom. Of course, it raises the question of how to protect the culture of the company, but in the long run, we need to find the solution.
Θα ήθελα να συνεχίσω με την ερώτηση.
I would like to give an answer to decrease social security contributions to the state and purchase an equal value offer by the private insurances. Only Germany has given this opportunity to its employees for revenues above 80,000 euros, and only one-digit figure from the beneficiaries accepts not to pay social security contributions to the state and purchase that from the private sector. And if we had time for a seminar, we would have proven why this reaction is correct. So all over the world, developed world, no state has given insurance coverage in the private sector. They have introduced 3 ways of cooperation between the state and the private insurance market, because the private insurance market cannot bear the burden to cover the whole population. In the study I mentioned earlier, there is a one way suggested for Greece. What is the problem in Greece? That the Greek citizens pay 40% of their health expenditure from their pocket. This suggestion comes to say the state holds a percentage of the total health burden, and the rest goes to the private insurance market. This is the case all over Europe. We have these reforms I talked about earlier since the 1990s. The state protects the population, the whole population, but they left a part to the private insurance market because this is to the benefit of the state. This is the solution to the problem for Greece as well. The state has to discuss with the private insurances and other agencies that will come along how to allocate the burden so as to improve the operation of the public health care system and reinforce the private insurance market, which is respective of AOP. In the private sector, health sector, we have the offer as well, because we have the hospitals as well. But usually the hotel services they offer hospitals impress the citizens and not the medical services offered, because equal services are offered by the public hospitals as well. So I think by reforming the whole system without spending any extra euros to that, we can improve the quality services wished by everyone, and then you will see how the resources from the private sector and other sectors focus on the public system, health system. But we need to abolish the single payroll of doctors in the public sector to be paid based on their assessment or their contribution to the system. We cannot have single payment for all doctors doing their job properly or not. I think that the only reason why we don't do anything is political will. We've been running behind for 30 years with regard to the pensions, and you see how many pensioners now are complaining. I think that it is a question of political will. This is the final opportunity. We have the pandemic, we have aging population.
We need to end the session and move on to the next, but we've come back to the question of political will, so I'm going to ask the Deputy Minister to just respond very briefly to that and maybe another point you wanted to pick up on.
I'd like to make a very quick comment about certain things that have been discussed. I'm not going to disagree, but I'm not in favor of state protectionism, but having a public security system, social security system, and the healthcare system comes with specific financial arguments, both in terms of equality and in terms of efficiency and effectiveness. As for the pension system, one good thing is that you collect all the risks. One of the main things that an insurance company wants is to pool more risks. If you leave that to the private initiative, this means that great parts of the population may remain uninsured. And if somebody decides to become insured, then it will be too late. As for the good or successful healthcare systems, they are successful because they attain economies of scale, and that's not something minor. It's what we truly want as well. And of course, this doesn't mean that these two systems, I'm talking about the healthcare system and the pension system, have to be exclusively state-run. as far as my part is concerned. Given the contributions we pay right now, every year our pension system has to be subsidized by an amount that exceeds 10 billion euros in order to perform. So as you understand, there is no room to reduce these contributions.
Okay, thank you. We do have to move on, but I'd like to thank all of you very much. Had a very full discussion on this topic, which is a very important one. So thank you once again.
Once again, thank you very much.
Bye, thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are now entering the world of science, and our next session is called The Weapons of Science in the Field of the Low Birth Rate. We're also going to hear some more personal views and stories also, and also the regional perspective. We've got 6 speakers, so I'd like to ask all of them to join me now and take a seat in the order in which you appear on the agenda. Let me just quickly call out the names. Our first speaker again is Stefanos Handakas, President and founder of Hope Genesis. Welcome back to the stage. Antonia Haritou, President of the Hellenic Society of Perinatal Medicine. Welcome, please join us on the stage. Nicholas Vlachos, we just heard a question from him, Professor of Obstetrics, Gynecology and Reproductive Medicine at the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens. We're going to hear from Maria Stratigaki, Associate Professor in the Department of Social Policy at Pantheon University, who's going to talk about a woman's right to choose. Paniota Mitra-Costa is also going to talk to us about giving a regional perspective. Welcome. And to give the perspective from Epirus. We'll have another speaker who I will call once we've had the discussion on these issues from the stage. So welcome everyone. Thanks again. I'm going to hand straight over now because there's 6 speakers, big topic. We need to be disciplined, and I'm going to ask everybody to stick to their 5 minutes, and then we can take more questions, have more of a conversation afterwards. So Stefanos, over to you first of all.
Καλησπέρα σας και από μένα.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank The Economist for co-organizing for the second year this event, this conference on demography, which year after year highlights the importance of the social and economical problem, and of course Eurolife and all the sponsors of this event. I'd like to be brief, talking about the potential and the solutions given by the science. We have Mr. Vlachos here, so he's the subject matter expert, and I'm here addressing to everyone, scientists, lawyers, nurses, paramedical staff, and all scientists involved with this battle of science in the field of births and about the demography. The 3 pillars, the 3 axes on which the medical community operates and evolves has been the statutory framework, the legal framework, and I will give you a very brief presentation. The recent medical developments, that's my part, and a brand new domain in the Greek society, the philanthropy and supportive actions coming by the civil society, which support, underpin the public and the private sector. Now, talking about the first pillar, we had a change in the legislation back in 2014, and this has been a huge victory of the medical community, because after a great deal of effort, it was the first time that a presidential decree was issued, laying the foundations for modern reproductive medicine in Greece. It was a quite liberal and forward-thinking decree, helping both us and young couples who want to, because we all want to operate in a framework that's modern and safe. We also had the establishment of the Independent Authority for Reproductive Medicine. We're talking about an independent authority aiming at monitoring operations and services by IVF clinics in order to better organize and operate them. Also, Greece has a quite contemporary or modern legislation talking about the new forms of families, which is a very important part of the changes happening in our society recently. We're talking about single-parent families, same-gender families, surrogate mothers, etc. It's a very quite liberal framework also for the donation of semen, talking about ladies of women of older age. Also, lately, there is an effort to change the law on the age limit for women for reproductive treatments. We discussed about that with Joan. One of the major achievements of medical society and the social welfare state of the European Union and all developed Western communities is the longevity. The fact that every year our longevity improves, it's something that was achieved thanks to the support by modern states, and of course thanks to the developments and the achievements of the medical society. So the issue of family is something that greatly interests us, and of course we see that there is a trend to have a family at an older age. That's not something happening only in Greece, it happens everywhere. It cannot be reversed, so the legislation has to follow this trend, this path opened by the society that leads us to have childbearing at an older age. In Greece, we have approximately 20,000 cases of IVF per year, and approximately 7,500 children are being born, almost 10% of the entire number of births annually. So 10% of these 85,000 births taking place in Greece are IVF ones. Donation of semen and ova is a fact. We have modern personalized treatments. We have surrogate mothers, especially for women having issues with childbearing, and we have new technologies, AI-enabled ones. We have new systems for cryogenetic preservation of ova and other therapies and treatments, helping us to improve the fertility in all our treatments. Let me say a few things about a very important aspect of our efforts. Over the past years, we have taken actions allowing us to take part in fighting the demographic crisis. We have free medical services offered to remote and hard-to-reach areas of Greek islands and mainland Greece. in order to fight the demographic crisis. We have already developed low fertility treatments in remote areas in collaboration with the Army, the Navy, and the Navy Hospital of Greece and other private clinics. We have created kindergartens in 10 remote islands together with EuroLife FFH, and of course telemedicine programs aiming at creating better circumstances so that families are created in remote areas and pregnancy is better monitored, because we can follow the pregnancy of a woman, creating this umbrella of safety, of peace in their mind. We also have events for raising awareness on such issues. We also perform studies in collaboration with Greek universities together with Professor Nektarios and Professor Kyriazis. He is now the Secretary General of Technology and Innovation. It was the first time that we took stock of, that we reviewed the entire demographical issue in Greece, because there are many reasons, and as a result we can find many solutions. Vertical or cross-section let's say solutions may not do not deliver, because they have different there are different reasons why we have this crisis. So we have the program Anagenesis, which means Renaissance in English, in collaboration with the Republic, with the President of the Republic, for symbolic adoption of remote islands. Mrs. Sirigela, the Deputy Minister, and Minister Stratigakis co-signed this program and support that in order to tackle the issue of daycare for with the issue of adoption of infants, especially those involving mothers of less than 18 years old. I'm very proud of these actions of ours, and for the fact that these actions now have been reproduced by other teams, Believe, Egeo team, Simplexis. So now the civil society, using modern tools, may contribute to decreasing the demographic issues in Greece, or actually improving demographic indicators in our country. There are many ways to do that, and the first important study we carried out together with EuroLife about a very important parameter we saw that the return of the money spent in such actions is large, and every euro we spend has a social footprint of 3.8 euros. So you may very well understand that these actions is a brand new chapter, and it has to complement the finding of solutions to these important problems.
Thank you. It's really good to hear about those projects and also the results that they're actually bringing as well. So congratulations on those. I'm handing over now to Antonia Haritou, President of the Hellenic Society of Perinatal Medicine. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank the organizers, Hope Genesis on the one hand, and Economist, the organizers, this timely event for the demographic challenges of our country. On behalf of the Hellenic Society of Perinatal Medicine, a scientific company founded back in 1976, focusing on the perinatal care of including all specialties of medicine, focusing on the care of the embryo, the mother and the child. We are focusing on the demographic challenge because a low birth rate is linked with that, and here we need to think that there should always be others involved with low birth rates. We have accidents occurring, young people at the birth age die early, and of course we have brain drain, which has affected the low birth rates. In this table, we see the births in Greece in the last 100 years. For the Hellenic Statistical Authority, these are data regarding the population development. 100 years ago, births in Greece were 200,000. In 1980s, 150,000, and gradually decreased. And since 2009 to 2010, they remain around 100,000. There was a slight increase in 2009 and 10. Then there is a constant decline, and as a result, last year, 2019, to have only 83,000 births. There is an optimistic message from the latest data, the 1st of October 2021, from the Statistical Agency, and we see that births, and we see it here, increased slightly to 84,000 compared to last year. Elstat, the Hellenic Statistical Agency, does not include births of Greeks living abroad, which are registered in the consulates. So we should add to that 1,000 new births. In this graph, you can see that in the decade 2011 to date, 85% of births are from Greek women and 15% of births are from foreign women, which remains stable throughout this decade. The next graph, we see a gradual decrease of births and a gradual increase of the mother's age when giving birth. In the past, the average age for the first birth for women was 21 to 23. In 2010, nevertheless, the average age for women to give birth was 30 to 34 years old. And the characteristic of these past years, which had to do with IVF, we see that in 2020 to have more than 47,000 births, it is the percentage mentioned earlier by Mr. Khandakas when he spoke about 10% of the births in Greece. Another indicator of paramount importance for the healthcare services of our country, the adequacy of obstetricians services, is the perinatal mortality indicator. There are some critical dates when we have the first index introduced in Greece was in 1984 with 24 deaths. It follows the deaths of children die right after the birth or a bit later, for 24 per thousand. In 89 was 9 per thousand. In 2011 was decreased to 5.37 per thousand. During the crisis, this index remained stable, which means that perinatal and infant care remained satisfactory during the crisis. So we expect more decrease of natal mortality in the years to come. Our society, thinking that low birth rate being quite important, initiated actions. The first event was organized in Stavros Niarchos with the participation of Hope Genesis, and our motto is we give birth to solutions altogether. We had some conclusions. Unfortunately, we could not continue this campaign because of the pandemic. Nevertheless, we had the first conclusions. Here you can see some pictures from that event at Stavros Niarchos Foundation. And there was the need to increase birth rates in Greece was underlined, and the whole problem of low birth rates. The recommendation was that the state should take into consideration that and introduce incentives for families to give birth to children. With all of these negative effects of the pandemic, things have stopped. Nevertheless, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed. Really useful to see all those infographics and statistics. Over now to Nicholas Lachos, Professor of Obstetrics and Gynecology and Reproductive Medicine. Welcome.
Καλησπέρα σε όλους. Καταρχήν να ευχαριστήσω.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, I'd like to thank the Economist and the organizing committee for this kind invitation. My topic today will be a bit more philosophical. I'd like to share with you some concerns of mine, and I will roughly comment a couple of recent medical developments that might help us against the problem we are going through. You see this photo? This is the Aretaion University Hospital, and the couple on both parts is the couple who donated the building. These two people gave the entire wealth in order to build the hospital. This was one of the first hospitals ever to be built in Athens, 1896, in fact. Let's discuss about reproductive performance now. If you check what was happening in the world in the course of time, you will understand that the number of children per woman decreases. Check the amazing figures back in the 1955. Our grandparents used to have 10 children, 8, 7. Half of them might die, but half of them would survive. And as time went by, all peoples, regardless of where they are, they started decreasing the number of children per woman. And if you check the last part of the graph, the more developed a country is, the less children they have. So it's important to understand that the first reason of low fertility is the age of the woman. In the past, when we were students, our professor used to talk to us about low fertility reasons, etc. But the first reason for low fertility is the old age of the woman. If a woman delays having a child, it's her first child, it will be even more difficult to have the second and extremely difficult to have the third child. And the more age she becomes, the less the choices she has. So what was the what happened in Europe? In Europe we had 2 world wars, contraception developed, and the deployment of feminism. It's just a historical approach. I'm not here to judge. This is just the evolution. And this is what happened in Europe. It didn't happen in Africa. It didn't happen in Asia. It happened also in China as a result of state intervention. And these are the ads during the First and the Second World War, in which women were to get out of the traditional role, landladies full-time. Now they're getting its reduction exactly because society had certain needs during the First and the Second World War, and these needs had to be met. In the 1950s, we have contraception, feminism, etc., etc. And now you see the amount of work a modern woman has to do compared to the traditional deterministic role she's supposed to play. She's the caregiver for the children. Now she has to go out, work, be productive. And from 1940 to 2000, you can see the percent of women who work without any, let's say, decrease of the household works. Yesterday, during the gala dinner, you saw that representation of women was no more than 10%. Most of them were men. Women, many of whom are friends of mine, had to stay home and take care of the children so that the men may go to the gala dinner. Yes, we're supposed to be emancipated, etc., but it was the mother who stayed behind and watched the children for the father to go to the Economist gala dinner. Now, this is what the Greek Statistics Agency says. The older you get, the more difficult it is to carry a baby. But if you check the fertility rates, which is the number of children per woman at childbearing age, you see when the high drop was. It was 1985. It was the period we entered the European Union. It's not the European Union to blame. It was the change of mindset, because the worst fertility, the worst birth rates were in 2000. All right. So it's not a matter of finance. Another top position for Greece is smoking. Sadly, smoking is what impacts on female fertility more than male one. We are the champions in smoking, and we are champions in female smoking, actually. That's something Mrs. Haritou showed before. You see the shift. We have this is the pandemics in Greece. The shift towards an older age for carrying one's first child, and as a result, greater difficulty to have the second and third. So, if low birth rates is a pan-European problem, for Greece is a gargantuan problem. So, what's our job as scientists? This is a sociological problem. Scientifically speaking, happily enough, over the past years there have been certain developments allowing women to take one step forward towards female emancipation, which means being freed from the need of a male to reproduce. We're talking about embryo cryopreservation. It's a practice already applied and gives certain solutions to those women who want to have a career. The success rates are very high. And talking about an insurance policy, this is a great idea for insurance policy, because it's an insurance policy for a woman who wants to preserve her fertility for some years more. We also have freezing of oocytal material. This is Bloomberg's cover, freeze your eggs, freeze your career. It's a very heavy dilemma for many women, Greek women, because, as we said before, social infrastructure is not the same here as it is in Sweden or Norway or elsewhere. And what we have to do is, from our side, is A, to inform women about their fertility. We have to help them understand that there are certain time limitations set by nature, unfairly, but that's the truth. And second, of course, to inform them how they can protect their fertility and how we can assist them with their fertility. And this is our own scientific task. Here comes society, sociologists, to support the parenthood. Because I think in our country the problem has to do with parenthood and how we support that. Let me close with that. Over the past years, we have trying to set up the Greek Society of Preservation of Reproduction, especially for women suffering with cancer. Now, survival rates of these women and treatment rates the success rates are very high, and we can support these women. And one last action that we have already proposed to the region of Athens, because that's something suggested by our own clinic B of gynecology, is to do something in order to help low birth rates by joining forces with the region of Athens. We call that the Attica Baby Boom Program. It aims at raising awareness in order to support parenthood. Let me close with that. Many say, what is the state to do? What is the government to do? The government does very few things. We're not Norway, we know that. And where there is a fund supporting that, we are no Dubai with all the oil available. So we have to do something, not the state. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just, when you were speaking there, I was thinking about my own kind of personal experience, and it's a way to introduce our next speaker, I think. My father and mother, they were factory workers, both of them, and born in the 1930s. My father came from a family of 16 children, and my mother from a family of 10 children. On my father's side, most of his brothers and sisters had between 6 and 10 children in the 1950s and 60s. My mother's family usually had about, her brothers and sisters, 6 children, those of them that married, some didn't. Then we come to my generation, so my mother and father had 6 children. I'm one of 6, 3 girls, 3 boys. And my mum also had several miscarriages. And in the end, I think it was the Roman Catholic priest who suggested maybe it was time to start using some form of contraception, which was rather amusing. And then, of course, it comes to our generation, and I have 2 children of my own and 2 stepchildren with whom I am very close. So my husband and I, between us, we had, and his first wife, 4 children, but 2. We're down to below the reproductive rate. You may have guessed that my family is an Irish family. In the 1950s, my mum and dad came to the UK to work. Despite having 6 children, my mother worked all her life, usually 2 or 3 jobs at the same time because she had to, to raise us. So my generation is the first generation, actually, where we had a women's right to choose whether to have a child or not. And that's my way of introducing our next speaker, to introduce this perspective. So we're very pleased to have Maria Stratigaki, Associate Professor at the Department of Social Policy at Pantheon University. Welcome.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and the organizers who not only invited me, but told me about what I should talk about, even though I thought I would be much more adequate to the next panel about equalities. Well, I have a social criticism point of view and the point of view of maternity, and I congratulate them on inviting me to this session when we talk about wider issues with regard to science. So I will talk to you about the women's right to choose, bioethical and social significance. The right of women to choose when to have children is one of the sexual and reproductive rights of women protected by the international community since the 1990s and the World Conference on Demography and Population in Cairo and on Human Rights in Vienna. The European Union and the recent ban of abortion in some member states and the Council of Europe have also developed policies to protect this right of women. However, exercising this right is not such a simple matter as just announcing it. Our choices, especially those of us women and especially our bodies, are severely limited by moral imperatives, social norms for female identity, and even nationalist perceptions that it is up to us and childbirth is to survive, and our nation is threatened by low birth rates. The post-colonial feminist movement had the slogans political is important to show that the oppression of women and the gender inequality experienced by women as individuals in the public sphere has political dimension and is not a personal matter. The right of the female body to self-determination was a step towards their liberation because the body was considered a field of gender hierarchies and powers exercised both by men as individuals, but also by the male-dominated system of medical science. The control of women's sexuality and their reproductive capacity is done through religious practices and perceptions of compulsory motherhood, medical discourse, and the use of sexual violence of a country's demographic problem. Thus, the legalization of abortion and the discovery of contraceptives were accepted with great satisfaction as a historic moment in the development of female claims. Indeed, both these technologies serve the self-determination of the female body, disconnected the reproductive function from sexual intercourse, and expanded women's choices in procreation by overturning traditional models of female identity. The collateral losses were the burden on women's health due to chemicals and due to the health risks from abortions in advanced pregnancies. 40 years have passed since then. Technology has evolved, facilitated assisted reproduction, in vitro fertilizations, surrogacy, cryopreservation of ova for postponement of pregnancy, and much more that the members of this panel know much better than I do. The question now is whether these new reproductive technologies contribute to the liberation of women from their identification with motherhood like the previous ones, or on the contrary, prevent their liberation from it after, of course, correcting the imperfections of nature. The answer has to do with the degree of free choice that women have as it is examined by bioethics. New reproductive technologies, according to feminist approaches, enhance the social control of the female body by shifting the center of gravity from self-determination to maximizing the usefulness of the body, which often incorporates elements of the market economy. The social and political problem of infertility thus becomes a medical problem of women who are forced to have children adapted to the ideal type of family, the nuclear family. Invoking medical science and the political discourse that there is free choice for women has limited practical utility. Indeed, many women choose new technologies to overcome the obstacles posed by their advanced age, lack of partner, or medical reasons that have limited their ability to reproduce. But most of the time, this free choice is de facto limited by social reality. Because the criteria of our respective choices are also determined by the way we live and we think, and with this perspective, whether we consciously accept or we are unconsciously obliged and we resist the technical possibilities that are offered to us. Because new reproductive technologies also offer opportunities to overturn stereotypes and identify women with motherhood. They offer the possibility to non-conventional couples, same-sex couples and individuals to have children. In conclusion, while 50 years ago contraceptives and abortion made it possible for women to break free from the stereotypes of the reproductive machine as they were perceived, assisted reproduction technologies seem to be used in the direction of adapting the stereotyped connection of the female body to its biological role in childbearing, limiting thus the freedom of decision. Free choice in both cases is limited, bioethically controversial, and practically impractical. Minority exceptions and the use of new technology, not as technology of discipline, but as a technology of resistance to the stereotypes and the normality, are also within the rule. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for that perspective. We're now going to have a regional perspective on this issue from Panayiotis Mitrocosta, Deputy Assistant to the Governor of the region of Epirus. Well.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear members of the Economist, Mrs. Hoy, dear Mr. Handakas from Hope Genesis, I'd like to thank you on behalf of the Governor of the region of Epirus, Mr. Kachrimanis, for today's invitation, and personally for having me here in your conference. It's a great pleasure that we attend once again your event. The demographic issue is a very serious and multi-level issue. It's intrinsically linked to gender equality, and it calls for synergies in order to create policies that will support family and gender equality. In this unstable environment we all experience because of the prolonged financial crisis and because of the pandemic that occurred both in our country and globally, which pandemic has changed the way we think, the way we behave individually and collectively. The first level and second level of local governments is the link with the government and general government, and it aims at supporting family issues and gender equality issues in the context of demographic crisis by highlighting the advantages and the main characteristics of every region. So in our region, the region of Epirus, we've been trying over the past period to make full use of the opportunities provided by this crisis and this pandemic and turn them into an opportunity for people to stay in their land and have a job there. Our main objective is to attract innovative companies that will create new jobs, offering specialization, modern skills, and as a result, keep our people in their homeland. We have created the first technological park for research and technology in Epirus. Many top companies from abroad have been attracted, and collaboration with the University of Ioannina and the IT department started recruiting lots of people. with the prospect of recruiting no less than 500 people to work and have a family there. So in a coordinated way, we try to offer high-level access to our social services using digital technologies also, and we do that also in terms of our infrastructure. We have the road access, a new access built in order to link the Egnatia Odos and the Ionia Odos, so that companies, visitors and citizens may have access to the main access. We have 2 airports, very, very important to transfer visitors from and to Epiros. We have in Preveza and in Giannina these 2 airports. We're taking a huge fight in order to keep our people in their land. We have developed the primary sector, fishing, beekeeping, breeding, etc., and of course manufacturing of very, very qualitative products. This happens concurrently with tourism-related activities and alternative tourism offerings. We have a blessed land, an amazing fauna, very rich fauna, flora, apologies, and a very productive coastline. So if we take advantage of our competitive edge, the stone wall, the stone bridges, the beaches and the mountains, we can turn them into a pole of attraction for visitors and companies alike. What we try to do is to bring people working in the primary sector, and since 2019 we have more than 1,000 people more coming and work in the primary sector. We support them in the units or the establishments, beekeeping, breeding, etc. And we try to provide them with new incentives and new impetus, if you like, by means of seminars, conferences, etc. And of course, thanks to our extroversion as a regional authority, because we take part in expos, both domestic and abroad, and foreign ones, so that they can open up their horizon and then use modern technologies in order to transfer the ideas and the products and services in Greece and abroad. What we truly want is to change the mindset that the public sector is the only pool for new jobs. We have already finalized the work on identifying mountainous pathways, because we have 300 kilometers of pathways linking Jumerka and Epirus. In this map of pathways you can find stock breeding, agricultural farms, so that every visitor may stop there, enjoy the products, support of course the income of the people living there and running these establishments. You can find that also online. Epirus Trade, it's an app. So we hope that by dealing with mountainous tourism in general, we can keep some of these people there as guides. That's another idea, so they can stay in their land and live there and create families there. We have started with a new program to support university graduates. They receive let's say some training, they get training, they are given the opportunity to spend time as interns into companies. They get paid and insured by the regional authorities. And we all know that demographics is a science that studies natural movements of population, particularities, births, deaths, productivity, etc. And this is what's reflected in our census. We're waiting for the new census, but according to the figures already known, I think things are quite disencouraging about births and the future of our land until 2050. It is quite disencouraging with respect to the young people. We know that there has been a brain drain of active population, of active people from now mountainous areas. Some of them moved to cities, some moved abroad, and we want them to come back and create their families there. We want to keep these people there, and we enable people in collaboration with the Unemployment Agency and all ministries to help them acquire a specialization. And we're talking about people of 55 to 65 years old, people who have lost their jobs because of the crisis, but they need some upskilling or reskilling in order to find a new job. So we have to act. We are the links of a chain. We know that unemployment and demography are interlinked. The government spends too much money for taking care of the elderly people, for the healthcare services, and at the same time, the state receives less money from from contributions by the active population. The life expectancy is growing bigger. We're talking about the fourth age now. And as the president of the European Community for Gender Equality in the region, we see that women experience the issue of unemployment, the problem of unemployment to a great extent. It's a very happy coincidence that the government has established the position for a Deputy Minister for Gender Equality and Women's Rights, because in collaboration with the General Secretariat for Equality Issues, they're doing a fine job collaborating with the regional authorities in order to strengthen the role of women in the economy in our society, help female entrepreneurship by means of female cooperatives, etc., or maybe provide them with new ideas, new skills, and so that they can stand on their feet. And another thing, a very important one, is apart from inviting women to become political, is also to help eradicate, if possible, family violence. We have seen such cases in the past, very distressing ones. Let me say that some roles about not having a family early enough is as a result of the idea that many women have about having a career. So the institution of family and a career are under review, so we need some collaboration between local governments and the general government to lay the foundations and create incentives so that women may combine both the role as professionals and their family. It's very important that support has been given money has been given by the government to new births, and now we have paternity leave and maternity leave. And the last thing already mentioned is that we have the nannies of the neighborhood. It's a new institution with qualified, accredited people, so we know that the parents know that their children have the daycare there with the right people. So the local government has to support these efforts, and we are strongly trying to build new nursery houses, specific areas for people with disabilities and for the elderly, because in our land, in our areas and in our region, the women are the ones taking care also of the elderly. So it's a happy coincidence that now we have this collaboration with Hope Genesis, with Mr. Khantakas, and we'd like to thank you for that, because we placed under our auspices this program entitled One Hope is Born, freely translated. We have the municipality of Central Chumerka and of Zagori taking part. Last birth took place in May. It's a very, very important initiative. We have been very delicate and sensitive in our approach, especially Mr. Khantakas and Hope Genesis. They have approached young couples to stay there in remote areas, insular areas, mountainous areas. They cover the entire cost for the pregnancy, the childbearing, and it's very important that the woman may freely choose the doctor to collaborate with. We collaborate with the University Hospital of Ioannina, Professor Pafkoschopoulos, and let me convey the will of the head of the region, the governor, to include more municipalities in this program. We have Pogoni and Konitsa, remote municipalities as well, because it is worth supporting this initiative. We'd like to thank our sponsors who, after the birth, they take care of the family, giving baby equipment and supplies, etc. And let me say that together with, of course, the governor and all his team, we are here to help the citizens of the region of Epirus. We want to be useful to them. We want to improve their daily lives with respect to so important issues like the demographics and gender equality. I'd like to invite you all to Epirus on behalf of the governor. It is an amazing place for all seasons of the year, so we'll be really glad to welcome and host you. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you very much indeed. We on the platform hopefully are going to have a few minutes at the end to take a few questions, but before we do that, I'd like to invite Arieta Kokoulou-Latsis, founder and president, Save a Greek Stray, and the founder and president of Promise to Animals and president of the Matilda Foundation, to come and speak from the podium and give a short personal perspective, welcome, on the question of the significance of fertility awareness.
Καλησπέρα σε όλους.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, The Economist and Hope Genesis, for the invitation. I, and as most women in our country, have never dreamt that I will have problems in having a child. Being 26 years old when we started our efforts, the chances we thought were to our side, but 1.5 years later, because of a problem I had, I couldn't bear a child. We have tried a lot of doctors and treatments until we found what suits us best, and all that time, our effort would go around this vision to have a child. As time went by, the psychological pressure increased. I have by my side a very strong man who would put aside his own questions and support me. Nevertheless, I felt alone occasionally. I would feel alone because the decisions were mine, because they had to do with my own body. I felt alone because no one could understand the roller coaster of my psychology, the panic. I would wake up in the middle of the night not being able to breathe, and the pain I felt when the results were negative. I felt alone because I didn't know any other women. Back then I decided to share my truth with my Instagram followers, and everything has changed. I received messages from hundreds of women with a lot of failed pregnancies, women that had managed and wished me the best. I received messages from women I used to know but never trusted me with that secret. I was not alone. I knew exactly what I had to do. From my personal experience, I understood that we should not hide the issue. We should be informed about our body and our choices. We need to share our experiences, even though they might be extremely personal. I believe that the reason why I am here before you, being on the 5th month of my pregnancy, is because I decided to share my own experiences. I stand here to tell you that if you feel alone, you are not alone. I am here to tell you that we need to get rid of all the taboos around IVF. I am here because the women that give a fight need support and not advice, not financial support alone, work, social and state support. I will be always here until all women are benefited from what we do.
Thank you for sharing that personal story and coming here to talk to all of us about it. How are we doing? So we're over time, of course, as usual, for the next session. But I do want to give the opportunity to anybody from the floor to ask a question. So I see a few hands already. Because we're so short of time, please just ask a question rather than make points or speeches, and I'll ask the panel to keep their answers short as well. So, okay, there's a gentleman here.
Kalispera.
Good afternoon. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate Henrietta. It was really moving that she shared with us her personal story and her feelings. I like what he said. We need support, not advice. Sometimes we're confused. Allow me to say the following. We deeply need a campaign for raising awareness about this problem, because it is a problem. But how are we to come up with targeted actions and experiments in order to allow women to give birth at an earlier stage. We have tackled all issues from all sides, but the question is, how can we take this step and try what works and what doesn't work? One last thing, what does it mean, the stereotype of woman with respect to fertility? It's natural, okay? I don't get what you mean by stereotypes, that's all.
Questions, and then you can respond. And you don't have to respond to everything, just choose maybe one question to respond to. So there's several hands here, the lady here.
My name is Marie Papadopoulou. I'm a professor at the Law School of Athens. I'm following this personal story of the last speaker. I feel bad because I have to say something quite trivial or mundane. I just want to correct you. IVF has been established in Greece in 2002, not in 2014. There was a committee appointed by Michalis Stathopoulos, the minister, chaired by Professor Georgios Koumandos, and Law 3089 of 2002 was voted. In 2005, this law was amended, complemented actually, at the level of the Civil Code with a new law written mainly by doctors. Then we have the 3089. So the main law is 3089. There's no way to talk about IVF without mentioning this law. So in 2005, we had the authority on IVF established. That's only to correct things. In 2014, I don't remember what happened. No, 2005, the first chair was Mrs. Paparigopoulou and Tavladzis, Loutraki. I can tell you all the names. That's when we started. Then there was a period of silence. Maybe later something had, yes, but it didn't start in 2014, let's be fair. Thank you. Hello, my name is Kaltseta Venetia from University of the Aegean. A question to Professor Vlachos. I fully understand the need for embryo preservation in some cases, especially in the case of cancer, because this might be needed. But I'm a bit concerned with this proposal to have a horizontal use of this technique, because, as you rightly said, that we know that there are areas like Sweden, Norway or Denmark where they have social infrastructure and gender-related relations that allow for fertility at an older age. So I think it's a social issue, apart from the demographic one that we have to tackle. But the cross-section, the horizontal application of this technique, which is also very costly and detrimental to the body process, is something that we have to review. May I reply?
Because we're not going to have time to come again to the audience. So now is the time. If you have a question, raise your hand. No, okay. I have a couple as well to add in. Then we have some very short replies. So several questions came up, I think. Do new reproductive technologies liberate women or not? That, I think, was an important point raised. How do we reconcile these two perspectives? One being modern society's recognition of women's autonomy and a women's right to choose, with the problem of declining fertility. This is the dilemma. And obviously we've got the questions from the floor. And that's going to be it. Now please don't try and answer everything, just maybe choose one, and I'm going to maybe take in a reverse order. Yeah, Professor Vlachos.
Το νούμερο 1 είναι ενημέρωση.
Point one, awareness, raising awareness. We have to start with that because we realize that many women don't know about their body. Second, I believe that modern technology allows, gives us many possibilities, and I fully agree it's a social issue. But on the basis of this social issue, we also have to add the purely technical aspect, and we now have the solution. We can use it, especially in women with some condition, like women suffering from cancer under chemo, or young children that will have to go under chemo. And as already established by WHO, if we consider that low fertility is a disease, a condition, and we're talking about preventive medicine, then prevention of low fertility that will happen goes into the same box, like preventive lung cancer by quit smoking. So we can have such discussions on whether we as a society enable women to do things that Mother Nature didn't allow her to do, because technically speaking, genders are not the same. Men may reproduce for a longer time, but women have a specific period during which they can reproduce, in terms of manufacturing, let's say. Firstly, you are absolutely right. We're talking about the authority. It happened for the first time, the certification of what happened had the certification of the units by an established authority. You're right about what you said, because until then the IVF units were operating with no specific framework. Now, talking about Mr. Vlachos' comments, I think that the take-home message from our society, the medical society, should be the following: longevity, improvement of quality of life. All these achievements of modern societies cannot reverse, and will never be able to reverse, that fertility in a woman will keep on dropping the more she gets old. You cannot change that, because that's how a female body is built. We doctors may give some solutions like embryo preservation, solutions that may defer the choice of the time of bearing a child. But the fact that a woman after 40 years old has a specific difficulty, or after 45 years has very low possibilities to have children, is something that you cannot change. That science cannot change that.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to respond to, very briefly? Yes.
Yes, thank you very much for the question about stereotypes. Why maternity is a stereotype? If you consider that we live in a society in which we are free, in the true sense of the term, to select whether we're going to have children or not, then I think that yes, maternity is a stereotype, because it orientates you to a certain condition that's not necessary for all women. Mr. Kojamanis was very characteristic when he said that the number of women with no children keeps on rising. Aren't these women natural? Are they unnatural or abnormal? So we have to make the distinction. One thing to be able to have a child, and the decision to have a child. So there should be no urging for this burden that my generation at least suffered, to have children. This is a social mandate. It's not a normal situation, normal condition. Now, about the President's question, whether we should combine, or how we can reconcile women autonomy with their need to solve the demographic crisis and the low births, my reply is that we don't have to reconcile them. We're talking about two different issues. One thing is female autonomy. It has to exist, and the objective is to increase the right to choose, as we said before, to strengthen the right to choose. So equality policies have to aim at that, allowing women to choose what they want freely. And there is another policy about how to increase births, which is not addressed to women normally. It should be addressed to the family and should be combined with social policies. these two policies have completely different targets, maybe contradictory ones. So decision by this government to merge under the same apparatus demographic policies, family policies and gender equality has been let's say reprehended by scorned or by all women associations, because it does not allow for autonomous development of these independent policies and the achievement of the targets, because if they are merged, they are contradictory and the results are not productive. Thank you.
We're at the end of the session. I'm really sorry because we're in this battle against time. We actually have 2 more sessions now before lunch, where actually this discussion is going to carry on. So please stay in the audience and, we can continue the discussion. But please, it's been a great session, and please join me in thanking all our speakers on the panel. I think we need a... Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much again. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So moving swiftly on to the next session, we're going to continue now with a session on gender equality policies in a rapidly changing society. Can I ask our 4 speakers, please, to join me on the platform now? Yana Hormova, Anna Koukidis Prokopiou, Theodoros Yayargokupop, Georgia Kupop. Somebody help me. This is a terrible one. And Apostelina Tsaltampassi, please, all of you, I'll get it right in a second, join me on the stage. Have a seat, yeah. Nice to meet you. Okay, we just need to fix the microphones and we can get started. Maybe we can stay seated and rather than go to the podium. Okay, no problem. Okay, no problem. Okay, I think we're ready. I think we're ready to get started. So thanks all of you for joining us for this discussion. I think many of the themes that have already been raised, we're going to continue to hear your views about that and continue the discussion. So let's start first of all with Yana Hormova, Secretary General for Demographic and Family Policy and Gender Equality, Greece.
Καλησπέρα. Είναι λίγο πιο αργά από το πρόγραμμα και δεν έχουμε κάνει και
Well, I'll try to be brief because we're running out of time. We're talking about gender equality policy in rapidly changing society. Gender equality in connection to the demographic challenges. From the title of this conference, we see that there are 2 main notions cooperation and confidence. Two notions we work in the Secretary General. Mr. Hatzidakis in the morning and the Deputy Minister also mentioned to the initiatives of the Ministry, horizontal ones, in the field of demography or promoting demographic policies. It is true that as a society we have experienced radical changes in the last years, but we haven't managed to achieve is a substantial gender equality. This is a request and becomes even stronger during the pandemic and after the Me Too movement. The request is formed in order to build a society based on gender equality. The gender stereotypes are intangible, but their consequences are tangible, creating barriers, and women have difficulty to overcome them. Overcoming these barriers, intervention in the core of these problems is our goal. And in order to achieve this goal, we work hard, having as our guidelines the roadmap of our project 2024. Well, we believe that gender equality is an horizontal policy, otherwise it cannot bring change to society. Women's rights are human rights, and if we understand this perception is the basis of our democracy and our economy. In the national project for gender equality in the next programming period, we have 4 pillars. The first pillar is prevention policies and combating family violence.
Και σε ηγετικούς ρόλους. Ο τρίτος αντίστοιχα άξονας είναι η ισότιμη συμμετοχή των
equal participation of women in the labor market and gender mainstreaming and sectoral policies and in the regions and with cooperation with the municipalities. It is a mature project followed up closely. Per pillar, we have some initiatives. In the first pillar, nevertheless, combating domestic violence and violence against women in cooperation with the Research Center Against Violence, we introduce 43 advisory centers in which we have included labor advices to support women in both sides and especially women victims of domestic violence to find a job and move away from this toxic environment. We have a lot of hostels for battered women introduced at the same time with cooperation with the Research Center of Equality Victims. We examine the new forms of violence, cyber violence, increase the participation of women in the society. We cooperate with civil society, focusing on raising awareness of in our society to accept women in leadership, reinforcing women and giving them tools, especially women who want to become leaders and become involved in the political life of Greece. Quite recently, in Thessaloniki, we had an initiative with Women on Act and the American Embassy in this field. On the third pillar, introducing women to the labor market, we have a lot of initiatives. We have 2 main goals. The first goal is to upskill women and increase jobs for women. The second goal is to reconcile family and professional life. Initiatives in this field we heard earlier today, and we want to promote equality label for companies that contribute to equal treatment of men and women, and companies that reconcile family and professional life. We have an innovation center for women introduced, in which 5 ministries are involved, 7 research centers, 4 universities, social partners, and companies in IT like Oracle, Microsoft, and Cisco, aiming to upskill women and network them, and actually assessment of those policies based on gender. In these initiatives mentioned by the minister in the morning concerned training and retraining program. 500,000 citizens will be trained in new digital skills, and in these policies we take into consideration gender, creation of jobs, aiming at creating more than 84 new jobs where the gender is also taken into considerations in reconciliation policies. Without our Secretary General being responsible for everything, the creation of new places in kindergartens and in creative activities centers, we finance units of care, children care within big companies from the RRF. We will introduce 46 of these units within companies to help mothers work and have their children taken care of. I won't tackle the neighborhood nannies. They have been mentioned repeatedly early in the morning. We have the legal framework ready. Nevertheless, I am willing to give you clarifications because it has attracted the interest of all of you. This program takes into consideration women that work in companies that cannot be supported by kindergartens or nurseries or daycare centers, and this program is adjusted to the needs of those women who work as freelancers in tourism, etc., and their timetables are not fixed. We will have retraining of women addressing 1 million employees of the public and private sector on in the framework of the third pillar. Within the strategic dialogue of Greece, USA, it was decided to have actions focusing on entrepreneurship of women in tourism, shift of women in IT skills, and the new labor law introduces new policies for bullying in the labor market and reinforcing the rights of the fathers. The minister has already mentioned the leaves, paternal leaves, along with maternal ones. This improves conditions for parenthood and decreases the counter incentives created in the labor market for hiring mothers. Gender mainstreaming. I will say in this fourth pillar, for the first time we have systematically taken into consideration the law for gender equality, having along local governments and introducing equality committees in all regions and municipalities with which we cooperate, because we believe that in order to achieve equality, we need more agencies involved. Osmosis and cooperation is needed at various levels. In the same direction, we cooperate closely with all civil society organizations focusing on gender equality and contribute with their actions to equality in our societies. I don't want to tire you any longer. It is clear that real equality can be achieved only if we conquer equality in the labor market. We do that trying to enhance the self-confidence of women, helping them understand that they can contribute to the well-being of our country. We must never forget that promoting equality is not a female issue. It's an issue that concerns all of us. No society can advance by using only 50% of its population, and no society can develop focusing only on half its population and neglecting the other half. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is a gender equality expert joining us and representing Cyprus Women of Europe. Welcome, Anna Koukidis Prokopiou.
Καλησπέρα σας.
Good afternoon. Many of the things I'd like to comment upon have already been touched, so I'd like to share with you certain facts as food for thought. Let me start with something that might be a bit controversial with respect to what was discussed in the previous panel. My opinion is that linking low birth rates with gender equality is quite late. Because in the context of the feminist movement, it was kind of taboo. It was a discussion supporting the roles already attributed to the woman as a caretaker, as the mother, as the house lady, etc., the landlady, etc. So having a discussion in which a focus is placed on women as a reproductive instrument is being, let's say, scorned, and it's taken out of the feminist discourse. The second reason why this debate is long overdue is because the state, both in Greece and in Cyprus, where I come from, and in general in Europe, promoted measures to boost births in the context of the financial discussion, the financial debate that has already been considered. Many say that what we lack is a holistic approach to this issue, which tackles the issue of family planning as the outcome not only of financial capabilities of the parents, but also as an outcome of a result of stereotypes and the social mandates. And I think some of the figures we saw in the previous panel highlighted this argument. So, how are we affected by social perceptions and stereotypes? My question is the following. Something that determines who is expected to entertain, to help children do the the homework or take care of them is a social perception. Who is who is the one to decide the person who's to take care of the elderly, of the unemployed or the disabled, etc.? Who is the one to decide whether a certain person has to work both at home and outside having a proper job? And who is the one to decide who is the one having less spare time? Who is the one to take step backs instead of opting for professional advancement for staying back at home, especially in the case of women and the space of single parent families? So emphasizing the financial benefits and the implementation of measures to reconcile business and family life is okay, but if we have no comprehensive strategy in order to promote gender equality, we'll have no tangible results, no significant results. Greece, worldwide, ranks 222 with respect to the child rate, according to the CI World Factbook. Let me remind you something equally sad. The European Institute for Gender Equality, the AG, has an indicator, and for 2020, Greece ranks last amongst the EU 27. Greek women are quite constrained when it comes to reaching high positions of political power, which means that Greek women are mainly absent from the decision-making procedures, for strategy making, and for everything that has to do maybe with the future of this country. Another indicator in which Greece lags behind is the allocation of Greek women's time. As mentioned in a recent survey by the European Union, what we expect is for the European woman to produce both at work and reproduce at home, with no safety net, which is a prerequisite in order for these two things to coexist harmoniously. Facts speak for themselves. According to a recent survey by the European Parliament, women with children have less possibilities to become part of the market labor compared to their spouse, their husband, or the women with no children. Women with children earn less money than their spouse. 2 times more women work part-time compared to men, but many more men compared to women get upgraded from a part-time job to a full-time job if a vacancy exists. Let me close with the following. Many times it was said that the world changes on its own and that we, women, the feminists, the activists, have to chill out a bit because things will change either way. So given that things are far better compared to the past, tomorrow things will be far better compared to today. Allow me to disagree with that, allow me to doubt that. Firstly, because change is the outcome of a conscious decision. It doesn't come like manna from heavens. Even when we have changes imposed because of circumstances, this is when you need a conscious leader to turn this change into an opportunity. So if we don't do something in order to solve a specific issue, like the issue of gender equality, then the problem will not solve itself. Second, many might say, what is the role of gender, of the gender dimension in the demographics? Is it a bit too much? Let me give you a simple example. In a world in which elderly Greek people represent 1/4 of the Greek society, who will take the burden, or the increased burden of taking care of them in the future? Currently, 71% of all people who officially work as who officially do the caretaking job in families are women. Third, even if we insist on the financial aspect of low birth rates, in a world in which no more than 4% of Greek women work in STEM areas compared to the Greek men, 20% of them work in STEM jobs, how are we expected to solve the issue of the income gap, of the pay gap between the genders when it comes to the pensions? Because it is in the STEM industry where the jobs of the future are being created. This is where the income is higher, the pay is better, and that's where the unemployment is lower. Currently, Greek women are trapped in the so-called female professions like education, social care, health, and they are trapped in low-paid professions where there is a great deal of uncertainty. So, having said that, and with these points of concern of mine, and sharing with you that many analysts will say that the income gap may increase, may become bigger in the future, let me thank you for allowing me to share these viewpoints with you.
Thank you very much, Anna. Our next speaker is the editorial director of Dianeosis, which is doing some great research, I think, and enriching the discussion in all these areas. So I'd like to welcome Theodoros Georgakopoulos.
That's good enough.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Nice attempt to pronounce my name. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the invitation via the research of Dianeosis with the lab of Mr. Kojamani's predictions for the population in 2050 and one we take on fertility. I will try to combine what we do in the field of gender equality and demography. There are a lot of reasons why we have a lot of demographic challenges. Some worry about pensions, the geopolitical aspect, but demography is also an economic issue. Having a big or a smaller population alone, it does not play a role in growth, but whether the population increases or decreases, it has, according to the SITSARMA analysis that studied various countries with growth, they concluded if the active population of the country increases by 2% yearly, the country can have growth. If it doesn't grow or decreases, it's impossible to maintain high growth rates in a country. This is the first thing that we need to take into consideration when we think about demography. The direct problem until robots come is to have more active citizens laborly than last year. How do you have economically active citizens? It is a you take from a pool of citizens. If you have newborn children, in 20 years, these newborn children will be economically or financially active. And we know that if societies have a high level of high standards of living, families have less children. When the expectations of parents for their children increase, they stop having children. That is the trend in all societies, irrespective of religion, society, etc.
Υπάρχει θέμα με τον αναπτυγμένο κόσμο σε αυτή τη δεξαμενή. Τι άλλες δεξαμενές υπάρχουν? Κάποιες χώρες...
Well, some countries choose migration to counterbalance the deficit. Yes, it is a solution, but it concerns only countries that wish to have migrants. They are only 10. Our country is not among of them. What other pools we have? The young people. In Greece we have the highest percentages of needs. People who do not participate neither in the economy nor in the employment, in the labor market. So we can motivate them, but women is the biggest pool we need to exploit if we want to have growth. We are ranked last. How shall we take take advantage of this pool? Or only by bold and cautious and extremely expensive measures to protect the rights of women for them who want to have children. Some brave leaves, paternity and maternity leaves and measures to support couples. We have heard some of them by Mrs. Hormeva, and hopefully they will be implemented. Do you know what countries implement these expensive measures more adequately? France and Sweden, and they see that the measure successfully supporting equally participation of women in the labor market have a side effect. They increase fertility. Thank you very much. I am within my time span.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, we have Apostolina Tsaltampasi, President of the Greek Association of Women Entrepreneurs. Welcome.
Τώρα πρέπει να ακολουθήσω εγώ το challenge.
My challenge is to keep within 5 minutes. Thank you. I would like to thank Economist at Hope Genesis for their invitation. Ladies and gentlemen, I had a structured speech, but I discovered that 18 years ago, when I had my first child and I had to drive to go to the maternity hospital and then have my child 10 days old in the office, nothing would have changed if I gave birth to him today. The perception also hasn't changed, that priority was given to certain specific category of women because these women are considered as women with more needs than new young entrepreneurs, where we are in a country in bankruptcy, and every woman who wants to become a mother needs help and assistance. And a country in bankruptcy, because I don't want to have a political aspect in that, we talk about these last 20 years. The equality policies are my favorite subject. I want to talk about it. I closely follow it. We lack a holistic approach. A lot of factors we haven't taken into consideration. In the last 20 years, we have ad hoc movements running behind developments, trying to meet some targets, and I will disagree with the Secretary General that we are not inclusive in the civil society with regard to our policies, how we engage citizens. Efforts, of course, take place, but we do fail. We are 27th ranked in the EU in Global Agenda Gap Index. We have decreased from 78th to 95th position. What we do wrong? Developments are faster than the way we adjust ourselves as a society. The gender equalities in the last 20 years are lagging behind developments, and they just try to cover the gaps created by the developments. The next day demands long-term planning, and we need to have an holistic approach. We cannot talk either for this or the other. From my position and my experience in SEGE, we have consulted a project for assisting maternity in business. We adjust it every 2 years to be updated. This project is discussed with all governments. We are congratulated for that, but that's it. I accept that efforts are made, but the better is the enemy of good, and we need to make haste. Nobody should be left behind. We need to introduce the platform of equality, an active agency with inclusiveness of all people in the field, not theoreticians or technocrats. The solution for us, without us, cannot be sustainable. To break the stereotypes, unless we work with solutions including the women of the next door, won't be successful. We don't have time to lose as a society. That should be clear, and we need to understand it. Either we have this government, the previous one, or the next one. In order to have holistic solutions, we need to include everyone. We need to include everyone in the plans we make. If we don't want to be here next year and the years to come to discuss about the same issues again and again and again.
Thank you very much, Apostolina. So we have about 5 minutes before our final pre-lunch session. So can I first see any hands in the audience, anybody who wishes to ask a question of our speakers? I have some questions, but I just do want to give the opportunity. Here we have one at the back. Can we have a microphone over here, please?
Hi, thank you. I have a question for everyone, but particularly Stelnika.
The question is addressed to everyone, but mainly to Mr. Georgakopoulos. Out of all costly ideas and measures that you have examined, what are the ones that are more suitable for the Greek economy compared to other economies, France, Sweden, etc., in the European Union, I mean?
Thank you very much for that question. I won't take you yet to reply to it. Just want to make sure there's nothing else, because you won't get another chance in this session to ask a question unless you ask now. No? Okay. So my question, I guess, is a follow-up from what Apostolina just said, which was basically too little, too late, I think, and also, and I think was making similar points that actually in those 18 years since you had your first child, you reckon actually not that much has changed. So I just wanted to get your response. Do you agree with that? It's too little, too late? And I wanted to hear from the other panelist, is there anything specifically that the government is not doing that it should be doing? I will let you come back in a minute, but let's start with the question from the floor.
All interventions are of equal importance and they are very useful. Priority is the following: what will have the quickest impact and the major impact. If I were to pick one, then this would have been the early childhood education. It would be, the best thing would be to make sure that children from 0 to 4, infants, to have full access, free access to early childhood education, let's say, facilities. We are lagging behind, way behind, and that's a measure that has a beneficial impact both on the families, because they have someone to have their child left in order to go to work, but also for the evolution of the children themselves. Many studies have shown that qualitative early childhood education has a tremendous impact on the future of the children. And I think that's something that the government must pay attention to. Given that also in Greece, the legislative and regulatory framework about early childhood education is problematic. We know that most structures are being illegitimately financed by the NSRF. So we have to find a way in order to have robust infrastructures with a clear responsibility who is to run it and who has to finance it, etc. Dianeosis built a template of how such structures should operate in Greece. So I believe and I recommend that the government, this government, the next one, any government should emphasize on that.
Did you want to come back?
My opinion is the following. Actually, this is, let's say, let's distill that down to the following. There have to be women in the decision-making hubs, to put it like that. Those gravely affected by a problem, the stakeholders, they have to be there. The women, they have to be there when decisions are taken for decisions about the future of their life. Of course, we're talking about sensitive women, aware of the problem, or men who are aware of the problem. But at the end of the day, the priority is not what the things you say you're going to do, but the measures you actually take. That's why we have to have the so-called gender mainstreaming when we come up with gender equality policies, which means everything we come up with has to be examined whether, how, and to what extent affects the genders in order to avoid distortions. And last but not least, when you do gender mainstreaming, you have to follow that to have a gender budgeting after that, which means earmark certain funds, as the previous speaker said. So every priority gets allocated with specific amounts of money because they are the priority. It's great to say things and make announcements. I'm not talking about this government, I'm talking in general. It's great to make announcements, but do we have the budget to materialize them? Do we want to find the money to do that? That's the important thing. More or less I've been covered by what Anna said, because she said we cannot have solutions for us without us. It's exactly what we're talking about. We want people, actually men, to pass bills for us. Okay, let's be honest, 80% of the MPs are men. We ask them to give solutions, and we ask these really decent and hard-working civil servants to give solutions, although they don't know what it means to be a female civil servant, and they don't understand what it means to stay out of work for 2 years because you had a new child born, and or going to work 15 days after your delivery. So you cannot have a solution unless you involve those who are part of the problem. So we have to do something for us, with the government. Stakeholders and institutions are here not to substitute the government, but to support the government in order to move forward. Everyone has a role to play. And let us not forget that if we, the female entrepreneurs, we are underrepresented. Yes, imagine what happens with women farmers or scientists and other women in the market.
I think so. I'm going to come to you finally to get your response to that. So, I mean, evidently what Anna and Apostolina is saying is that it's not enough to have, the inter-party committees and, involvement of not to denigrate the efforts of anybody in the government or the civil servants, but we need more women, obviously, the stakeholders to be involved. So that's, I think, a clear message. And I think the suggestion then about early years education, something that could actually change things very, very relatively quickly and make probably the biggest impact. I'd like to hear your thoughts on that, and then we have to close because I'm aiming for lunch at 3 o'clock now, and we've got half an hour for the final session, which is an important one. So just very briefly, your response.
Although every observation opens up a new circle of discussion, let me say that I agree with Mrs. Altabasi, but I would disagree with also some other points of view. Yes, we have no one to, we need everyone here. That's why we have an extended network of collaborations with every stakeholder. Local governments, NGOs, civil societies, government, state, government agencies in order to have measurable results. The other thing is that we don't have time. Yes, but I disagree on the following. That proposed policies are maybe, let's say, summarized to the following: too little, too late. I disagree with that because there are two specific things, two distinct things. It's one thing to break down and to take down the stereotypes about the role of women in modern societies, and this has to do with education, with value system, and how quickly this value-based system changes. And we have developed synergies and policies with the Ministry of Education to this direction, which is to change the stereotypes and break them down, but results won't be evident today or tomorrow. And there's another axis. When we're talking about a coordinated national plan for gender equality as a government policy with measurable results. And we have that. We have the national plan on gender equality accompanied with a specific budget per axis, which has been in consultation for 2 months. So it has already included the feedback by all stakeholders. And for the first time, it follows the European Plan for Gender Equality. And apart from that, in the gender mainstreaming pillar, we have the inclusion of all recommendations by other ministries, competent ministries, with our, let's say, demand on return for them to measure the impact of their policies on gender equality. Of course, it would be great for everyone to live in a society in which the participation of women was not something at stake. But unfortunately, nobody has the magic wand in order to change everything overnight or today. I believe that it is the first time that we have a very well orchestrated, well budgeted plan, including specific indicators, and this is something produced as a result of a collaborative procedure, and that's something that should make us really optimistic. One last thing. Let me say that apart from the gender equality index, we rank last. Yes, that's true. We are far from happy for that. And this is something that was measured 2 years ago. So the statistics used for this indicator was of 2018. But if we see in general how this indicator is being formed, it takes into account 6 parameters, sub-indicators. Our country ranks first in some of them, but they don't have the same weight in coming up with the final indicator. So I'm not saying that it's a statistical error, no. Of course, we are really poor in our performance about gender equality. We have to remedy that as a result of our plan. But let me say that our targeting is to have a society, our communities, enjoying the government support by means of specific policy interventions in order to build a better future.
Please thank all our panelists. That's all we've got time for, unfortunately, but really enjoyed your contributions. Thank you very much indeed. I think we need to do a photo, and then we'll be proceeding to the final session of the morning, which is kind of afternoon tea time in the UK. Thank you very much.
I love this color.
Yeah, matching. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Anna. Thank you. So, final session of the morning, and it's not the last session because it's unimportant, it's very important. We've got two great speakers. Please join me now on the stage. We're looking at the shift in cultural patterns, gender roles, and family types. And we have two speakers, Venetia Kansa, Professor of Social Anthropology at the Department of Social Anthropology and History at the University of the Aegean, and Dimitra Papadopoulou Klamaris, Professor of Civil Law, who we already heard from as well this morning, both of you. Yes, welcome, welcome. Please have a seat. Do you want to use the podium, or would you like to sit here? Yes, okay, yes, okay. Let's get started and with the first presentation. We've got a PowerPoint.
Okay,
looking forward to that. Okay.
Καλησπέρα.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this kind invitation. The PowerPoint is in English and I will speak in Greek. What is a family? More often than not, we use the term family as a very generic one for kind of relationships that are domestic, intimate, and of course they have to do with sentimental proximity. While starting the discussion about family, one may find that most times family is understood as a way to organize the private life of people which remain stable, uniform, with a single operation across cultures. However, the study of the history of family exhibits that there is no one type of family life. Family types are always part of the way societies are structured and operate. So if we try to give an answer to the following, is there a conventional family nowadays? We see that we meet A, the fluidity of form. In other words, the distinction between modern and traditional family, extended traditional family, is being contested. And on the other hand, we have the fluidity of structure, the distinction between, we have a modern family, so we have a gender equality, and the traditional family means gender hierarchy, is being contested, because we see that sometimes the changing family roles and age seem to be of significant importance. Today there exist multiple family forms: lonely people, single-parent families, families from second marriage, non-cohabitating families for professional reasons or other reasons, non-conventional types like same-sex families. So, modern families are characterized by fluidity, and the major priority and the challenge for social scientists is to come up with theories and methods to analyze, describe, interpret, and predict these changes. Now, talking about Greece, what are the changes that have taken place semantically and ontologically in the Greek family, and of course as far as the gender roles are concerned? In a text on the changes in Greek modern families across decades from 1974 until 1994, Ευθύμης Papataxiarchis suggests that, contrary to other European societies in which coexistence and single-parent families are recognized are very strong alternatives, in Greece the model of heterosexual conjugal family still persists. This shows, and it also shows, an ability to reproduce and to duplicate under changing circumstances. In the early years of the 21st century, new concepts by Simeonidou and Carlos and Marato seem to agree, their theories agree with that. They find that changes in family and reproductive behaviors found in Southern Europe that led to the increase of divorces and the emergence of new ways of coexistence and conjugal families do not appear in Greece, but nothing but rarely. And this is the emphasis of my presentation. Recent Eurostat data coming from 2020 using data coming from 2017 and 2018 give us a different picture. So I'll try to summarize some of these numerical changes about divorces, families, and out of marriage children. In 2017, the number of marriages per 1,000 inhabitants in the EU was 4.4. The same figure 50 years ago, in 1965, was 7.8. For Greece, this figure is 4.7 for 2017. So Greece ranks 18th in the total of EU member states. In 1960, we used to rank 7th. So there is some difference. As about divorces, in 2018, the number of divorces per 1,000 inhabitants for the EU member states is 2 out of 0.8, which was the case back in 1965. Especially for Greece, the rate in 2017 is 1.8. Our country ranks 15th out of EU 27. And in 1960, we used to rank. We were at 0.3. For Greece, it is of major importance the ratio between marriages, religious and civil, and the cohabitation agreements. Over the past 10 years, the ratio between marriages, religious and civil, remains stable, and there is an impressive increase in the number of cohabitation agreements from 180 in 2010 to 7,924 in 2019. When comparing marriage and divorces, in 2017 the ratio was 2.6 marriages per 1 divorce. We have already discussed about births. Greece has a 1.35 fertility rate. The EU average is 1.55. So we are quite low. But with respect to births outside marriage, the rates for EU member states in 2018 was 42% out of all births, so 17 percentage points more than 2000. According to the Eurostat, this figure shows that we have new forms of families being created next to the more conventional model in which children are being born in the context of a conjugal family. Greece, together with Cyprus, are at the opposite extreme of this line. Although the 2018 births outside marriage was 2.1%, we see there has been a change, significant change, because in 1990 this rate was 2.2%. So we have two trends. Although in Greece, single-parent families and the number of divorces and births outside marriage are quite low compared to the EU average, the same figures show that there is a significant number of people who opt not to get married, not to have children, or to divorce or not to become parents. On the other hand, what is worth mentioning is because on the one hand we have the increasing readiness of the Greek society to step up with the EU average with respect to the divorce and the marriage selection options. On the other hand, Greece is much more resilient or resisting when it comes to birth rates. Talking about births, the model of the heterosexual conjugal family is amazingly stable. In other words, parenthood and child upbringing appear in the context of the Greek society and are recognized in the context of a conjugal family. On the other, parenthood, in terms of law and in terms of societal values, is linked to motherhood and gender allocation of concepts and ideas. Let me give you an example of linking fertility and parenthood. Law 3089 of 2002 about assisted reproduction, giving access to such technologies to married couples, non-married ones, single mothers and accepts men and homosexual couples. On the other hand, we have a long debate about adoption, common parenthood, and supported reproduction for same-sex couples. And at the same time, we have a differentiation of gender relationships at workplace, domestically, and that's why we have parents taking part in the gestation, the upbringing, the child caring, and taking on roles that used to be female ones. So, what we see is that in the modern Greek society, families, parenthood, children upbringing keep on changing. In order to understand these changes, we will have to very scholastically take care of the ways how perceptions are understanding, how relations are being born, and in order to become ready, prepared to meet the new requirements and the new changes, both at the society level and at the legal level. Thank you.
Excellent, really nice presentation, thank you. And now, Professor Dimitra, over to you.
Καλησπέρα σας. Θέλω να ευχαριστήσω για
I would like to thank you for this invitation and greet this activity that supports childbirth in regional areas. I will talk about the civil law, family law, which tackles the agreement of the spouses, considering them equal. It is an agreement between the couple if the man or the woman would work outside the house and who will take care of the children in the house. In the civil code, there is no mentioning of the man, the woman, the spouse of either gender, the father or the mother. The terms spouse and parent is used. The family in which a woman is not exercising a profession, is taking care of the children, is acceptable, and as well as the other type of family where the woman works outside the house and the man is taking care of the child. So we have the spouse staying at home and has no income from the profession. This is clarified in two ways, because spouses should share family needs, diet of their children and theirs. They cover them depending on their revenue, and the family work or in the house is considered to be done at equal terms depending on the hours available of both spouses. So, spouse A staying at home, spouse B is working outside. If they get a divorce, spouse A may claim 1/3 of the revenues of spouse B working outside, because in this way, by staying at home, supported spouse B to go out and find a job and bring revenues to the household. Usually women stay at home, so the assistance provided by law is given to them. But social society is lagging behind the legal framework, so social support measures are taken need to be taken for the families, like the ones mentioned, offering housing, cooperation, assisting women to find a job, family care for children, benefits, etc. I believe that we should examine and also parental leave either to the mother or the father, 2 or 3 years to raise their children with a benefit offered by the state. And this is something that occurs in many states in Germany. That is why a lot of women can stay outside the labor market from 3 to 6 years, take the benefit, and they can plan when to give birth to their children. This is a very good approach because it offers equality to women, social equality, and allows young couples to have children. And quite briefly, I need to tackle on how the social framework influences social stereotypes. Women and children. Before 1983, the married woman would get the surname of her husband. By exception, working women could have 2 surnames. But after gender equality, after 1983, a marriage does not involve change of the surname of the spouses. A lot of opinions have been suggested when the law was processed on how the surname would apply for women and the children, and the legislator concluded that the spouses could maintain the surname and an agreement between the spouses to get the surname they opt for, and a combination of both surnames or the surname of the mother or the father. That was a proof of gender equality. A lot of the perceptions were interesting, and back then it seemed that there was a revolutionary measures taken into consideration of women. Many future spouses expressed their questions on how they can succumb this regulation. It was an exceptional change, especially for men who were used to give their surname to their spouses. But we always, as teachers, included this past experience in order to explain the law. In the first years, the students were very keen in knowing how this surname was introduced. After 10 years, when we presented this chapter in the law, nobody was interested because it was taken for granted after all these years. So society persisted in getting the surname of the father. Too few are the couples that give their children the surname of the mother or keep both surnames.
Για το θέμα του επωνύμου των γυναικών, ο νόμος και μάλιστα ως διάταξη αναγκαστικού δικαίου.
Regarding the surname of women, according to the society, that perception of giving the mother's surname was not acceptable by the society, as I said. The second thing I want to tackle is IVF. All of us who participated in the law, no one could imagine that a liberal law would be that accepted by Greek society, which is usually characterized as conservative. A lot of women from all over Greece, urban areas or not, accepted that their child had already an IVF, and parents and fathers did not hide that they had visited a specialized center. That was ignorance because of ethical issues when we have donors, or their will to have children, putting aside all these negative stereotypes. But the law of 2002 changed the perspective of the procreation was introduced and accepted both routes for someone to have a child, the natural one or the IVF, by tackling some ethical issues per se. And taking into consideration the society, the law changed the standard for having children. These two examples, in a way, show the lessons learned that the law follows social reality, but sometimes it guides it when is introduced before the society. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think those were two very interesting presentations. And unfortunately, we're right at the lunch time, which doesn't allow us to have any discussion because we're already running 15 minutes late for lunch. But I think, the questions that you've raised are very important ones, and it'd be nice for us to think about them, maybe discuss them a bit more over lunch, and obviously we'll come back to them in the afternoon when we hear the European perspectives and some final conclusions. I mean, the things that struck me was that, from what you said, was that Greece is changing, but it's changing at a slower rate than everywhere else, even than my home country, Ireland, which is kind of ahead, which is kind of quite startling to me, probably ahead of Greece, not only in the legal changes that have taken place, but also in the kind of cultural and social changes that have occurred as well. The question of the law, and how does that relationship work? Is the legal framework a reflection of social, societal, and cultural shifts, or can it actually bring about those changes? I think that's a very interesting thing to think about and discuss. And finally, the question of the family and what happens to the family. Somebody once said that the family is a haven in a heartless world. We all know who that was. But it's a very good, actually, description of what the function of the family for us as private individuals was, that it was somewhere where we could escape, from our public life, from the pressures of work, where the individuals could reproduce themselves in order to be able to go out into the world, the public world. Is that actually a big problem, that the family cannot play that role anymore? And are we in a situation now where the state is playing an increasingly interventionist role through policy in family life, and does that present problems? So these are lots of questions that your remarks provoked for me, and I hope that we can all think a bit more about those over lunch and in the course of so you've given us lots of food for thought, excuse the pun, but we now need to go for lunch. And we're going to reconvene, what time, where are we now? At 15:45. We may start a little late. Please be back in the room then, and we're going to hear the European perspective. Thanks all of you for your questions, participation. Thanks again to our two speakers. And let's go to lunch.
Basking in the sunshine. watch a songbird fly. Walking by the river, staring at the blue sky.
Αν θέλεις ένας τόπος να γεμίσει ζωή, πρέπει πρώτα να γεμίσει παιδιά. Στη EuroLife FFH, σε συνεργασία με τη Hope Genesis, κάνουμε μαζί ένα πρώτο βήμα ενάντια στην υπογεννητικότητα σε 10 περιοχές της Ελλάδας. Γιατί όταν ένα θέλω έχει αξία, πρέπει να παίρνει ζωή. EuroLife FFH. Τι έχει αξία για σένα? Θέλεις ένας τόπος να γεμίσει ζωή? Πρέπει πρώτα να γεμίσει παιδιά. Στη EuroLife FFH, σε συνεργασία με τη Hope Genesis, κάνουμε μαζί ένα πρώτο βήμα ενάντια στην υπογεννητικότητα σε 10 περιοχές της Ελλάδας. Γιατί όταν ένα θέλω έχει αξία, πρέπει να παίρνει ζωή. EuroLife FFH. Τι έχει αξία για σένα?
Basking in the sunshine, watch a songbird fly. Walking by the river, staring at the blue sky.
Αν θέλεις ένας τόπος να γεμίσει ζωή, πρέπει πρώτα να γεμίσει παιδιά. Στη EuroLife FFH, σε συνεργασία με τη Hope Genesis, κάνουμε μαζί ένα πρώτο βήμα ενάντια στην υπογεννητικότητα σε 10 περιοχές της Ελλάδας. Γιατί όταν ένα θέλω έχει αξία, πρέπει να παίρνει ζωή. EuroLife FFH. Τι έχει αξία για σένα?
watch a songbird fly. Walking by the river, staring at the blue sky.
Αν θέλεις ένας τόπος να γεμίσει ζωή, πρέπει πρώτα να γεμίσει παιδιά. Στη EuroLife FFH, σε συνεργασία με τη Hope Genesis, κάνουμε μαζί ένα πρώτο βήμα ενάντια στην υπογεννητικότητα σε 10 περιοχές της Ελλάδας. Γιατί όταν ένα θέλω έχει αξία, πρέπει να παίρνει ζωή. EuroLife FFH. Τι έχει αξία για σένα? ένας τόπος να γεμίσει ζωή, πρέπει πρώτα να γεμίσει παιδιά. Στη Eurolife FFH, σε συνεργασία με τη Hope Genesis, κάνουμε μαζί ένα πρώτο βήμα ενάντια στην υπογεννητικότητα σε 10 περιοχές της Ελλάδας. Γιατί όταν ένα θέλω έχει αξία, πρέπει να παίρνει ζωή. Eurolife FFH. Τι έχει αξία για σένα? θέλεις ένας τόπος να γεμίσει ζωή, πρέπει πρώτα να γεμίσει παιδιά. Στη EuroLife FFH, σε συνεργασία με τη Hope Genesis, κάνουμε μαζί ένα πρώτο βήμα ενάντια στην υπογεννητικότητα σε 10 περιοχές της Ελλάδας. Γιατί όταν ένα θέλω έχει αξία, πρέπει να παίρνει ζωή. EuroLife FFH. Τι έχει αξία για σένα?
sunshine. Watch a songbird fly. Walking by the river, staring at the blue, blue sky.
Αν θέλεις ένας τόπος να γεμίσει ζωή, πρέπει πρώτα να γεμίσει παιδιά. Στη EuroLife FFH, σε συνεργασία με τη Hope Genesis, κάνουμε μαζί ένα πρώτο βήμα ενάντια στην υπογεννητικότητα σε 10 περιοχές της Ελλάδας. Γιατί όταν ένα θέλω έχει αξία, πρέπει να παίρνει ζωή. EuroLife FFH. Τι έχει αξία για σένα?
songbird fly. Walking by the river, staring at the blue sky.
Αν θέλεις ένας τόπος να γεμίσει ζωή, πρέπει πρώτα να γεμίσει παιδιά. Στη EuroLife FFH, σε συνεργασία με τη Hope Genesis, κάνουμε μαζί ένα πρώτο βήμα ενάντια στην υπογεννητικότητα σε 10 περιοχές της Ελλάδας. Γιατί όταν ένα θέλω έχει αξία, πρέπει να παίρνει ζωή. EuroLife FFH. Τι έχει αξία για σένα? θέλεις ένας τόπος να γεμίσει ζωή, πρέπει πρώτα να γεμίσει παιδιά. Στη EuroLife FFH, σε συνεργασία με τη Hope Genesis, κάνουμε μαζί ένα πρώτο βήμα ενάντια στην υπογεννητικότητα σε 10 περιοχές της Ελλάδας. Γιατί όταν ένα θέλω έχει αξία, πρέπει να παίρνει ζωή. EuroLife FFH. Τι έχει αξία για σένα?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get started with the next session. So anybody who isn't in the room yet after lunch, please join us in the room now. Because we have connections, 2 speakers joining us by connection. This session after lunch is looking at the European experience. And we'd like to discuss, obviously, what lessons can be learned from that experience for Greece. I've got 2 speakers here with me in the room, so I'm going to ask them now to join me on the platform. Francesco Bellari, Dean of the Faculty and Professor of Demography at Bocconi University, and Yes Sogard, Professor and Director, CPOP Interdisciplinary Center on Population Dynamics, great title, Chair of CPOP Academic Coordination Committee. Please take a seat. And I believe we've got our video connections sorted out, and we've got 2 speakers joining us, I'm pleased to say. Juana Lopez Pagan, who is Director General for Depopulation Policies, Ministry of Spain for Ecological Transition and Demographic Challenge. And also we have Wolfgang Lutz, Founding Director of the Wittgenstein Center for Demography and Global Human Capital, and Professor at the University of Vienna in Austria, also joining us. So Juana Lopez Pagan is going to be our first speaker. So welcome to the conference. It's great to have you with us. I'm going to sit down now and I'm going to hand over to you. Thank you. You can now start with your...
You may start with your introduction.
Have you with us. I'm going to sit down now and I'm going to hand over to you. Thank you.
Hi, you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, please go ahead. You can now start with your...
You may start with your introduction.
Perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon, and many thanks to invite me.
With us. I'm going to sit down now and I'm going to hand over to you. Thank you.
Okay. Can I start? Hi, you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I can.
Yes, please go ahead. You can now start with your...
You may start with your introduction.
Perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon, and many thanks to invite me.
With us. I'm going to sit down now and I'm going to hand over to you. Thank you.
Okay. Can I start? Yes. Okay. Hi, again.
Can you hear me? Yes, we can.
I can.
Yes, please go ahead. You can now start with your...
You may start with your introduction.
Perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Manifest 25 I'd like to sit down now and I'm going to hand over to you. Thank you.
What happened? I'm sorry because.
Yes. Okay. Hi. Can you hear me? Yes, we can.
The opportunity to respond to the points that are made by the other panelists. So bear with us. We will sort this out. So let me turn then to Francesco Billari, as I say, Dean of the Faculty and Professor of Demography at Bocconi University in Italy. Tap it.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to make my initial remarks on the two speeds of demography, slow and fast. First of all, demography is important because it's slow. A demographer, Alfred Sauvy, used the metaphor of a watch, the old watch, where you had hours, minutes, and seconds. And he basically said politics and the economy move like minutes or seconds. And it was before Twitter, before politics had that kind of second idea, while demography moves like the hour hand. It's inexorable, it moves slowly, but then it changes the world from day to night. So what are the underlying slow demography trends? What we call the demographic transition, the victory of mankind against short life and uncontrolled fertility. So now we choose the number of children and we live longer. That means we are more. We are more than before. The numbers have grown. But also it means that we grow older. So population aging is the consequence of the victory of humanity against early disease and the fact that we cannot control our number of children. Population aging will be here to stay. Europe is forerunner in population aging. If demography is low, then we can use this as an input to policy thinking, but we can also look with confidence at the scenarios that were discussed also here. And demographers are confident, to use the word confidence, maybe sometimes overconfident, to think about 50, even 80 years ahead, because demography moves slowly. What is interesting here is, however, that some of the fact that moves slowly may change suddenly. So another factor that moves slowly is culture. We heard about the idea of family. Culture tends to be constant. So we heard yesterday my former prime minister describing Italian and Greek culture. They seem not to change, ever. This is also slow change. How about fast change? Things change fast. The simple example is COVID. COVID changed demography in a very fast way. We had forgotten that mortality could increase suddenly. In courses in demography, we used to teach that epidemics were something of the past. It was not the case. A second feature we already heard, family change. Family change has to do, for instance, with the interaction between gender equality and fertility. For instance, we heard about female labor force participation. In the 1970s, countries with the highest female labor force participation were the ones with lowest fertility in Europe. In the 1990s, countries with the highest fertility in Europe are the countries with highest female labor force participation. If you think about household budgeting, makes sense, no? You have two incomes, you can afford to have more kids. So how it was something of the past? I'll go back to this point. The other bit that changes fast in population thinking is migration, of course. Even if we change overnight fertility rates, this will not have an impact on the labor market if we want workers tomorrow. The only way to fill the gaps in terms of labor market, in terms of support for the elderly, is migration. Migration is a fast-changing force of demography. And it's a fast-changing force, especially for smaller areas. For instance, think about depopulation. You don't solve depopulation by raising fertility, if not in the very long run. You solve depopulation by keeping people there. So sometimes young people staying at home is not necessarily a bad idea, or getting people there. So migration changes fast because of policy thinking. The famous example has already been mentioned yesterday, is Germany in 2015, where suddenly more than 1 million migrants, refugees, were accepted boldly by Chancellor Merkel, who refused to set an upper limit on migration for a given year, even if this seemed implausible in a population of 80 million. This has changed forever the course of German demography. This has slowed population aging, and this has contributed to new blood in the German population. So we have to be aware that when we think about demographic challenges, these challenges are both slow, informing the direction we go. Maybe we heard for Europe, this is the most important thing. We can foresee, but we have also these fast challenges. And in the fast challenges, this is where policies make the big difference. It's no longer the case that politicians have to take demography as given, but they influence demography. Examples already mentioned. COVID was influenced by policies. Gender equality and family is influenced by policies. Migration is influenced by policies. So if you influence health, births, and migration, it means that demography is not taken for granted, especially at the national level. Okay? The last bit, before I close, demographic challenges are also demographic opportunities. I know the Vice President of the Commission likes to stress this point, but we have to take demography to our advantage. For Europe, being forerunner in population aging, for example, may be a big advantage. The innovations we will develop to answer population aging will be something that Europe could sell to the whole world, because the whole world will face population aging. So demographic challenges, when recognized, governed, can become demographic opportunities. And this is very important for Europe, because Europe is usually the forerunner of all demographic changes. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Very interesting perspective. Have we got the connections? Yes, so we'll go to the connections now, because they're obviously hanging on the line, and we'll come back to you, Mr. Sogod. So over to you, Juana Lopez Pagan. I hope we've got a good connection now for you.
Thank you very much, and I'm sorry because I was listening the seminar through YouTube, and I have a technical problem, so start again. Good afternoon, and many thanks to invite me to participate in this fantastic session. Congratulations for that. I want to share with you in these few minutes the work that we are developing in the Spanish government to face demographic challenge and fight against the population, especially in the field of gender equality. But as many of you mentioned along this seminar, the world that we already know, but above all the new world we are beginning to know, offers new realities that put gender equality back at the center of the debate because of COVID-19. And gender equality confronts us always an ongoing challenge as a society. And over the time, Spain has established itself as one of the most progressive countries in the permanent conquest of the women's rights, which in our country represent more than half of the population. And it is precisely in this context where the government of Spain is reinforcing public policies on gender equality to leave no woman behind, no matter where she lives. And facing the demographic challenge involves achieving gender equality. Therefore, one of the priorities of this government is to eliminate the gender gaps derived from the demographic challenge in relation to the masculinization of the territory, the lack of opportunities for women in rural areas and areas in demographic decline, the aging of the population, and the burden of care for the female population, as well as gender-based violence. In this context, we are working in three main political instruments that we have approved recently and we are developing. First of all, the 2030 Demographic Challenge Strategy, a long-term strategy about the population and demographic change. The Recovery, Transformation and Resilience Plan, España Puede, in the framework of the UE Next Generation Funds. And the third one, the National Plan of Measures with 130 measures, public policies for a period of 3 years, 2021 to 2023. For the time that we have in the session, I will focus on the last one, the national plan. It's a national plan that we built among all the ministries of the Spanish government, and we put in the center gender equality was one of the main issues that we have to face in the next years. The plan places the gender equality, as I just said, a transversal axis for the coordination of action to favor to greater professional training of women, to facilitate individual and collective entrepreneurship, and advance effective equality in the field of the agricultural activity in terms of ownership and management, and in the employability, especially at all levels and areas of the green and digital transition, as well as the new care economy. This plan includes many measures. I only want to put the highlight in some of them. For example, the promotion of innovation projects aimed at supporting and empowering rural women by launching a call to develop innovation projects to support rural women. The implementation of action plan of the strategy for the digitalization of the agri-food sector, forestry and rural areas. The promotion of generation change in the agricultural activity with young people and rural women. The promotion of the conciliation and co-responsibility action in rural areas, or the safety and attention, this is very important, to victims of violence against women. But we cannot do alone this thing, so we need, and we are very concerned about that, to bet for the best way to coordination with the different level of governments, in our case with the regions and the local governments, to establish a common agenda around gender equality. And we need this multi-level work with these territories to identify the best practice, the best policies in each of our territory. But not only the multi-level governance, it's very necessary and very important in that case if we need to have a multi-stakeholder governance to develop this action with all the stakeholders. I finished. The Spanish government is a feminist government and expressed with all its policies and the coordination work of all the ministries a huge commitment putting at the center of the action the gender equality. Many thanks.
It's very good to hear the perspective from Spain. We're now going to go to our other panelist, who's joined by video connection, Wolfgang Lutz, at the Wittgenstein Center for Demography and Global Human capital at the University of Vienna. Welcome. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon from Vienna. I hope you can hear me well and also see my slides. Can you see the slides?
We can indeed, and we can hear you perfectly. Thank you.
Good. So what I want to do at this stage is step back a bit and ask, what are the demographic challenges that we are talking about? Why are we afraid of future in demography? And also, what are the appropriate responses in a broad sense? And this goes beyond just looking at the changing age structure or just talking about fertility and migration. The discipline of demography is defined as the scientific study changing population size and structures. Structures in the plural. It's not just the age structure. We have a labor force composition, we have a structure of place of residence, we have an education structure. And I will just show you 3 slides now that sort of propose that the 21st century population policy paradigm should focus more broadly at what I call human resource management. It's like every company, every big company has a human resource management concern with the productivity and of course the number of the employees. This could also be done at the national level. So let me hope that you can now move the slides, which, yeah, okay. Can you see the second slide? Yes. Yes. Here you have 2 age pyramids. The age pyramids are what demographers love to use. For those of you who are not familiar, we have always the women on the right hand and the men on the left hand side, structured by age. So the shape of the pyramid on the left for Sweden and on the right for Italy gives you the age distribution. And you see Italy is quite different from Sweden. Sweden has a much more rectangular shape. Italy has these strong cohorts, age groups between 40 and 55, and then slower fertility. But what you also see now are colors. The red colors show you people who are not in the labor force, who are inactive, and the green colors show you people, men and women, who are part of the labor force. Here you already see some big differences between Italy and Sweden. In Italy, in particular, women above the age of 40 are to a much lesser degree part of the labor force than in Sweden. For young Italian women, the difference is not so big anymore. And then the darkness of the color shows you the level of education. So you have light green is those working and with low education, then medium education, and the dark green shows you active in the labor force with high education. And again, here you see a strong difference between Sweden, where not only men and women are working to a high extent, but they are also more educated and therefore more productive in the economy. So I just highlight that these age, gender, as well as level of education and labor force participation are all genuinely demographic characteristics. Now let's look at 3 different so-called dependency ratio. That is what always scares people when thinking about the future. So the green line is the conventional age dependency ratio. You have the people below age 15 and then above age 65 in relation to the working age population, the so-called 15 to 65. So this is really a very crude and, as it turns out, quite bad approximation of what is the demographic burden, because not everybody below the age of 65 contributes to the system, as we have just seen, and not everybody above age 65 is simply a burden. They can also contribute. So, but this old age dependency ratio is increasing. We standardize this to 1.0 over the course to the next decades by about 60%. That is what causes challenges to our pension system, and that's what most people talk about. But if we take not just the age structure of the population, but the actual labor force, how many people, as I just showed you, in Sweden and Italy are participating in the labor force, and also factor in that in Italy, as in many other European countries, young women work to a higher degree than the older women, and presumably continue to be part of the labor force for a higher degree. And then the future looks much less dramatic. You see this red line, considering the labor force dependency, only increases by about 20%. And then when we use what we look at the so-called productivity weighted dependency ratio, which also considers the fact that the young generations, better educated, earn higher salaries, and therefore are also more productive in the economy, that only resides in a 10% increase. So if you have this broader, this multi-dimensional demographic perspective, the problems associated with population aging look much less daunting. Now let's look about migration. Migration is clearly a factor that, as Francesco Billari has already said, can complement some of the perceived gaps in the labor force and try to fill them. So here the blue line, again, is what we've just saw before. It is the productivity weighted labor force dependency ratio. Now, if we complement this with migration of the Canadian type, Canada is taking in a lot of migrants, but also selectively highly educated migrants. And then we see the green line here. That is actually already some sort of a decline in the dependency ratio. Like following the Canadian migration pattern, the dependency would actually decline over time in Europe. And then if we still combine this with what we call the Swedish labor force participation model, if like all the women in Southern Europe would now work to the same extent as Swedish women already work today, which clearly is also showing gender equity. I mean, there's so much talk about gender equity. If there would be better gender equity in all of Europe, then we see the dotted blue line. These women would contribute more to the economy and to the pension system, and then there would actually be over time a decline. And we can still do better if we then combine the Canadian immigration with the Swedish labor force participation, and then you see this dotted red line. So this is really an optimistic view if we take this multidimensional view of the future of Europe's population, and also see migration and labor force policies as an instrument for national human resource development. I should say the top line here is actually combining the Canadian volume of immigrants, like as many immigrants as Canada has, but with low education and little integration. That's a bit like what Italy is experiencing in migration. And then, even so there will be many migrants, this is worsening the situation because these migrants will be poorly integrated in the labor market and will not have high productivity. So what I want to say in conclusion is really we have to view all these factors together, and if we get the right policy mix in our human resource management, there really is not much of a demographic problem ahead of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, I am struck that our demographers are much more positive than our policymakers so far, which is very interesting. And it's good to see these charts and the kind of nuances introduced into the discussion, that aging is not necessarily going to be a massive problem. But let's hear from our final speaker. It's great to have you with us, Jess Søgaard. I've already introduced your many professorships and directorships, but please go ahead.
Thank you. Now, as a Dane, but also as a Scandinavian, I feel somewhat of an outlier here, because you've been discussing declining fertility. Right now, we expect an increase in Danish fertility about 12-13% over the next 8 years, and our concern is if we have enough midwives and if we have enough daycare and nursery care supply. So our issues, our challenges are very different. Also in terms of the COVID impacts, both on health, mortality, and economy. It's been very different from Southern Europe, perhaps with the exception of Sweden. In Denmark and Norway, mortality increased a bit in it decreased a bit in 2020, not as much as we were used to, but it did decrease. In Sweden it increased, and in Finland it increased a little bit. And we expect the same thing to happen also in 2021. And also in terms of impacts on our economies, they have been much less than, I guess, here in Southern Europe. We anticipate a decline in GDP in 2020 to be about 2.5%, which I guess is it's less than a half of the EU average. That doesn't mean that we don't have any concerns, so I will try it from the Danish perspective to come with other consequences of demographic changes. And I'll use as a case Danish elder care or long-term care. It has for decades, almost a century, been an important pillar of our welfare state and social infrastructure. And I wouldn't say it's threatened, but it is challenged by demographic trends over the last 80 years. We have different models in Europe for delivery of elder care to our senior citizens. In the north, and in particular in the Nordic country, we rely more on formal care provided by public and private professional caregivers, and this care is supplemented by informal care within and between households. And in the south, to be very general, it's sort of vice versa. But of course, you also have both, but you have different ways of financing it. For example, we don't use cash benefits very much to support informal care, neither for children nor for elderly. So Danish elder care reaches out to everyone who needs care and health care, and it offers a mixture of home care, day care, and nursing home care. It's well integrated with health care, and it's tailored, at least it's supposed to be tailored to the needs of individual seniors in Denmark, and it's the same way in the 3 other Nordic countries. These services are mainly tax-financed and free of charge for the elderly. Our care, of course, our model is mainly to provide high quality and timely care to our senior citizens. What's the question? No. Okay. It's mainly, of course, to provide care to the senior citizen, but it's also important to stress that it is a prerequisite of many of other parts of our society. For example, we have a relatively high labor market participation rate for both men and women, the current rates being about 77% for men and 73% for women. We have a fairly efficient hospital care delivery system with some of the shortest lengths of stays in the world and a high degree of, for example, day surgery. That relies on efficient elderly care. There has been some downsizing over the last decade in Danish elder care, but still 95,000 educated, trained carers are currently employed in the Danish healthcare sector. So what are the threats right now? And they trace back to about 80 years ago. 80 years ago, right after, or during and after the Second World War, the occupation time, we started with a 25 years long baby boom. And it had almost 300 more babies, Danish babies, than we expected for that 25 years period. Then afterwards, we had a baby boost with the other trend, where we had almost 150,000 fewer babies in Denmark. And these babies, we so to speak, need to take care of the babies in the post Second World War who have become old, and to sort of increase the demand for healthcare, we saw a very steep decline in mortality for the Danish elderly population. So In the current decade, 2020 through 2030, the number of seniors 50 or more increases by 60%. And that may actually be an underestimate. My demographers are quarreling about that. At the year of 80, at least in Northern Europe, you have a 50% risk of having 3 or more concurrent chronic conditions. So prevalence of multimorbidity and complex care needs increases significantly over the next decades. And this is what somebody calls the gray tsunami. And I hope Dr. Lutz is right in these graphs that he showed, because we face now steadily and sharply increasing demand for care, and we have a supply of elder care that is constrained by a slowing down workforce due to the baby boost in the 70s. So these are the situations we are talking about. It's a little less serious in healthcare, but we also we foresee a shortage of midwives and nurses, not so much doctors. And in daycare, we have daycare teachers that will also be short of supply. The 2 questions I'm asking in Denmark, but I'll also ask these 2 questions here. The first is more a query. I wonder, these demography changes are not new to us. As Professor Bilari told us, they are coming very steadily. Actually, we should have known about this 50 years ago. The shortage of labor supply and the increase of demand for elder care and health care. And we only react when we are right in the tsunami, but I guess that's just politics, and I'll let others talk about that. My second question, and that's both to Denmark but also to Southern Europe, is could we learn from each other's models? Could we mix models of delivery of care? Could we have more informal care, family-based in the North and in the Nordic countries? And could you have more formal care? So that is one of the questions that I would like to ask. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we've had some fascinating presentations. I hope Professor Lutz is still with us by connection. Juana Lopez is not with us. She had to join another seminar, I think the ones that we're trying to talk to her earlier. Let's get into the discussion. We do actually have about 10 minutes to talk. So I've got a lot of questions that arising from what you said, but let me ask the audience, any questions from the floor before I ask mine? Nope. Well, stick your hand up if something occurs to you. So I don't know where to start, really. One question I have is about the COVID impact on life expectancy, which actually has been very dramatic in the US, for example, and quite different from the impact in Europe. First of all, it's greater for, I believe for males, it's something like 2.5 years, knocked off the life expectancy of a US male. But in Europe, there's recently been this study, it was published in The Lancet in the UK and other places. In Europe, it's also had a big impact on life expectancy, but a lesser one. And the difference, I believe, in the US is that the impact has been felt not just in the older age cohort, over 65s, but in the working age population, so in people in their 30s and 40s and 50s. So what I want to ask you, one question, is that just a blip in the scheme of things, or will it be felt in some meaningful way in the US and in Europe, or not? Maybe we'll start with that, and then I can come back. Yeah, both of you feel free to answer.
Let me start. It's both. I wouldn't call it a blip because it's dramatic. It's an interruption in a general linear trend of improvement in life expectancy that will continue afterwards. However, they will be scarce because many people have kin who have bereaved their kin, and this is especially true in the US, where there's been important studies where for one death of COVID, you have 8 people who are mourning this death. And that will carry on potentially to next generations, and especially in the US, you have also the usual social selectivity of mortality, which probably applies to Europe. We don't have enough studies, So in a sense, in terms of general trends, it's probably not going to interrupt the secular improvement of longevity, but it will have consequences for weaker parts of the population.
I certainly don't think it was a blip at all, especially not between the United States and Europe. And just one thing to add to Professor Bilari is that US healthcare might be good for acute care and cancer care, but they were certainly not very good at handling this problem. I think if we take Europe, and there have been huge differences in European impacts and responses, and we just published a study on this, especially the mortality impacts in International Journal of Epidemiology 3 weeks ago. And there's a huge, and I think the United States were there. We calculated to about 2.1, but I think that's when we merged men and women. But what's the interesting comparison in the Nordic countries is Sweden and the other countries. And I think the major reason is the timing of the restrictions and sort of the emphasis on having not only what sort of recommendations to the population, but actually closing down parts of the economy. And I was part of very quickly in Denmark. There was set down a scientific committee of 12 persons. I was one of those 12, and we had a very close collaboration with both the government and the high-level officials. So timing was very important, but also the trust. All the time maintaining the trust of the Danish population was very important. I think that was lacking in the United States.
Yeah, interesting points. Obviously, we can't get into a whole discussion here about different national policies in relation to the handling of the pandemic, and there's this debate about timing of lockdowns, and you have your conclusions. Others might dispute that. It's obviously a big discussion. But we do see this differentiation, obviously, between Sweden and the other Nordics. I mean, the other issue, I guess, in the US, not just the healthcare system there, but it's the existence of such big comorbidities in the population must explain a lot of the difference, surely.
But also, they couldn't target health packages to their economy. There, I don't know how it is in Southern Europe, but in the Nordic countries, and I would guess also UK, it was possible very selectively to spread out the health packages so we could keep up various business sectors with 8 packages, so they were clear, so to speak, to start when society started to reopen. And I think that made a great change or impact on the economic impacts of COVID.
So both of you and Professor Lutz, and I guess he is with us. Great.
Yes, I'm here. Just one sentence, maybe. It is, I guess, too early to draw conclusions what this implies for future life expectancy. Like with any big epidemic, we have 2 opposing forces. The one is what we call harvesting, that is that those who are already weak and would soon die anyhow, die a little earlier. We have this seen with big bad influenza years. There have been sort of high death rates in one year, then followed by a recovery in the mortality rate the following year. And the other, what is we call debilitating effect, means that the survivors are still somehow weakened. And so this really depends how, for instance, long COVID turns out, whether people who have recovered but are still suffering from long COVID, whether they in the end will have a shorter life expectancy than they would have had otherwise. So these are 2 opposing forces, and we don't know how the balance works out.
Thank you. So, one of the reasons we're having this discussion, and we wanted to get the perspective from the rest of Europe and from very different parts of Europe, is that we also want to see if there's lessons here for Greece. And all of you really have suggested that demography is not everything, or it's not fate anyway, and that there's a lot of things in policy terms that governments can do and other actors can do to ensure that it isn't fate, if you like, and isn't damaging. So I want each of you to identify, if you can, what you would say would be the most kind of effective policy for a society such as Greece. I know that's putting yourselves in somebody else's shoes, but on the basis of your experience, that's one thing I'd like you to do. And also, several of you have mentioned migration policy, as potentially offering some kind of solution. Now, I guess the issue with that, the problem with that, seeing this as some kind of social engineering or demographic engineering, solution, is that you're taking it outside a political context, and ultimately this has to be a political question. And what we've discovered is that governments which try to evade that and actually make policy on migration without consulting the population can end up in trouble with a backlash and so on. So it's a political issue. The population who are on the receiving end of migration and mass migration as a policy option need to be consulted about it, and the debate needs to be had. So I just wanted to ask your views about that, whether you agree with that approach, and actually if governments want to pursue migration as a possible policy solution, that very difficult discussion needs to be had. So perhaps it's best to go first to Professor Lutz and then to bring you two back in.
Thank you. So as to the topic of migration, this is clearly a highly controversial and difficult topic. I just wanted to sort of repeat what I tried to make in my very brief presentation, the point, namely, that it also depends who the migrants are. This is quite crucial for their integration, how they will also be culturally absorbed into the country. And here we really have to look at the educational attainment. For instance, just from my own country in Austria, we had in the 1960s and early 70s a huge wave of migrants from Turkey. These were the so-called guest workers. They were actively recruited. And I've talked to people in Austria who were involved in this. They selectively chose the illiterate people. They needed to have a strong body, but then they had an extra plus point if they couldn't read or write, because then they would not ask difficult questions. They would just work manually. That's it. There is no surprise that even the children of these migrants today have difficulties in our school system. They have difficulties in integrating in society and learning the language. Then there has been another wave of also Islamic migrants. These were people from Iran after the Iranian Revolution that were typically quite highly educated people, and they are perfectly integrated. They are lawyers and doctors in every high positions in society. So these were both immigrants to Austria, but they differed greatly by their educational attainment. And also what I showed for the Canadian or the Italian case, it really matters who these migrants are and what their skills are.
So these are probably going to be the last comments before we race on to the next session. So please, and particularly if you can say something about any lessons from your experience that Greece might learn.
I don't know if Greece might learn from this. I'm not your teacher. I can say in Denmark, non-EU immigration is a very tough and hot political issue, but we do have a lot of immigration from the Baltic countries and what we call the former Eastern European countries, especially Poland. And they are having great contributions to our labor force. We have had issues in terms of integrating short-educated non-EU citizens, especially from the Mediterranean countries and with a Muslim background, and that seems to be also a problem now in Sweden. So non-EU immigration in Denmark is a tough political issue.
Thank you.
Lessons for Greece. I'll take Italy as a heterogeneous country. That's an important issue to think about. Italy, when we compare it to Sweden, is 6 times the Swedish population, so you could have 6 Italys and learn from each of them. What happened in Italy, also talking about your personal story, is that Southern Italians were the ones having big families. I come from a migrant family from the south to the north. My father in a family of 10, my mother in a family of 7. I'm the only child of my parents. My parents have a low education, both elementary education, and I'm a university professor with a PhD. So what happened in Italy is basically demography went together with the economy. The South reversed its fate. It is less attractive for migrants. It has low fertility. The lowest fertility in Italy is in the poorer South and not in the richer North. In the richer North, we have higher female labor force participation. We have better childcare services. We have more money for people. So better the lesson learned for Greece will be look at what happened within Italy and try to understand what happened to northern Italy, where basically demography is now marching together with the economy. And actually, there's been, I don't want to talk about politics too much, but the recent elections are showing that not necessarily voters are punishing parties that are more favorable to immigration.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to leave the discussion there. It was a really rich discussion. Thank you very much for your contributions. Of course, we could go on, carry on, but we've got a couple, we've got one more session left and some conclusions. But thanks very much for joining us. Really enjoyed your contributions. Would you like a photo? Yeah. Okay, thanks a lot. Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on to, in a way, the kind of final substantive session now, where we're going to look at the role of education and what is the relationship between education and demographics. So we're delighted to have with us Angelos Syrigos, Deputy Minister of Education and Religious Affairs of Greece, and also an Associate Professor of International Law and Foreign Policy at Pantheon University.
Hello.
Welcome. Hello. Please take a seat. And Lois Labrianadis, Professor at the Department of Economics at the University of Macedonia. Welcome. So I'm going to ask the Deputy Minister to open the discussion for this panel. If you're happy to do it from here, or would you like to use the podium? It's up to you.
Okay.
I have 5 minutes.
Yes,
Okay.
and then we've got some time for discussion. Thank you.
Καταρχάς, θερμές ευχαριστίες.
I would like to thank the economists and the organizers for this invitation. Demographic challenge is the most critical long-term issue of our country. If we want to compare ourselves with adjacent countries, not Italy, but the Balkan ones, we will see that we follow the model of Bulgaria. In 1991, Bulgaria had 9 million people, more or less the same as Greece. Today, Bulgaria has 7 million inhabitants, and this is due on the one hand to the low birth rate, on the other hand to emigration. Greece traditionally has always been a country of emigrants. Since 1831 to 1974. 1975 was the first year that the number of those leaving the country with those coming back to the country was the same, and the data change after 1983 when Greece becomes a destination country for Greeks initially and for migrants later. That is until 2010. From 2010 to 2020, we have beyond the non-permanent residents, we have a high number of Greeks that go abroad. 450 to 500,000 people. These are in the more productive ages that give birth to children, these children that are now born abroad. Where shall we focus? 2 points. First point, how can we persuade these people to come back to Greece? Contrary to the emigration of the past, these emigrants from Greece are of high cultural level. So you need to give incentives to scientists for universities, and that is what we try to do for scientists abroad, and give them financial incentives as well. Usually they will come from the growth of the economy. A critical factor is the growth. And the other part has to do with working mothers. It is extremely critical for working mothers to have support from the first moment their child is born. That means more kindergartens or daycare centers or nurseries. Greece lags behind compared to the EU average. Steps have been taken forward in the last years to give the opportunity to Greek mothers to combine employment and motherhood, but more steps are needed. Last point has to do with the age of giving birth. Since women grow older when they give birth, the state should be more favorable regarding assistance to women that have exceeded the standard age and need extra medical assistance. So the state should help them there. Last point. In 1999-2000, in the Panhellenic exams, 153,000 students took part. This year, 105,000 took part, and in 2028, we will have 93,000 taking part in the exams for the universities. Within 30 years, half the population, student population of the country was lost. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you very much for sticking to that time. You got through all your points exactly.
I did my best.
Perfectly. So let's hear from you, Professor, now. Gosh.
Γεια σας. Ευχαριστώ πολύ για την...
Hello, thank you very much for this honoring invitation. I have structured my contribution in 3 sections according to the questions raised in the agenda. A, what are the policies that can help reverse the brain drain? Before I give you an answer, we have to understand what the brain drain is. So what I'm saying is that the flee of qualified people from a country abroad generates a huge loss of political, social, and financial dynamics, and reproduces inequalities internationally when talking about the international location of work, of labor, apologies. The reasons why people flee from Greece are numerous. Let me give you some. A lack of meritocracy, nepotism, etc. But the main reason is the non-alignment between the supply and demand of work. This misalignment is not the outcome of the abundance of graduates, and that's something we have discussed. That's not the problem. It has to do mainly with the limited demand by the economy. So the economy is not oriented towards creating complicated technological commodities, so there is no need for specialized personnel. Following a study we carried out about the PhD holders from 1985 until today, including 11,000 questionnaires, let me give you some of the facts. 31.3% of these people worked abroad. 14.8% currently works abroad. 54% of these people works in a university or research institute. 75% of these people reside in a huge global metropolis. 67.5% live in innovative countries according to the typologies established. So in order for these people to come back, we have to eradicate the reasons that drove them away. So we have to change the development paradigm of Greece, the growth paradigm actually. What we have to do is in the medium term support education research, create new jobs, support of graduates for R&D and startup and new jobs and new companies, create new teaching posts in the universities and institutes, and of course we have to recognize that some people will not come back. So we have to make what we call the virtual return for them, which means help them connect, although living abroad, to the Greek economy. And there are many ways to have this virtual return. So generally speaking, we have to come up with policies supporting all educated staff and not just specifically for those residing abroad, because if so, then we're going to have other kind of problems. Second question. The Greek society gives very few opportunities to women after they graduate. Based on the data on the findings of this survey show that women who want to climb the professional ladder have to come across the bias, the glass ceiling as we call it. They set out with amazing performance, and let me give you a figure. And this has to do with publications. When talking about the first years of career, and when we talk about 10 publications as a milestone, we can see that 60% of the authors with sex publications or more than we have women. If we talk about more than 10 publications, when we're talking about a proper career, then we have only 10% being women. The same happens with citations, index, etc. In fact, although women with a PhD represent 50% of the market compared to men, what we see in the professional career, following the same survey, is that the teaching staff in universities are underrepresented in terms as far as women are concerned. In 2020, we had only 23% of professors in universities being women, although we have the same number of PhD holders. This is even more intense when talking about high levels of responsibility, deans, heads of faculties, heads of departments. Men are more. So women are in an underprivileged position because they have to carry great part of the burden of a nucleus family, the upbringing of children, and taking care of the elderly. The state, the government, the state may help in very many ways. Daycare, help at home, kindergartens. We have to keep the quotas for women, that's important. But the most important thing is the change of perception about the role of genders. In this case, school is to play a primordial role. Last question. Digital transformation, demographics, and society of knowledge, the knowledge economy. Our country has to immediately change the development model. We have to enter the era of knowledge economy, knowledge society, which means human force of high specialization and capabilities of the domestic system to handle advanced technology and innovation in a non-stop way. In order for this to happen, there are certain requirements. I will be brief. Let's hope we're going to discuss about that so I can give you more details. This calls for high level of educational system, specialized research centers, companies having as their main strategy to innovate. This also calls for consulting services and consultancy coming from the public sector and elsewhere in order to help these people. This also calls for financing institutions, development banks, etc. It also calls for an effective government. It calls for a comprehensive development-driven policy, and we need all these healthy powers of the community to act. We need this synergy, this cooperation. If not, nothing will deliver. And if we fail to deliver, then we're going to have low levels of production and productivity, and of course a low ranking in the various international indicators. So many say we should innovate. This means that we have to have more people graduating from the STEM faculties. If we follow this scenario without changing the productive structure of our country, we're going to have just an even wider army of unemployed or people leaving the country for abroad. Brain drain. Thank you.
Thank you very much, both our speakers. I think in your introductions, you actually tied together a lot of things that we've been discussing during the course of the day, so that's very fortuitous. We have got some time for questions. So again, I'm going to go out to the floor and ask you to raise your hand if you have a question for either speaker. Everybody's shy, very shy. No, if you think of a question, please just indicate. And was there somebody? Lady over here. Can we have a mic, please?
Thank you. Let me say something on top of let me say something about something more about the issues of education. It's not just that we have a brain drain and we have highly qualified people living in Greece. It's the fact that those who stayed in Greece and didn't have the opportunity to get some degree or become scientists, they still need some education, some training in order to stay in their homeland, to grow, and not force them this way just to go abroad or to move to the urban centers. In the previous session, the representative of the region of Epirus said so. We have to maybe emphasize a bit more on vocational training. It's not just about universities and this level of education. We have to emphasize a bit more on vocational training offered at the very place where it is needed. Then I think people will have an additional incentive to stay there and help the area grow. That's all. No question. It was just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Of course, and then we have another question. But it should be functioning.
Hello? One?
Yes.
Okay.
Let us imagine that we have a machine. Currently, we have someone being trained in a IEC. IEC is the Vocational Training Institute, to become an operator of the machine, and we have a Polytechnical University graduate designing the machine. What we lack is the person on the side who knows how this machine works. We used to call them foremen in the past. That's what we have to build right now.
On that, but I also have just wanted to follow up on some of the final points that you were making, which was you said very emphatically that Greece needs to change its development model. And again, when you were speaking, both of you, I was thinking in relation to that and to the migration issue, again about my home country, Ireland, which started out as a very poor country, which is why everybody left in droves in the 1950s. They went to America, they went to the UK, they went to Australia, they went everywhere but Ireland because there was nothing really there. So it's not exactly comparable because the education levels were not the same. And somehow in the space of a few decades, Ireland was able to transform its development model. Some would say that was unique to Ireland and it's not possible to replicate it. And that it had to do with the English language, for example, usage, the special connections with America, which ended up with Ireland, and obviously its FDI policies, it joined the EU. All these, a combination of these factors allowed Ireland to change its model. And we had these Irish Tiger years, and everybody came back, actually. People did come back in droves to Ireland. Do you think that can be replicated? So there was a change in the model and the investment that took place in Ireland was into advanced industries, innovative industries, into pharma and IT and so on. And this is the model. Can it be replicated in Greece? So just wanted you to say a bit more about the necessaries, the requirements, because you went through very quickly what those were and were these things included in the government's development model. So before even we heard of the RRF or dreamed of it before the pandemic, we had this very important process that went on. And is that in there? Is that part of the government's program?
I wouldn't say that nobody has to take the model of another country and replicate it as it was in another country, under different circumstances, on their own land, under different international circumstances. I don't think this is what we're moving towards. Someone has authentically, originally tackle the issues they are facing and come up with a solution. I think that we have the conditions necessary. In other words, we understand that the current model leads to a dead end. We know that. So a shift, actually sticking to a model based on cheap development, based on low income work, low tax coefficients and taxes, low protection of our cultural and environmental legacy. I think this model is an absolute dead end for a EU advanced country like Greece. I think it is a one-way street to turn towards to what we call knowledge economy, knowledge society, while at the same time reducing regional and financial inequalities. I think this turn has nothing but positive outcomes for the society, one of which is the thing we're discussing right now, the return of people who left, those qualified, educated people who left, mainly because there is this misalignment between supply and demand. If I may add something, one comment to the previous thing. May I? To the question, yes, the lady. Evidently, as the minister said, there is an issue of vocational training or technical training. We used to have the foremen, etc. We don't have that now. And as indirectly the lady suggested, we have an issue because of people moving from various areas in the country, rural areas, to the urban centers. That's a huge issue, a huge problem. And let me link that back to the brain drain, because we have a double brain drain. out of all areas, with the exception of Athens, Thessaloniki, and maybe some big urban centers, we have this double flee, the double brain drain. Educated people leave to go abroad, and some others, equally educated and specialized, leave to move to some urban centers like Athens or Thessaloniki in order, and that's something that you have to stop it, otherwise there will be no growth in these areas.
Thanks for that. Minister, before you come back and respond to some of the points that have already been raised, I also wanted you to just ask if you could say something particularly about the role of education in changing perceptions. The Professor said that's the most important thing, really. Ultimately, it's about changing perceptions about gender and gender equality. So how is that being reflected in changes in the national curriculum, or is that something that your government aspires to change?
The curricula never stop changing. The Institute of Educational Policy keep on changing the curricula. I think the most impressive thing, what you mentioned before, Professor, is what you said about the publications and the citations index. The publications of a woman compared to a man at the beginning of her career into the scientific community, and how she ends up after many, many years when she is done. In my family it was the other way around, but anyway, truth be told, actually reality is a great way to see the problem, and we do have problems like that, programs like that, and the society is adjusting gradually, and the educational system has a very important role to play, because we have to understand that everybody has to understand what one wants in their lives, and as a result plan their lives accordingly. I think that's the most important thing. And here comes the school. This is what the school has to do. We don't need necessarily a lot of students. We need someone who is absolutely conscious about what he or she wants. And this is the role of the school or the society to help, because these things don't change overnight. The same happens with demography. It doesn't change overnight. Let's say that tomorrow we have a brand new successful demographic model in place.
This program.
Just a quick comment, he's back to Greek now, a quick comment about the ones graduating. Back to English now.
920 medical doctors graduating from Greek universities. 25% of them remain in Greece. The rest go to Germany, to the Netherlands, to Sweden, to other EU countries, and some of them to the United States. Why? Because salaries offered there are much higher and opportunities are totally different. So this is another point that we must have in mind when we are speaking about prospects in education and people who graduate.
Can I just add on an additional question in relation to that? This is something that I've looked at in my work. We have our long-term forecasts for Greece, for other regions, and I've spent quite a lot of time looking at the Balkan countries and Western Balkans, including those that haven't yet joined the EU, and obviously this is a big issue for those countries as well, even more in a way, a nightmare for those countries, yes. And I've been reading quite a lot of studies, and actually the point that is that comes out of those a lot of the time, it's in terms of how do you attract people, how do you persuade people to stay in the country. The conclusion is that it's not just about wages. Even if you had the opportunity, the jobs there that offered higher wages, and there are some of those jobs there now, that's not enough to persuade people to stay, because actually their aspirations go far beyond that what they're interested in governance, the quality of governance in the country, in a broad sense, not just government, but governance. They're interested in the quality of services that are available to them, not just health services, but other services too. They're concerned about the education of their children and so on. So it actually goes far beyond just the question of wages and salaries. Is that something that, with which you'd agree?
Sounds familiar.
Yes.
Καταρχάς, πρέπει να καταλάβουμε ότι...
Firstly, currently the Balkans experience a nightmare which might be the dystopic future of our country. All our neighboring countries have currently a huge demographic problem. They keep on losing population, and their most specialized and qualified people go abroad. This is the reality north of our borders in the past 20-25 years. This is something that came to Greece with a slight delay in the past 10 years. Of course, wages don't matter that much. It's the quality of life. That's what matters. From a general point of view, Greece has a comparative advantage. That's why I won't compare Greece with Ireland. It's the climate, the environment, the weather. Everything is much more favorable compared to a northern European country. The issue of security, very important. The issue of how one raises a family, and given we have the competent minister here, the support offered to maternity alongside the support to the labor market is very important. So I think this will be the name of the game in the future. How a young woman may be supported from the moment she gives birth to know that after 6 months she will be able, how she will be able to find a place for a daycare service for the child until 6 p.m. so she can go to work. We have a really innovative law in Greece. There is no layoffs of women when they are pregnant are allowed, which was something amazingly progressive compared to other EU countries when it was stipulated, but we still have to take steps forward when it comes to gender equality.
Because then we have to wrap up this session.
Thank you very much. I fully agree with the Minister. Apparently there have been some failures, some poor targeting, let's say. For instance, we have the case of the graduates from medical schools, a great example. But all in all, if we check the last decade's figures, ages 25 to 64, Greece has 27.6% of them being average. In Europe, the EU average is 28.8. I'm talking about the average of the decade, right? So 25 years to 64 years. We're talking about the active population. So, as the Minister said, and you also repeated, people don't leave the country because they're unemployed or because the income is very low. There are other reasons. The prospects for their business development, quality of life, etc. So apparently we have to do certain things. And allow me to add one last bit about Bulgaria, etc. I believe that if one takes an overall view of what happens in the world right now, we see that there are advanced countries implementing specific policies, and there is a harsh competition between advanced countries in order to attract people. At this very point, I believe that governments in countries like ours, has to join forces with governments from other countries with similar problems in order to exercise pressure on the European Union in order to change the policy and understand that this is a dead end. A dead end not just for the suffering countries, but for the European Union itself.
And a really nice discussion. So please join me in thanking our two speakers. Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, we really have come now to the final wrap-up conversation, which is an important one, I think, to try and reflect on some of the discussions that we've had today and draw, some of our thoughts to a conclusion. So I'd like to ask again to join me on the stage. Well, first of all, delighted to have the Deputy Minister of Labour and Social Affairs of Greece, Domna Michailidou. Please join me on the stage, and Stefanos Kandakas, President and founder of Hope Genesis. We're going to hear your thoughts, Minister, and have a bit of a conversation about what we've learned today. Hi, welcome. Thank you very much. Again. So, I'm not sure how we want to do this, but I think first of all, Minister, we probably want to hear from you. And if you're happy to sit here, yeah. I don't know to what degree you've been able to follow our discussions today. We'll just get the microphone sorted out. But this is a very important question, I think. Part of my job is also every year I'm the editor of our annual democracy index that we produce at The Economist. And so this is something that I've been thinking a lot about. How is this question of confidence and trust between the state and its citizens, how is that linked to the demographic crisis, but all sorts of other problems as well? So it'd be great to hear your thoughts on that question.
Very much so, and I think that the whole issue of building trust and institutional trust is something that we saw very much here in the last elections, and it was something that after a long time of a consecutive financial crisis, it was actually really evident in people's expectations how much they really wanted to be able to trust their country, to trust institutions, so as to the institutions to be able to deliver the ownership of any kind of reforms. And of course, in a country like Greece, and as much as I was able to follow the discussions earlier on this morning with the rest of the ministers from my very own ministry as well, the question of demographics and reversing the trend that unfortunately in Greece is quite a dire one, both with regards to an ever-decreasing fertility rate, but also with the aging population and the two main pillars that stem out of it, the pension problem and how this has a guaranteed sustainability, but also the active aging of the aging population, which is something which is within the remit of what I'm doing within my competence within the ministry. So, of course, trust in institutions and trust in the country and its capacity to deliver is imperative when it comes to demographic change. And it's also because demographic change and the reversal of the dire trend is not a very simple equation. It's a multifaceted equation. It's an equation that can be answered both in terms of direct and indirect measures, and also in terms of provision of goods, but also provision of services. So building an overall level of trust in the institutions, in the government, in economic recovery, and I'm saying economic recovery after sustained financial crisis compounded by the pandemic crisis, is imperative in answering in any kind of way the demographic challenge that we have.
Thank you. Yeah, obviously you've emphasized there that this problem this kind of, well, it's a long-term trend, a long-term secular trend of declining trust in institutions that we see not only in Greece, but across the whole, particularly Western world. We also see it in developing countries too. We saw it very starkly in America. France is a big problem. And you've talked about some of the ways in which your government has tried to restore that trust. Are there indications that this is that things might be changing in that regard? I mean, obviously we have the opinion polls, which at least at the level of support for the government and key ministers and ministries tells us something. But in the space of 2 years, do you think that relationship has started to change?
Somehow confidently speak of both qualitative and quantitative indications. Quantitative being, and specifically in the question of reversing the downward trend of the fertility rates, for the first time, the official statistics remain to be confirmed by the National Statistics Bureau here. But for the first year after almost a decade, we do not have a further decline of the fertility rate in Greece. So this is the first kind of quantitative, spot-on measure and index that we can use. But also qualitatively speaking, I think that the whole structural management of the pandemic crisis is something that built trust on people, on the capacity of the state to intervene, to protect, and to reform. And the fact that, and I'll talk from what I know, which is my ministry and our very own efforts to ensure that people do not die in elderly homes and in disability homes, especially at the dire trends and levels that they died in other European countries with welfare states with really strong welfare states of decades, severely financed, not as ours, which is more shaky and developing in the last decades, actually, other than the pensions, which were the only kind of social transfers that we had hitherto. So I think that the whole management and response of the state to the pandemic, which is also something that we can see in polls and in civic response to what we've done, is something that did build trust, that ensured in people's minds and also hearts, I think, the fact that the state is able to intervene, was able to do so in a successful manner, that we did so much better than other member states of the EU that had much more severe financing, and especially when it came to the most vulnerable, that we were able to protect in an effective manner, may I say. I think that the protection of the very vulnerable, sent a really strong signal to the Greek population that it can trust the state, and hence it can trust the state to reform quite stagnant things of the last decades.
Thank you. Stefanos, I wanted to ask your opinion on this as well. I mean, you must have reflected on this problem.
As the minister rightly said, the COVID crisis in Greece in the last 2 years gave the opportunity to the Greek state to reintroduce itself to its citizens. It was the first time that the Greek state supported financially and socially the population and created a new condition, more responsibility. The majority of citizens now have trust to the Greek state, something that has been lost for years before this event, and of course it bears a lot of challenges. Regarding demographics and our field, if we were 2 years ago in the same place with the minister, and we talked about how to upgrade this issue in cooperation with the Greek government, and we had a demographic policy minister now, but I think that things change fast. Demography is an issue, and without policies dealing with these issues, we won't be able to achieve anything. Countries like Italy, for example, were rather radical in dealing with these issues, financing the birth of a child with 500 euros monthly and other social benefits for the parents. What I dare say is that we need to have an intervention which will operate as a multiplier. The solution of this issue will be seen after 20 years. Politically, that should not be of interest because the results of the efforts taking place right now, the next or the very latest in the future ministries will experience, will taste the fruits of these efforts. Nevertheless, I believe that there need to be a shared policy by all parties that will work irrespective of government. The numbers are declining. In the years to come, we will see further decline of births without any decrease in the fertility rate because women are fewer. So we need to be able to read behind the lines. The number of women that give birth to children right now is less than in the past. So we need to have more radical solutions now and in the future.
A couple more questions, but again, I would like to give the opportunity to anybody from the floor to ask a question as well on this, sticking with this issue of trust really in institutions and how that can be restored. In many countries, the pandemic actually had the opposite effect, where we saw citizens, questioning the policies being pursued by their governments. And here it was interesting to see a country in which actually this phenomenon, we've seen this of declining trust, this kind of estrangement of the population, if you like, from the kind of systemic parties that have ruled Greece in the post-war period, was quite palpable for many years here. And I guess the expectation was that, that would continue during the pandemic. In fact, the opposite happened. But in other places, we saw citizens really questioning the institutions and their governments and the policies that they were pursuing. So it's a very big question, and I think we probably need to dig a bit deeper about what lies behind this lack of trust. I don't think it's just purely, a problem of political engagement, political parties. I think there's something probably more to it. My feeling is that, what we've seen actually over many decades is individuals, probably from the 70s onwards, because of the rapidity of change, huge, technological change, globalization, advances in all sorts of areas. What I think has been happening is that people no longer feel that they're in control of their own destiny in the way that people might have done in the past. That they're actually on the receiving end of forces that are outside of their control, global forces. And now you would expect that actually the pandemic would reinforce, that feeling and actually encourage many people, which I think it did, to look to the state for protection. And we saw this incredible acceptance, actually, of these unprecedented measures that were taken to lock down societies. We remember the beginning of the pandemic, and we saw what was happening in China, and everybody in Europe said, this is not going to happen in Europe. You know, we're not going to do this. And of course, within a few months, that's precisely what everybody did. And there was an acceptance of that. And people experienced this withdrawal of very fundamental freedoms that we'd all, you know, come to expect. So all the time, the citizen, I think, is being assailed by these forces which seem to be beyond their control. Does that mean that the state is going to be playing a much bigger role in people's lives after the pandemic?
Well, let me mention three things that I think are quite relevant here. The one has to do with what Mr. Handakas was saying before. So I think that we see a reversal here in the COVID administration of the current government of the administrative skepticism that quite a lot of the population had. So what is the question? The question is, why do we not trust the institutions, and hence we do not trust their capacity to reverse the demographic problem? Especially in a country like Greece, with all of the compounded problems of Greek administration, further exacerbated by the financial crisis that weakened public administration in one way or another. This led to the bureaucratic dominance of the Greek state that actually no Greek citizen really trusts to deliver. So I think that given the fact that within the really high pressure that COVID generated here in Greece, and the fact that the state was able to deliver, this reversed a small share, I wouldn't say all of the share, but this reversed this huge skepticism, the valid and the rational and the logical skepticism of the Greek population. Second point, this mismatch of maturity that Mr. Handakas mentioned before. I think that part of the skepticism of the Greek population, but I think that this horizontally applies, general population, on their ability to deliver on demographic change, it has to do with this mismatch of deliveries. So the one is something that needs to be done now from the current political personnel, and it's going to deliver in 20 to 30 years' time. So this enhances this skepticism towards the state's capacity to do so. And third point, I think that the importance of trusting the state and trusting the institutions vis-a-vis the demographic issue also has to do with the state's capacity to better inform individuals. And what do I mean by that? I was reading, and we were briefly discussing it before, I was reading and listening to two articles, the one in the New York Times, the other one in the podcast of the New York Times. I'm sorry, I'm usually a British reader, but it happened to be an American press.
Give you?
So what the one was saying is they were trying to, in the American version, they were trying to see how Biden's new package on reversing the negative fertility rate and helping out American policies is going to be delivered, and how they can prioritize towards the four main pillars of their policy change. These being the child benefit, preschool education, people helping, how do you call dadades?
Childminders.
Childminders and parental leaves. So they called 18 academics to judge and prioritize on these four policies. The priorities by the academics were number one, preschool education, then child benefit, then minders, then parental leaves. Same in Germany. So in Germany, what they do is that they run a poll asking Germans, not Greeks, Germans that are considered much more rational than we are. They ask Germans, which do they think is the most rational choice to reverse the negative fertility trend? And they said number one, cash benefits. While in both cases, the US and Germany, in both cases, the most effective choice for the policymaker is preschool education and subsidizing towards this. So it's the responsibility of the state to pass this information to the citizens, to convince them so. And if the trust in the institutions and on state is lost, then they cannot, or we cannot, transfer this information in certainly not the most successful and efficient way.
Thank you. Yeah, preschool education, we've had that proposal today. We've kind of come to the end, but I just wanted to finish with a final question for both of you. It's actually not an easy question. Because essentially what you've said, and I think it's very important because we're in the business of finding practical answers and solutions. That's what we've been trying to talk about today. Finding solutions to these problems and challenges that we have. And your answer essentially in terms of restoring trust and this very important relationship in a democracy between the citizens and the states is about delivering. This is what the government is seeking to do, and that is absolutely important, and it's something that Greek citizens want and have been wanting for many years. They want the state, the government, to deliver in all these important areas. My question is that enough? Because I think another dimension of this problem of with this relationship is that what is also there is some kind of fundamental crisis of values too, kind of a moral dimension to this. So it's not just about delivering services, to have this real contract between the citizens and the government of the day, and a vibrant democracy in which people feel invested and want to participate. There also needs to be at some level, societal agreement about values, about what we stand for as a society, and what we believe in, what we consider to be progress, and how we're going to get there. So is this something that you think is important also in terms of restoring that trust in the citizens in the government? And it's a very hard question, but maybe it's nice to end talking about values and morality and things like this.
I believe that as a result of this conference and following the contributions by the speakers, we see that there is a conclusion that emerges, which was already known for some of us, that the problem is way bigger than the Spanish, Italian, Greek political scene. It's a European problem. We heard and we watched some successful practices and policies in Greece, in Italy, in Spain, and what comes out of all that is that, yes, it is a pan-European problem, a problem that 22 EU member states are facing. So it's high time, and maybe that could be the conclusion of this conference, that specific policies should stop being implemented at the national level, because this is not a Greek problem. Most European countries have to face this problem, so we have to design these policies centrally at the level of European Union, and this replies to what you said before about state protection. What the European citizen needs right now, and in the context of COVID we saw that, was what the citizens wanted was the state protection. It was the European Union that for the first time provided some sense of security, not just financial. The main reason why the European Union exists is firstly economy, a second culture. In this equation now we also have the component of health. So the European Union, in the context of managing, dealing with the COVID, became the protector, if you like, alongside local governments of our health. I think this will be the next big chapter of the European Union, which will protect, if I may use the term protect, the citizens by developing central policies applicable in all European countries who face demographic issues, and of course financed these policies.
Word at the conference from you.
I will be very, very brief. I believe that, replying to your question, the role of the state and whether this is enough. The role of the state is to identify the need, to identify the problem, design and deliver the solution, to provide targeted, if possible, solutions so that there will be a multiplying effect as a result of this targeting. And on the other hand, to reply to your question, it also has to do with morality. It has to do with ethics. It has to do with the collective behavior of ours. That's something dynamic. That's something that's being shaped in a dialectic manner, between the society and the government, and of course with the contribution by the market, the private sector. What we very intensively watch in countries such as Japan is that they have very low birth rates, while at the same time they have very, very high women participation in the labor market. So, participation of women is so high. There is a high participation of men in household chores. It is estimated that men spend a bit more than that the Americans spend half the time of the Japanese. I'm talking about the men in household chores, and it's something normal because it creates new norms, new trends. And this is, of course, as you understand, the accumulation of behaviors from past generations, and it also has to do with the role, with incentives given by the private sector, by the market on its own. For me, that's a huge thing. The bet will be a big one, the bet of Japan, because it reflects, as Mr. Handakas said, to the following. Because there are many women who are left completely out of the reproductive process. It's not just the number of children born, it's also the fact that many women have no children. So it's a collective issue. The state, the society, the labor market, and all these three components have to find the balancing point, and one has to include and fuel the other in a way. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Ευχαριστούμε για την πολύ όμορφη αυτή συζήτηση. Τώρα, να ευχαριστήσω κάποιους ανθρώπους που συνέβαλαν σημαντικά στο συνέδριο. Να ευχαριστήσω κατά πρώτον την Νεκτάρια Πασαριβάκη και την ομάδα της.
And I want to thank all our sponsors. Again, without you, this would not have happened. So Hope Genesis, Eurolife, Alba Graduate Business School, the American College of Greece, Mitera, Olympus, Dianaiosis, and Hanikian Law Firm. Thank you all very much indeed. I think it's been a really enjoyable day. We've had some great panels, great conversations. I hope we've all learned a lot, and I hope we can go out there and make things happen. Have babies, yeah. Do it for Denmark, they said. Actually, we didn't talk about that. I don't know if that's a very effective campaign. Yes, let's all take something from today and try and go out and make things happen and make things change for the better, for gender equality and for Greece and society overall. So thank you very much. Again, thanks everybody. Thanks to the audience.
Watch a songbird fly, walking by the river, staring at the blue sky.
Αν θέλεις θέλεις ένας τόπος να γεμίσει ζωή, πρέπει πρώτα να γεμίσει παιδιά. Στη EuroLife FFH, σε συνεργασία με τη Hope Genesis, κάνουμε μαζί ένα πρώτο βήμα ενάντια στην υπογεννητικότητα σε 10 περιοχές της Ελλάδας. Γιατί όταν ένα θέλω έχει αξία, πρέπει να παίρνει ζωή. EuroLife FFH. Τι έχει αξία για σένα?